So he I'll show you a picture of it. Oh, God damn it, where is it?
He created the Enochian angel language.
Okay, so this is the dude. So here's the fun part. He created this thing called the Seal of God that he would summon, entities with. Now this design is the same design that's on Kepler's Mysterium Cosmogorapum, which is, his treatise on elliptical orbits and all that shit, right? Uh, nested platonic solids.
Yeah, and a cipher wheel rolled into one.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Oh yeah. Now, I only bring all this up because freaking silly Globers think these clowns were scientists. No, they were called fucking what they would call metaphysicians.
And then the Stuart kings that followed, King James
Probably how they
II,
got their
brought us the
role,
King
right?
James Bible. Well, yeah, they founded all the Masonic lodges throughout continental Europe, especially after they were kicked out during the Jacobite rebellion. They fled to France and Germany, and they started founding all these occult lodges. And they leveraged the military lodge system to do it, and then they infused military and civil engineering and military engineering with with all their Mason, like actual masonry overtures with Freemasonry and the occult itself. So they go around and they'd use nom de plumes and initiate princes and dukes and queens and everybody into these occult orders. And they said that they were doing it in order to create world peace, to promote brotherhood and, let's have this, universal one world, religion. We're also tolerating all these other religions. So I don't know if their intentions were good, but that's what they created.
Sounds like the Masons. Isn't that what they say?
But that's exactly what it is. Yeah, they founded the Masonic lodges. And they were also devout Roman Catholics.
That's weird.
Yeah, that was the whole point of the Protestant rebellion and why they were kicked out, because they were loyal to the Pope.
Maybe that's
They gave,
how
isn't
the
it weird?
Stuarts
They
came
gave
to
us the King
power.
James Bible.
Is it the Windsors now, or is it still the Stuarts? I don't know. They're all
It's the
interbred.
Windsors, yeah. The Stuarts are, and their progeny are still through like France and Germany and Russia right now.
Oh, dude, you're a nerd. You'll enjoy this. Everybody else, I don't know. First of all, I sent you a Jay Dyer video. I think I sent you a Jay Dyer video that with Alex Jones. Did I send that to you? Or I'll look.
Geez, if you did, I'll feel bad for not watching.
No, I didn't send it to you. It's really good, dude. Even though Alex Jones is involved and he's kind of glomming on to Jay Dyer's recent notoriety. He goes over a text written by the elite. Like, you gotta see it for yourself. This book was printed in the 80s and it has all the elites, doing what they always do. say the quiet part out loud, and then the plebs call us conspiracy theories, just like freaking Cryptic yesterday. It wasn't Cryptic. No, it's the other guy.
Hey, Yoder, look at the.
Who said that? NASA said it. I don't believe him. Like, you just appealed to them. What are you talking about?
Yoder, check out that image I just posted. I was looking back through all the conversation with Manus. I highlighted there a certain part there.
Man, that's double speaking because they describe the process as performing an indirect measurement.
Yep.
It's basically like taking a fish net and you electrify it and it attracts gas to it. And then say, okay, well, I couldn't detect gas any other way because the environment's so sparse, but I got all this gas and it took this long for me to register this amount of gas. So that means without that gas, it would be this environment without it.
Yeah.
And so my question to Josh last night was, okay, so how did they know how much was in the environment in the first place for them to do the comparison? Because ultimately you're setting up a differential between what the environment is and what it is when you register, when you artificially induce pressure. So how do you know that your extrapolation matches reality in the first place? You need an actual in situ measurement.
Yeah, back to the baseline question that I've been asking him for.
Yeah, there are no absolute pressure they say they're absolute pressure measurement gauges.
Yeah.
But they're actually not, because you can't get zero pressure. So they always have a reference pressure.
Yep.
They're all
like
all
a reference
relative
ellipsoid.
gauges. Oh yeah, that's the reference ellipsoid.
It's the same process, isn't it? They got their model of what the outer space environment is, and they contort their physical measurements to it. Just like with the Adaru, they got their model of what Earth is, so they baseline their physical measurements to it. Same with surveying, right? They do the planar surveys, and now they got their reference ellipsoid. They take their physical measurements, and they baseline their physical measurements to the model.
Yeah, it's called shoehorning, or I think they call it in science parameter fitting.
Yeah, backfitting, parameter fitting, yeah.
So
Yeah, we'll just do a regression line to the model.
Yeah, you just need enough slider bars for variables.
Right, you got enough noise, you can make anything fit into it. And I tell you what, I bet those gyros are pretty fucking noisy. At least for the scale for them to declare the detecting, rotation of the Earth with, yeah.
Well, they admit they're noisy, right? Because you got the Allen variances, which is making it freaking go all over the place. It's making it drift.
Right.
Yeah, don't tell Josh about any noise, because he's like, oh, Jesus, dude. What do you want? Something very specific? Like, dude, yeah, if this thing's giving off noise, wouldn't that cause like a variance in like what you're supposed to be reading? Like, how do you know what the baseline is, bro? Like,
I have to credit Dr. Pierre Robitaille with this, that he hit me on this with that they've been doing this in science for a long time, claiming they can pick a signal out of noise, which is way too great. Namely, he said I think the cosmic background radiation basically said the noise is 10,000 times greater than the signal. There's no mathematical method from which you can, and you have to think of it as like a 10,000 piece jigsaw puzzle, and you have one piece, and you're trying to figure out what the whole picture is. Can't be done, right? There's no way you can get the whole picture from one piece of a 10,000 piece jigsaw puzzle. But they're claiming they can do that in a lot of these technologies, right? They claim they're doing this with LIGO. They claim they're doing this with CERN. They claim they're doing this with, in space with the device you guys were just talking about. they're claiming they claim this with the cosmic microwave background radiation. They claim this with the black hole image, that they're getting noise signals that are orders of magnitude greater than the actual signal, right?
Yeah, dude. Shining example might be Hefel Keating,
Big time. Big time.
right? And then GPS itself.
Yeah, you're dude, you're onto something right there. Indio.
And Bob, remember, thanks, Bob? Oh, yeah. Well, his actual data was very noisy, too. Yep, I agree, Indio. I gotta go. I'll be listening.
All right. I mean, I'm not taking credit for being onto it. It's just something like that when I watched one of his talks, like it just like, yeah, dude, how do you frickin' extract? Now he's his claim to fame is having the highest resolution MRI. He knows something about image creation, about creating images, like finding the data out of the noise, right? Is what is the actual signal? What is the noise? How do you differentiate the two? Because I can only recreate the image from the signal. The noise I can just interpret as fucking anything I want. It's just noise, right? It's just random crap. I can just pull anything out of there. You know, it's like seeing faces in clouds. You could seeing Jesus Christ in a piece of toast. You know, like if you have a preconceived notion, if you have a preconceived notion on what the data should look like,
what were
right,
you
like
looking for? Yeah.
Image.
Yeah, it's like trying to predict the future with your alphabet soup. You know, like you're seeing what you want to see.
Does that work? I might try that, man. I haven't had alphabet soup in a long time.
Yeah, it's like trying to see these like patterns that you see it, it's right there. You're like, dude, it's not there. Like, I mean, if you get somebody honest about it, and so you make up this whole narrative and say like, oh well, I guess we must have something going here. Like, you know,
but like this applies not just like a signal. So like, say you have a signal that's the same strength. Your signal to noise ratio could also be in the strength of the signal. So let's say you have a weak 1 milliwatt radio signal, but in that same band, you have a bunch of noise that's 10 times stronger. How do you find your signal in that background? Right? This is like when they were Govers were saying, "Oh, where'd you get the distance to the sun?" They bounced a laser off of it. Yeah, well, you had to look at the sun to see the laser. How did you pick out the fucking laser, right, from the brightness of the sun? Which fucking pixel was the laser? Obviously, you can't tell, right? There's no way you could tell. Same with the radar shit, right? There's no way you could tell. Like, there's too much noise. It's too bright. The sun is too bright of a radio frequency emitter to pick out your signal, right? Because you have to filter it out. Now, they do have techniques to filter, obviously, especially if you have a priori knowledge of the signal. But a lot of times they don't have that first knowledge. If you know what the background is, you can pick your signal out. But a lot of times they don't know what the background is. They have a theory of what the background should be, and they're using that. This crap is all over science, dude. I see it in a lot of places. That's why I didn't want to talk about neutrinos. It's hard to, even though I explain that part to it, to get into the details of how they do it as something like CERN or like the MINOS neutrino detector or the black hole, New Horizons crap. It's way more complicated than just that, because they're using shitloads of different mathematical methods, and they're using in the case of the MINOS, each individual standard model particle and interaction gets its own probabilistic model, and then they're fusing them together. That's why they remember we were you brought it up the other day, why they have to use an AI, because it's impossible to actually fucking do the arithmetic. So all you can do is like give the AI model some parameters and just feed it shitloads of data and fucking hope it spits out something meaningful.
Could we say that it's also like the Texas sharpshooter fallacy included?
Oh yeah, exactly, exactly. That's exactly what it is. But bro, it's worse than that because the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, you're only trying to hit the side of the barn. This is like shooting in your spread is the Atlantic Ocean, and then they're drawing a freaking circle around, a fucking 4-inch spread in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It's so much worse than what the Texas sharpshooter fallacy even is. We're talking tens of thousands, to not hundreds of thousands of times more noise than signal. In the case of LIGO, the thermal noise is 11 orders of magnitude. Yeah, that's 1 followed by 11 zeros, right? Greater than the signal. The thermal noise, which they can't get rid of because no matter how far they drop the temperature, they can't get rid of that because they're trying to pick up a signal that they say is 10,000th, 1,000th the size of a proton radius, right? So because atoms have a temperature, molecules have a temperature, they jiggle around. So you have this jiggling around, and you're trying to imagine it like this. You have a ruler, but the ruler has no marks. All you have is the whole ruler. But the signal you're going to get is going to be some subdivision of that ruler, as if it did have marks. But now you're trying to measure, and the thing you're trying to measure is fucking moving around as something that's 10 to the 11 times larger in a space 10 to the 11 times larger than the fucking ruler itself. Yeah, it can't happen. It's not happening. That's bullshit. It's just horseshit. So they really described this. If I had a fucking 12-inch ruler and I'm trying to measure like an electron, but the electron is moving around in a space the size of the galaxy. I'm not trying to fucking measure it with a little fucking ruler, right? The galaxy might not even be big enough, right? I don't even think that's even close to big enough. It might be the size of the fucking observable universe. Like they're literally claiming they can do shit like this. It's so outlandish it beggars belief. Or you can think about it like this. You have a space that's the size of the observable universe. You got a ruler, and you're going to measure something with that ruler, but you don't know if you're measuring the right particle because only one of your particles is the one needed in all the noise of all the fucking particles in the universe. Right? It's crazy. It's almost stupid to even talk about because it's not doable. There's no mathematical method of extrapolation that can get you there. Robitaille said, even if you know exactly, like in an MRI machine, they know what they're producing, they know what their output is. If you know exactly the signal output, the best you can do is a 10,000 to 1 signal to noise. And then you're still going to have a pretty shitty image, but you can actually get a human recognizable image from 10,000 to 1. But you got to know the source of the signal, right? You got to know it in detail because you can X that out. You can filter out the original signal out of the data. They just claim they can do things which are freaking just like, I don't know, man. But it sounds good when you say, hey, dude, fucking neutrinos prove to go. And then you say, well, I don't know anything about the details.
I'd love to tell you more, but it's proprietary and confidential.
Yes, you don't want to break your NDA.
I swear, Barrington, if one more Glober says that, I'm going to lose my mind.
Well, I'll be here with a flashlight helping you look for it.
The one where Goldberg says, "Do it for the children," I'll lose my mind.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You know, that argument yesterday, dude, that I don't know if you heard it, the frickin' talking about how, yeah, you were in here, how society's fucked up. Josh is like, it's not about the money. Or he's like, it's about the money. That's why society's fucked up. And I'm thinking, like, remember that adage, like, when someone says it's not about the money, it's about the money? And I was like, maybe the reverse is true. When they say it's about the money, it's actually not about the money.
It's about control. It's and so money is
Well,
secondary.
yeah, that's
to
what I
that.
mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know,
Yeah, and I was going to add in there when he was talking about the free market. I was going to ask him, at what point in history have we ever had a free market?
Yeah,
And
we have a
unfortunately, I got a phone
kleptocracy.
call or something like that.
Yeah, that's a myth. I was going to say something though about this proprietary stuff. You know, just because you may have access to a higher level of proprietary information doesn't mean you have access to all of it. So, you know, supposedly, let's say you log into your proprietary network and then you see all this data. What's to say that you're seeing yet a layer of information, an interface behind something that exists higher to that you have no clue exists? You just don't know, and you're not in a position to say that you know everything.
Yeah, I could just almost hear an echoing of Josh going, Jesus.
Well, there's
When
also,
you're in
like,
a sales capacity, then usually all you know is the NDA stuff. So you don't know what you don't know.
well, they classify generalized descriptions of what the actual classified thing is. So even knowing that would be considered proprietary classified data, even though it's general. You know what I mean? You don't know, like, hey, you read basically an outline of what the technology is. Even that outline would be classified. Now you don't know any details of any of the line items on that outline. Like, you don't know how any of the crap works. And you could say, well, you can't even tell you the outline part of yeah, it's classified and proprietary. And they could sit there and pose that they have, some proprietary information. But like Yoda said, they don't, because they don't know how far up the food chain they are. And they don't tell you, like, yeah, you're three levels removed from the actual classified information. The information we actually want classified.
You know, it's possible that you may be worked into a place within that whole tree, that system, where you're actually being fed a lot of bogus information. And one of the purposes.
You cut out there, brother.
Well, I mean, I was saying that you could find yourself not knowing that you're worked into a part of that hierarchical system where you're being fed bogus information, and the purpose is to see what you do with it. So
Well,
I'd
yeah,
also be
counter
very,
intel
very,
out.
very careful. Do not be interested in what he's claiming to have access to. Do not want it. Do not desire. Do not ask for it. Don't even joke about it.
I don't want it because he don't know nothing. If he did, he wouldn't be on here. No matter how much it interests him, personally, if he had any actually serious information, he wouldn't be on here. Would you agree with that, Yoda?
Yeah, he wouldn't risk the incidental disclosure.
Well, I mean, his superiors wouldn't risk it. It's all downside with no upside.
That's why I'm convinced that one of these days when Yoder here buys the satellite service from Amazon, He's going to reach out to customer service for some reason, and he's going to see a friendly name. Good afternoon. This is Josh I at our Alexandria, Virginia contact center. How may I help you, sir, ma'am?
Has anybody tried to hack Starlink yet? Guess that's a no. I find that hard to believe, man. People are trying to hack 56K freaking modems. I mean, why wouldn't they hack that?
They probably have, and Starlink would prefer that it not be published, even if it was, extremely negative. They would rather that not be leaked out.
I wonder if their digital signal processing is in hardware or software. And then the chips have to be programmable. If they're programmable, then you can deconstruct the programming. You can freaking output the program's code. Because it has to have some sort of operating system. It has to have some sort of not necessarily device drivers. I mean, if you want to call them that. It has to, there's some programmability in it. There has to be. And the chips. And the two-way communication. And then how does it deconstruct the signal from the waveform and turn it into a digital signal, then turn it into data, and turn it you know what I mean? And then that's a two-way communication. And how does it do handoffs? Like, how does it hand you off from one satellite to the other satellite? Like, this is where it delves into details. What does the network infrastructure look like? Are they using just a typical internal local area network, like kind of like what the cable company does? Hardware upstream from the cable modem, and then inter-satellite communication. Like, curious. How's all this working? I'm sure I'll never find out. Because, like you said, it's proprietary. Ask Josh now how he does it, how their company's doing it. He's not going to be able to tell me, of course, but I can ask.
Yeah, he's such a proud Glober, that one.
Why
I
do you
think we're
think you
chipping
have
away at that
license
ego.
plates that say it's flat?
Dude, flat is a four-letter word, man.
Yeah, he's really proud of his it's flat NASA license plate.
I thought that was like AI generated. Is that his car for real?
That's what he said. I think that's real. It looks like a Toyota Prius or Yaris one to me, and the license plate looks like the real license plate. But in this day and age with AI, you never know for certain. But he did tell me that that was his license plate.
I mean, you could never tell. I mean, believe me, professionals can make they could use freaking 2 photographs to copy a freaking color copier and an X-Acto knife, and pull the shit out of everybody. AI just makes it easy, so that anybody can do what it took a skilled professional to do. So, any questions about flat Earth, globe? Shoot. Don't ask where the edge is at. I don't know. Nobody knows. We're not looking for it. We don't care. Well, since nobody's talking, I'm going to play a clip.
Well, what are you guys up to now?
What are you up to, man? Don't you got a job?
I'm a student, bro.
Oh, you're a student. Don't you have schoolwork? Oh, look at
Uh,
this. You're so smart. You did it all.
I just graduated high school, and now it's the break, and yeah,
Oh, cool. That's awesome, man.
yeah. Thank
Man, I
you.
wish I.
Yeah.
You know, there's a saying, and when I was young, I thought it was stupid, but now that I'm old, I don't think it's so stupid. It says, youth is wasted on the young.
Oh, what does that mean?
It means you're young, you're able bodied, you can do anything, but you don't have enough brain power and experience to know what you should actually be doing. So your youth and vitality is wasted because you don't know how to actually use it effectively. It takes you years and years to figure out how to navigate through life and to use your skills effectively. And then by then you're freaking old and decrepit and, walking around with a walker or a cane or something. By the time you figure it out, you're almost dead. You can't do anything with the information.
Yeah, yeah, true. But most
It's
people
like
don't.
a cruel joke.
Most people don't have the opportunity to as well. Like when you're young, the law literally prevents you from doing anything productive.
Oh,
Like
I
you're
know.
supposed to just learn.
Yeah, I
I
know.
was gonna say,
I know.
Cryptic doesn't have to worry. He's gonna be a billionaire transhumanist, most likely.
Yeah, I'm gonna start a hedge fund, and then I'm gonna be rich, bro.
Uh, and then what? Then I'm gonna be rich. Then what?
Then I will make.
What are you gonna do with your money?
I will use the money to gain connections with all major political leaders around the world by managing their assets for them, and then I will convince them to form a one world nation and remove all people's sovereignty, and then we can all live together happily under one
He's
nation.
such a fucking troll, man.
I know. Surely that'll work. What could go wrong? It's so
Yeah, what
crazy how
could
much
go
this
wrong?
work.
It's just low level rage bait.
Yeah, I know.
There's no rage bait.
You still
That's
didn't tell
actually
me
what.
that, and then you did all that. Now what? Just live happily ever after, like a fairy tale.
Yeah.
What about getting married? What about having children? What about those things, dude?
Oh, I mean, if I don't have money, I doubt a woman would want me. So,
Oh God, why you ain't good looking?
uh, I think I'm okay, but I don't think a woman would like me.
Probably not, because you probably troll her like you're trolling us.
He left. That might have been an accident, but he left.
Dude, that's fucking no way. Really?
That boy has confidence issues.
Dude, I was just about to start giving him some good advice, man. Damn.
I know. Well, maybe he'll listen next time.
God damn. Maybe you just had a recent heartbreak and you're just like, I'm just gonna go cry right now. Have a good cry, buddy. If you're listening on YouTube, cry it out.
I don't know.
Such a
Confidence
such a
issue.
bastard. I don't think any girl would want me, but if I don't have money, bro, that's sad, man. But I understand though that in Asia, it's still certain parts. It's still kind of like that. Got to come from the right family. You got to have the right money. You got to have the right status. I don't know if they're all into the romantic love marrying thing.
Fair enough.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
Yo, I had to take care of something. What did you ask?
okay.
What was your question?
Well, man, I was afraid that like you had a recent heartbreak and you were like went somewhere to cry.
No, bro. What? No. I had to take care of something. What was your question again?
Well, man, so in your country, why do people mainly get married? Do they get married for romance, or is it more like the right family, social status, money?
Well, here actually a lot of people don't get married because the women here are like very demanding. They want a lot of money. They want to marry people who have a lot of money. So the men, what they do is if they can't get a woman by like 35, they'll go over to the neighboring countries and they'll marry people who are like of a lower socio-economic status than them, and then bribe them using their passports. Because if they marry a Singapore man, then they can get Singapore citizenship, which some people in neighboring countries want because their quality of life would be better. So that's what some men do if they can't get a girlfriend by like 35 or 40.
Well, men can have children into their 80s, so I don't know why the men are in a hurry. But as far as the women go, well, I mean, it's just a biological fact that men can have
No,
children into your freaking 80s.
yeah, that
Dude.
no. But the men will not get married past like 40. No. Like unless you're rich, you're not gonna get married after 40. Like people aren't gonna.
Well, if you guys, I have questions. I want to know how this works in your country, man. I got questions. You got to answer them.
Okay.
So they, so there's no arranged marriages. People don't do that anymore. You're a Muslim country, right? You're Islamic country.
No, dude, the majority population here is Chinese.
That's not a religion, dude.
No, there's we're not a Muslim country. Although we do have a Muslim community, but we're a secular nation. And
What is the largest? What is the largest religious group? What percentage are they?
actually, it's pretty evenly spread out between Buddhism, Christianity, Islam. It's like the one with the highest percentage is I think Buddhism, followed by Christianity, then Islam, then I think there's atheism, then Hinduism,
Okay.
and then
Trying to figure out if like what the role of the family is on getting married, because that's very important.
Oh no, here there's I don't know what you think about Singapore, but there's no arranged marriages here. Like people get a girlfriend and like I mean obviously
Yeah, dude. Look, bro. Look, there's no arranged marriages here, but there are sometimes if you're from a higher or upper class, they're not going to let you marry some hobo on the corner. Your parents won't.
yeah.
I mean, technically they can't. Technically they can't stop you, but they'll make it so difficult for it to happen that they'll effectively stop you. You understand? So there is social pressures, right? There's social pressures to marry at your class level or higher. You were just talking about that. The women want guys with a bunch of money, probably because it's the same thing in America. Women want they're equal or higher, right? They don't want somebody
Yeah.
lower than. Okay, that's called hypergamy. That's normal. I just wanted to know, like, okay, so women will marry for two reasons. They'll marry to get a dude that will give them resources, or they'll marry for romantic reasons. Now, typically, the guy that they marry to get resources from, they're not in love with. I mean, they at some point they may become in love with them, but they're typically not attracted to them, though they will do their duty as far as like having children, maybe. Now there's romantic love, so that's like people are actually attracted to. Understand?
Yeah.
Guys they actually want to get. So there's a saying is that women make rules for betas. Those are the people that simply they'll marry for money, and break rules for alphas. Those are the guys they just want to.
Yeah.
It's pure animal lust. They just want to have their babies, basically.
Yeah.
Because whatever reason, evolution, you can name whatever the reason is. I just
Yeah.
want to know what's more prevalent in your country. Do people get married for romantic reasons?
Well, a lot of people actually marry expats actually, and I don't want to be racist or anything, but a lot of people here actually want to marry white men because they think many white men are like very rich and like they'll take them to their home countries and stuff. And like if they're not a lot of people would rather marry like someone from like I don't know Australia or Europe or something like an expat working in Singapore versus a local person because unless that local person is loaded because like they think if you're like an expat working in Singapore you're like loaded, which is usually the case. So most people they try to marry most women. I wouldn't say most women, but some women they try to marry expats. You know, it's always about the money here. Like if you are like have a very low socioeconomic background and you're not like progressing towards like climbing the career ladder or whatever, you're gonna have a hard time getting a girlfriend. And if you do, she's probably not gonna be that smart.
What do you mean not that smart? Let me ask you this, because I've heard about this in other Asian countries. Are you expected to take care of the girl's parents?
Well, actually, it depends on the race you're marrying to. Like, if you're marrying it actually depends on socioeconomic status as well. Like, for example, for Indians, even if you have a very high socioeconomic background and you're marrying to a very rich family, usually you're kind of expected to live with their parents. It depends on it depends from person to person, but sometimes you're expected to live with the parents, or like you have to form good relationships with your mother and father-in-law, especially if they're loaded. But even if they're not loaded, you're kind of supposed to. But say you were marrying a Chinese woman, or like someone else of a different race in this country, then it depends on how much money you have as well. But usually, if you're marrying a Chinese person and they have like a higher socioeconomic status, you're not that expected to take care of the parents. But if you're marrying a Chinese person of a lower socioeconomic status, then yeah, you're kind of expected to. So it depends. It depends on the culture that you're marrying into and the amount of money they have. So like their socioeconomic
Yeah.
background.
Well, I've seen some videos where the expats, so they're expat Americans, complaining that like they got married to a girl or one of their friends did, and that person was expected to like take care of that girl's family, like take care of them, support them.
The
right? The
man.
mother, the father, the girl, like they like you're not just you're not just getting the girl, you're getting her whole freaking family,
Yeah, I mean, if
right? You
they're
got to take care
poor.
of all of them, not just her.
Yeah, yeah. If they're poor, that
Fuck
usually
that
that's
shit,
how it
bro.
is.
Yeah, if they're
Yeah,
poor, I understand it. Like that's, but you know, they're already in subsistence living. It's easy to, if you got money, right, and the standard of living is really low. It doesn't really cost a lot of money for them to survive, right? A little extra money, that's fine. But taking care of, like, you know, I would do it voluntarily, but I don't want to be told to do it. You understand? Like,
yeah,
I married a girl, dude. Her parents are like, "Oh, give us some money." I'll fucking slap the shit out of them. Like, dude, I ain't giving you shit. Now, if
yeah. I
they
mean,
needed it, and I would give it to them out of charity, but dude, they ain't gonna demand it. That's for damn sure. It's a totally different thing altogether. But I've heard that it's the expectation that it's completely normal for the parents to be like, "Oh, give us some money." One of
yeah.
the dude
I
was
mean,
complaining like her uncle got in a fist fight with her uncle because her uncle was like, "You're a rich American, give me money," and like you know, they started fighting.
yeah. I mean,
Like, no.
it depends on the person that you're marrying to, but usually in like Asian cultures, they believe that when the family of the girl is like the girl's getting married, right? That they believe that the family of the girl is like giving the guy like their girl, so in exchange the guy has to kind of support them because they're giving them something that is
Yeah, I
theirs,
get it.
right?
Okay, okay, I
Yeah,
understand. I understand. I understand.
yeah,
So women are the prize, not the men.
Now,
yeah,
let me add in here real quick. My dearest friend is married to a Vietnamese lady, and I've done a lot of business with Vietnamese people, and it's very fair to say that a lot of Asian countries, not just Vietnam, but a lot of them, you are linked with your family not only through emotional but through financial decisions. Now, they also have a very high honor. So, by the same token, it's a very high honor kind of thing that uh, they would not be asking for something frivolous. So, by the same notion, not only do you have the obligation to support her parents, but they also have the financial and ethical and moral responsibility to support you. So it's and my dear friend has gone through lots and lots of issues with it, and I've had to sit him down and say, "Buddy, look, everything's okay. Yes, your wife is close to them. Yes, she consults with them on every decision you all make, but she chooses you. You're the boss." And he always comes back to me and said, "Damn it, buddy," he said, "how is it you know more about this than I do?" And all my point of it is so you make a valid observation. I just want to point out for those and our Singaporean friend here that it's not a one-sided obligation.
Well, that's good to know. I mean, I'd have problems, dude, because I don't like people in my business. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just the way I am. I don't want to freaking have a committee to to iron out some issue with my wife. Like, I'm not doing that shit by committee. Like, I'm just not. Anyway, I'm just trying to get to the crux of the matter. I'm trying to get to is where the Singaporeans find meaning. Like chasing money, that's great. Yeah, you get rich. Then what, dude? Then what do you do with the money? You
yeah. So
understand? Like
I'm not a big.
where do people find meaning? Like what is the ideal? What is the ideal life in Singapore? Just being rich, living in a freaking penthouse on top of a 100-story building? Is that like the goal?
Yeah, a lot of people actually want to get rich in this country. It's very sad, but a lot of people
And that's
because
it?
there's not a lot of things to do. You have to realize that imagine your entire country was like Manhattan. You couldn't leave Manhattan. Like that's it. That's your entire world. And if you want to leave, you got to get a visa and all that. So many people they're stuck in this concrete jungle with like hedge funds and banks and the government spreading propaganda saying, oh, you have to do this if you want to make money, or we're gonna send you to this careers upskilling program so that you can upskill your career, or we're gonna give you these credits to for your education. And like it's all about money. And
You're a slave colony.
and
Right.
yeah, it's all about money. And if you try to ignore that, you're gonna very quickly find that the world collapses around you, and you're either gonna have to immigrate, or you're
Now,
gonna end up
if you're gonna, say they made you the head of, I don't know what you would call it. They make you the head of like tourism or something, and you got to try and get tourists into Singapore from the rest of the world, or you guys want people to immigrate into Singapore. What would you tell them to get them to come there? Like, what would be the thing that you tell them? Like, oh, Singapore is great. You can do this. Like, you can come here and it's a crazy opportunity. You can make gazillions of dollars, or we got a bunch of hot women, or we got freaking great parks or great waterfalls or freaking luscious countryside. Like, what would you tell them to get them to come
we
there
have
and live
we
there?
have
Remember, I said live there. Like,
yeah. So we have no problems attracting tourists and immigrants. There's a ton of people that want to come here and live here or visit here. Like we get a ton of European tourists, tourists from Japan, Korea, South Asia, everywhere. Yeah, there's some Americans as well, although it's very far. So not as many Americans, but there are some Americans, and they come here for work. They come here to as for tourism. We have no problems attracting immigrants. The problem is the local people who were born here, who've lived here their whole life, right? And they get like a lot of the government actually treats expats and probably newer immigrants better than the locals, because the newer immigrants, they help boost the economy, right? And the expats, a lot of them are very rich, so they help boost the economy, help jobs. So there's a lot of billionaires that come here, and the government will do literally anything to make them stay in the country and park their money here. So the most neglected people are the locals. And what the government will usually do to support the locals is they'll give them, oh, here's a food voucher. Here's a food voucher. Here's like $1,500 in food credits. Go spend it at the grocery store. But that a lot of the solutions that the government gives is like temporary. And even if they say, oh, we're going to give you credits to upskill your career so that you can have a higher paying job, the job market here is so competitive, and there's so many immigrants that come here as well to compete
dude,
for
why
the
is your
job.
national debt so high? Why the
Why is
fuck is your national debt? It's astronomical. It's almost as bad as us.
Yeah, let me explain.
Why?
Our
Why is it
national
so high? Why do you use the government borrow so much money to do what?
Yeah. So our national debt is very high, but we're able to pay it off. We're able to pay almost all of it. So the way it works is, our government, they borrow money and they invest almost all of it in productive assets. They don't spend any money on the welfare. And they also have huge reserves that we've collected over like there's some people say there's like $1 trillion in reserves. So we're able to pay off everything that we borrow. But whatever we borrow, we spend it on productive assets. We don't spend it on welfare, or like we don't spend it on
Is it
government
Singaporean again?
salaries or whatever.
Yeah, he's trying to get a job in the Department of Finance, obviously.
No.
Look, bro. Okay, governments borrow money by issuing bonds. Okay, other people buy those bonds. The thing is, why are they issuing those bonds to get money to do what? What are they doing with the money?
Uh, well, from what I've heard, they're investing it in productive assets like
Like what?
better transportation, better housing, better um, I, better like I just heard there's this new resort that's opening up. It's supposed to attract more tourists to the area. So like they
Now,
invest a lot
now,
in.
now, I'm going to ask you. This is the key question: is the government borrowing money to build things that end up being privately owned?
Uh,
I bet you the answer
sometimes
to that
maybe.
question is yes. I
Yeah,
bet you that resort is
sometimes
not
yeah.
run by the government. I bet you that resort is a private company's resort, and the government paid for it. So
Yeah, probably yeah.
that capital cost of building it themselves, they never had to assume that risk, and let the government assume the risk for them. So everybody is assuming the risk. Like I guarantee your government's so fucking corrupt it ain't even funny. Just like America, it's how we work too, dude. Like, listen, when I say your government's corrupt, I'm not saying like we're any better. We're probably 10 times worse.
No,
We're
no,
the
no.
fucking most corrupt. Our
Yeah,
corruption's up top.
absolutely.
Like other countries, they have corruption, low level corruptions where the cops shake you down. That's not how it is in America. The cops are honest. Our corruption happens at the top levels, right? It doesn't happen at the bottom. It happens at the top. In other countries, it happens at the bottom and the top and everywhere else in between.
Like Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, like, bro, it isn't. I don't know. I'm crazy, but I don't think it's got right. I don't think it's right for the government to pick winners and losers, like their friends, their political donors, whatever, and say, "Hey, I'm going to get the government to borrow money to create some asset that you're going to use and operate, and you reap the profits from, and maybe there'll be like some minority stakeholder. Oh, we're going to have 10% freaking preferred stock in the company, some bullshit like that, right?
Yeah.
That
Uh, the I do agree with the fact that the government takes on a lot of risk that that when private
you're
companies come
taking the risk,
into.
bro.
Huh?
You're taking the risk.
Yeah, I know the taxpayers
Yeah.
take
So
the
like,
risk, but
yeah, exactly. It's everybody that's taking the risk. Is it fair to spread that risk among everybody, right?
I mean
Or
that's the thing, right? If you
these
do not
crazy
reduce.
businessmen?
No, listen, if you do not reduce the risk of for private companies to develop in Singapore, they simply won't come. Like they simply won't come to Singapore to build all this stuff for, or even run all this stuff for us. So the government kind of has to appeal. It's not corruption, it's survival. If the government doesn't appeal to these private companies, they'll simply go somewhere else. The reason why we have all these resorts and like even our pretty good public housing and our transportation and all of this, it's run by private companies. And actually all of our stuff is even like government facilities like our public transportation system, our our main Wi-Fi providers, our like internet services companies, our postal service companies, all of these, which you'd expect the government to run, they're all run by privately owned companies with government stakes in them. Like the government owns like, I don't know, maybe 10%, 15%, 20% in these companies. But all of them are privately run, and these companies would not operate all this stuff. All these foreign companies as well, these banks, all of these real estate companies, they won't come to Singapore if the government doesn't say, "Oh, we're gonna do most of, we're gonna take on most of the risk. We're gonna let the population of Singapore, the taxpayer, to take on most of the risk," because there's no incentive to developing in Singapore unless the government gives them tax credits and takes on most of the risk and makes the taxpayer pay for them. But the government's a goal for doing this in the long run is that Singaporeans will have a better quality of life in the long run.
Yeah, usually companies are forced to give out 10 to 15%. They're not usually gratefully giving it to them because they're definitely saying, well, if you want to do business here, this is what you need to pay. You got to give out 15% stake, or you also plus pay some extra percentage per person or per.
I couldn't hear what you said.
Yeah, you're breaking up big time.
We got any Globers in here? Talk about Flat Earth with us.
Yeah, we got Alma in here. Cheeseburger.
If you've got any questions for the panel, open your mics and speak up.
Well, I'm going to say one more thing to put a bow on that. If your quality of life is based on chasing money, your quality of life sucks. That's what poor people do.
I never said we weren't under the. It's still in the poor mindset. Like we live in a third world region, so like a lot of the government doesn't want us to go back. So what they do is they built this entire culture around chasing money because they think that's how we will continue to keep our quality of life up. Like this is the most. If you ever
The quality of life from chasing money. That's like a snake eating its tail. Once again.
Yeah.
We're going to chase money so that we never have to chase money.
Exactly. If you ever come to Southeast Asia, you should visit one of the other countries in Southeast Asia. Then you should come to Singapore, and you should see the difference.
Thanks for that. I'm gonna interrupt because people want to move on from.
Yeah, I'm coming to your house, bro.
Wonderful.
Definitely. We're gonna chill.
All right. But yeah, we were discussing matters of like how people are claiming that the Earth is a globe for real. Just the information is kind of hidden behind closed doors. That was a good conversation. Also, if people think that there's information that leads us to the knowledge that the Earth is a globe, by way of measurement or something you've been told, we'd love to hear it. So open up your mic and have a conversation with us. The floor is yours for anybody that's brand new. We got Alma, Cheeseburger, Jesus Christ, then Ricardo Milos, who's always listening, thinking he's going to hear something that we're going to say that he can jump in on. R. Jardim, welcome. And some guy with a cat avatar that's got a mask in front of it. Welcome to the panel.
Oh, hey, what's up?
So do you have any information that the Earth is a globe that we can look into, verify, test in any way?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you and anybody who's in here who's brand new.
Yeah, sorry, I know nothing. I'm just like here to spectate, so.
Okay. Well, we're just going to put it out there for anybody that is listening, that is contemplating whether or not they want to open their mic up, is that nobody can provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. We've been doing this for about 6 years on the live stream. I myself have been involved with this conversation for about a better part of a decade. So nobody's ever proven the Earth as a globe in any way in the physical world outside. So no field tests have been done to verify the Earth has curvature, nothing like that. So if you think there is, please provide what you think is the evidence.
Did he say he doesn't want to talk because he just likes listening to speculation? Is that what he said?
No,
Did I hear that right?
No, he's a spectator. He wants to spectate.
Oh, okay. Because we ain't speculating. Nobody's going to come in here and provide the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Guarantee it. It's not speculation.
Trying to provoke somebody into like actually having the conversation. That's the thing that I was saying earlier. Everybody's willing to listen, but nobody's willing to participate. And it's a shame because you're carrying the notion right now in your head that the Earth is a globe, but you don't really know how until you challenge yourself. That's what we're here for. We're going to show you that in any way that you can provide whatever you think is evidence, it's not really what you think it is at the end of the day. So why don't you give it a try? Open up the mic and let's see if you have what it takes to actually scrutinize your own worldview of it being a globe.
Yeah, man. Can anybody rebuild the globe bottom up from the information they have? Can you point us any observations, measurements, whatever, to tell us, hey, I'm on a big spinny ball?
Yeah, Jetta that's joining us, Elbow TV, Effie Alaskan Malamute, Effie Batman, Indio. We got Obvious It Be, Quiet Noobs, Yoder on the panel, Car, AG at the very bottom, Over Fences. What's up, homies?
What's up, bro? Hope all is
So
well
G
with you,
Money.
anyway.
20 Cups is like, dude, you didn't even mention my name. Yeah, DJ, which is anti-globalist. 20 Cups, Necros.
I was gonna say, I think we should start demanding like doctor's note from these fucking globers that want to sit in chat skank. Don't come in VC.
Yeah, or we can just say either come to VC or be text muted. That'll provoke him at least to have the discussion in here.
Well,
instead of just,
they're not even sitting in VC listening as well. That's fucking doubly bad.
yeah. So, yeah, either jump into VC and have the discussion or kick rocks. I hate to say it, man,
Yeah.
but that's what's going to cause them to come in here. Other than that, we're just going to have a lot of text warriors.
Yeah, well, early on in politics, I ran away with hushing people. Well, yeah, chat muting people. Nobody really said anything. They didn't call me out on it, but I felt like I was getting carried away with it. So I don't want to start doing that here, you know? This guy, fucking Shinden, twice now. Oh, different shadow angles in different cities prove the surface is curved. Showing
Yeah, the real
that's not true. Nice. Now, what's he saying? Use your brain, man. Different shadow angles on a table come from a nearby light, but Eratosthenes used the sun. It's so far away that only a curved surface can cause that difference. Yeah, that's the assumption Eratosthenes made, Shinden, that the sun is so far away, light would be coming in parallel to create these shadow angles. And we can just assume the light source is close, and the diverging light rays are the cause of the different shadow angles. It's all the same. I don't even know if you fucking heard that. He's not in here. I don't know why I assumed he was listening on live stream.
General rule of thumb is that the side chat is for those in the VC, or at least listening to the VC. It's not a hard rule, but if they become too skanky in the side chat, then we sort of give them the ultimatum to sort of get into the VC. Or
if they're on YouTube listening, that's fine too. It's just we like people to, be on the same page, not say things that are off the wall. It's hard to be on the same page if you're not hearing the VC as well. Well, I tried. Hopefully he'll join. Welcome.
Yeah, the guy said he was just spectating, just took off. That's the thing, man. Those who come in here to spectate and they're not engaging, then nothing happens, so they leave. So
And if they're not in here listening, they're missing out on a lot.
You know, you guys should really look at a different server instead of English Hub. Most people here are like retarded, and like even the Globe people are retarded.
We have multiple guest locations. This is just
All right,
one.
I'm gonna have to server mute him for like at least 5 minutes. We don't need to hear that. We're here because we're invited here, so we're gonna be here. So we don't need that side commentary telling us what we should or should not do. How about that? That's your one warning. The other one is we'll probably have you banned from this chat. How about that? Never try to micromanage what we do in here. The people that instituted this particular channel that you're in here, is a privilege for you to be here. Remember that always.
What's the privilege for me to be here?
What's that?
It's a privilege for me to be here because I'm here and I do not know what is going on here.
Yeah, exactly. You're a guest in this house, so yeah, it's a privilege.
Yes, yeah.
So you get free information that you wouldn't
Should I be brought about that?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're getting free information that you wouldn't already have. You're getting literally a free
The
education.
information about what? Am I gonna be educated about what?
About what you know. And what you don't know. And what's a belief and what's knowledge and whether the earth is flat or whether it's a globe.
So let's run this shit immediately because I cannot wait. You know.
Okay.
Yes. So what is the evidence that you have that you maybe are prepared or not to show evidence of the earth being a globe?
Evidence of what?
The earth as a globe.
As a globe. That's the topic that you've got for today.
No, that's the topic we have for about 10 years, sir.
So you just join
the first time for me to be here.
The title. Like an idiot.
Yeah, I just jumped, out of my mind.
Now engage. So now engage with the topic. I just gave you a question. What's your response, sir?
I don't have any proof to show you guys. Believe me, I don't have anything, and I don't care if the Earth is globe, if it's flat. I don't care.
Yeah, you do care because you're in here. You were curious enough to click into this room for whatever reason, and you now are engaging with us. So yeah, you are.
I said those guys must have got a wonderful topic beside this one.
It is. It's a wonderful topic because you'll get to know whether or not you know the Earth is a globe or not.
Let's begin with another one.
No, we're going to do this. We're going to absolutely do this one, and we're going to keep asking and asking and asking until there's no more.
No, I'm not talking about the topic. I'm talking about someone who's much better than me.
I don't know
talk about this topic,
Much better than you? Like, what does that mean?
Much better than you regarding talking about this topic. If the Earth is flat or globe.
Yeah. Why do you think that guy exists? Don't you think we might have talked to that guy already? The guy you're imagining in your head?
I don't know, imagine anyone.
Is he talking about someone who's like a PhD or something? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, he's doing the magic science guy fallacy.
No, I'm just imagining someone who can speak about that because I can.
Okay. So that guy, like India was saying, does not exist.
I don't know. I'm looking at this old man. I think this old man can make it. India. With this white beard.
What?
Yeah, man, it's from the movie Kill Bill, buddy. It's not. It's not
a nice movie, yeah.
All right, so
like my milk cup.
Back to the topic. We're looking for people who can engage with the topic. If the Earth is a globe, or we can show them and demonstrate that the Earth is a horizontal plane, which is flat.
I do believe that it's a globe. It's a circle.
You can believe whatever you want, but what we're asking people to do is to present evidence of the case of it being that.
I haven't been taking that as a part of my school journey. They didn't tell me that.
Why not?
Believe me.
Why aren't they teaching you that?
I want to help over here. I want to serve. They didn't just teach me, They didn't tell me that one day in your life you'll meet a guy with white beard, as much white as the milk,
Okay, you're
that
going
would
off
ask
topic
you.
again, dude. We know
No,
what
no,
you're
no, I'm not
doing.
going
You're trying to
around.
go off
No, no,
topic
no,
really
I'm
simply.
describing you. Well, I'm talking with you. I'm describing you. You're the one that
Why?
pointed the question at first to me.
I'm not the topic. Topic is not
All
India.
right. Mhm. No, I don't care about
India is
India.
not the
They're doing
topic
pretty
of
well.
the server.
I love
So,
those people. Listen, I don't have anything. I build no oil well.
oh my God. Are you even listening, bro? Okay.
Come, come again.
Why aren't they teaching you the Earth is a globe in school? Why aren't they giving you evidence that you can present to us?
I took just pictures, you know. They have a lot of
Oh,
pictures from
pictures.
Google. Yeah. Like you this one that you have.
I just Googled Santa Claus. I got lots of pictures. Now what?
Show me one picture tells that this earth is a flat. Just one. I'll take it as a proof.
Okay. Okay. Listen.
I'm all ears, sir.
Do this. Do this. Hold on. You asked me a question, dude. Go to the beach with a camera and take a fucking picture. There you go. There's your picture that the Earth is flat, right there.
Should I go to the beach to take this picture?
Yeah, go to the ocean, take a picture.
Why exactly to the ocean?
Because water lies flat, level, and horizontal.
Why not here in my house? I'm gonna go to the roof and I'm gonna take a wonderful picture. I'm gonna send to you.
Well, there might be topography, right? You might be in mountains. Maybe you live in a valley. Like that isn't going to do it. Most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. So
So I
whatever
have
the
to take
water
this
does.
picture at sea
Hold
level.
on, dude. Why are you interrupting me? Most of the
Continue.
surface of the Earth is covered in water. Whatever the water does is what the Earth is. The land is
So
not most of it. So you can take a
So
picture of the land, but that's not going to tell you everything.
must be at the sea level.
Yeah. Sea level.
Yeah.
When you build something, why do you use a level? To make it flat? Right? You want your floor to be flat? You use a level?
No, I'm talking about the sea level. You taught me to take this picture right at the ocean.
Right, correct. And the water will be flat and level. It won't be a curved ocean, dude. You can go to a lake. It's not going to be a curved lake. You can go to a pond. It's not going to be a curved pond. You go to your bathtub. It's not going to be a curved bathtub. Water does not curve on its surface. And since the Earth is mostly water,
Man, wait a minute.
the Earth
Wait a
has to
minute,
be
an
flat.
old man. Let me see what ChatGPT has got about that.
Oh, God.
Why can't you use your own observation?
I'm tagging
of
you
water?
in, man.
Why can't you use your own observation of water? Why do you have to go to ChatGPT? You don't just experience
Because
the
it's
earth.
much easier. I don't have the money that bring me to the water,
You
to the
have
ocean. I don't
eyeballs.
have ocean
Sir,
in my
hold on a
country.
second. You know what's frustrating is you have eyeballs in your head. You can see the water is flat on its surface.
I have to.
This is so crazy that a human being can make observations of the physical world and you deny them. So you're going to go to ChatGPT because you can't even say that you see flat water, sir.
Yeah, I can see flat water. Yeah, but what is
Yeah.
the indications for that?
The earth is flat. Like if you have flat water and you have a lot of flat water, then that equals that the earth is not a globe. It can't be because you have flat water. And if you get more flat water, you extend it out to a pond, a lake.
So what is going to happen to the water if the earth was flat or was globe?
No, we're not worried about that. Right now, we're getting you to identify that you've been always observing a horizontal plane, a flat earth. You've always been observing this. Always, always, always.
I always have been observing that. Yeah, you're correct about that. But I don't know what the water has to do with when earth is flat or globe.
It's showing that the earth, if it was curving, that the water would be curving too. It would show demonstratively outside in the physical world that the water is curving, just like they show pictures of the earth like a globe. The water would be curving like that too. The same thing. You've been making observations of this your whole life. You still don't get it, do you?
just imagining what you've just said.
Yeah, you've been seeing the Earth that way this whole time. You don't need a picture. You don't.
Yeah,
need
but why do we have a kind of gravity?
Wait a minute. Wait.
2 minutes. You get 2 minutes.
You don't. No, I got as many minutes as I want. You don't gonna put a time on what I'm saying. So
you said just 1 minute.
You don't. Yeah, just be quiet. All right. You don't need to go to a ChatGPT. You don't need pictures. Your observation of the world outside is evidence that the water is flat on its surface. It's evidence.
So why just we have kind of gravity? Why we have this thing of gravity that I had taken in the school, and this thing pulls everything toward the center? Why there is a center if the Earth was flat, not a circle?
That's an explanation that they've given you. They're telling you that there's a center to gravity. How do you know that's true? How do you know it's true?
How do I know that there's a gravity?
No. Listen to the word, sir. I think the problem is too, you weren't listening at school. You're not listening here in this conversation. How do you know there's a center to the gravity effect?
How do I know if there's a center or not?
Yeah.
Because whenever you just what something gets certain high and you do not support it, this something would fall down. That's
great.
A center.
No, it's not a center. You're not showing the center when you do that. You're just seeing an object fall through a medium, which is air. You don't know if there's a center or not. You're not saying there's a center by dropping something, sir.
Because if the Earth was flat, I'm just imagining the gravity.
No, we're not talking. No, stop. We're not talking about if the Earth was flat. You said you're
giving a proofs, and in case that I do not believe you,
brother. We're talking about you. We're talking about you talking about gravity. So you said gravity, and there's a center. Why are they saying this in school? And I'm telling you. How do you verify when you drop something that it's going to the center, as they're told you in school? How do you know that?
They didn't tell me that, to be honest.
Okay, then why did you say it? Are you lying?
How can I figure out a center or not? How can it's kind of something that you have to imagine?
Okay, then. So there's no way to test that because it's only an imagination, as you stated.
It's invisible thing. How can I do that? It's like the sound velocity. We know about that because we've measured that.
Yeah, well, how do you know there's a center to gravity then? That'd be the question. If you measured something, that means you actually tested and verified. But if you didn't measure it, then how do you know there's a center? You don't. It's an imagination.
I just imagine on a flat Earth, if we live on a flat Earth, gravity would...
No, wait a minute.
Let me continue.
There's no imagination. No, there's no imagination, sir. Right now, stop using the word imagination because when you
told me to use this word imagination. You told me that we are wonderful human beings with this imagination ability. So I've got to use that.
When did I even say that? Listen what I'm saying very carefully. Your observations of the world outside show that the Earth is a horizontal plane, right? You can see when you go to the beach that there's a horizon that looks like a flat line across your
complete horizon. Yeah.
Okay, so now we're understanding our observations are always viewing the Earth as a horizontal plane. Looks like a flat Earth when you're looking at it, right? Now the claim is that the Earth is a globe, and in some way you said, "Well, what about gravity?" You started talking about that. And I even showed you how you don't have a demonstration of there being a center to the gravity you think exists. So we're debunking the mystery of the globe right now in real time. So now the next thing for the Earth being a globe, not flat, not yet anyway, we're just talking about how they're showing that they're giving you pictures, they're giving you videos, they're telling you that the Earth is a globe. There's no way that you're going to be able to provide evidence that it actually is a globe. We got to try to take down as much as we can from the Earth being a globe in your mind. And then we can move off to the affirmation that it is what you've been seeing through your whole life.
I'm just wondering how can I know that? Am I gonna dig to the ground to figure out if there's a center or not?
No, we don't need to worry about the center. Because like I said before, how did they figure it out? Because they told you there's a center, right? You said
they told me, and I believe them.
Okay, that's great. But you made a choice to believe them. You didn't have to. You could have said, how do you know, guys? Like, you're telling me there's a center. I want to know how someone figured it out. They can't just tell you, oh, yeah, don't worry about it. It's got a center. No, they have to show you some way that it was figured out that there's a center. So right now, you should be engaging with your critical thinking. You should want to know reasons why you've been told things, and then what the answers to those questions. That should be burning in your mind right now. Why do I believe that? You know, like, ask yourself those things. So moving forward, right? Anything else that you can provide that the Earth is a globe in any way?
To be honest, that's why I'm here, listening to those gentlemen that they are silent.
You have a very thick accent, so it's kind of hard to. Do you understand what he said to you?
Not really. But let me ask you this. Your answer to water being flat was gravity pulls things to the center. And AB has shown that you don't actually know that. If that is the theory or hypothesis or whatever, that gravity forms things into a ball, wouldn't you need to measure that ball to know if that theory was actually correct?
I need to measure it. How can I measure something I cannot see? How can I measure a cinder? I told you before. Should I dig down to
No,
the
I'm not
earth
talking
to
about the
figure
center.
out?
No, I'm not talking about the center anymore.
You're talking
I'm
about the
talking
gravity?
the ball, like the gravity forms a ball because it pulls everything to the center. Okay, that's the claim. Okay, wouldn't you need to verify that with an actual experiment?
I think those.
Wouldn't you need to go out and check and make sure that your theory is right? Don't you need to do something?
They've done many experiments about that.
Okay.
They've been
So here we
elaborating
go.
on that
This
many
is what
times.
we want. We want the many experiments that they've done. Let's hear it.
Let me bring it down to the chat box for you. Because there are going to be a lot of websites that will talk about that. I'm not specialist to talk about that. I'm a nurse. I work as a nurse. You could ask me anything about that.
Thank you for your service. Good. It's a honorable career. Anyway,
I really appreciate that, listening that from a man like you with this nice beard.
Yeah, you check out my eyebrows. So you don't have the information. You're admitting that.
Why should I have the information?
But you think the information.
Why should I have the information?
Okay, hold on, dude. I didn't say you should. I mean, you should because you believe it, but that's neither here nor there. My question to you is this:
should I have evidence for everything I believe?
Why? Hold on, bro. Why do you think there's other people? God, will you let me finish? I don't care about what you know. I want to know this. Yeah, I want to know why you think there's other people. Why are you over talking me? Why are you letting? You're making me regret I freaking complimented you. All right,
I just.
Yeah, settle down, bro. So I just want to know why you think there's other people with the information, not you. Why do you think there's other people out there? This is what I said. This magic science guy fallacy. That you think that there's other people out there somewhere that have done these tests. Why do you think that? Why do you believe that that's the case? Because we've talked to scientists, we've talked to PhDs in physics, we've talked to all sorts of people over the last 10 years, and everybody thinks that there's somebody else with the information, but we can never find the actual person with it. We have a person that works in the space industry, and he doesn't have any information. He always has to go, I'll ask my engineering team, and they'll tell me. This dude is selling satellite products to other businesses, and he doesn't have the information. He doesn't even know if satellites are real.
Could happen. I'm speaking with a tongue of normal, average person. Really, I don't have any information about that. But I've seen many pictures from NASA.
Why do you think somebody else does? You're starting the question. Why do you think somebody else
there? Look at the NASA. Because they went there. The one on the top, on the surface of the moon, they've seen, they've observed the planet that we are all living. And they told that this planet is a circle, it's not a flat.
Okay.
It's a spherical planet. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can tell you a different story. I freaking went through a wardrobe into Narnia, and inside there was a talking lion. So what? I can show you pictures. I'll show you a bunch of bullshit too. Why are you believing them when they say shit like that? How can you verify what they said?
There's
You
only
can't.
one answer
You
to
just
that. Yeah, you
go
can't.
ahead. Dave.
You only can believe what they're saying, and you've chose to believe.
Those guys with many spaceships, they have many scientists to study what's going on outside, and they
Dude.
went there and they've seen the Earth in a real situation. They've seen the Earth. They
Nah,
have seen the
bro.
thing that
That's
we
what
are
they
talking
told
about.
you. They told you that. So it's just like Indio saying, "Hey, I went inside of wardrobe and I went through in a magical land and I've talked to a lion. The lion was
There
talking
are real
to you."
movies talking about
It's the
the
same. It's the same
real
thing.
clips.
There's no way that you could verify the story they told you. You only are taking it on faith that they did whatever they said they were doing.
How about the life scenes? About the life scene that they've got about the Earth?
Yeah, dude, that's another thing.
They're all live.
You've never seen a movie in your life ever. You've never seen something made with production value. Nothing that was made for like on a movie set. You've never seen all the props, or you never seen
You
any of
wouldn't
that
even
stuff.
believe life scene. You wouldn't believe even life
Yeah,
scene.
how could you, brother? What I'm asking is, how could you verify it's actually what they're showing you? How can you verify that?
It's a live scene.
I don't care if it says live, bro. How can that question is, how do you verify the live stream? How do you verify it to be true?
Dude, David Copperfield made the Statue of Liberty disappear live on TV. Come on, dude. That's not an actual argument.
Yeah, you can't verify it is the answer. You cannot. You can just accept it for what they're showing. And it says live on the bottom of the screen, and you're gonna accept it. Well, this must be live because it says live at the bottom right there. Look, see, it says live right there, and you're just accepting that whatever they're showing you is real. I mean, that's all you've ever done, bro. Information you take in, you believe it because it's coming from someone like a teacher or something. And so you're just accepting all the information. You're not even looking into it, investigating how it may or may not be true. Doesn't matter to you. You just take in information, and now you're sitting in here on this call with us.
Because I do not have this why. Why should I do you know that? Why should you do? Maybe you have time for that. You're passionate about that, but I'm not passionate as you.
Well,
that's why I don't have this ability.
I understand. Listen, maybe you want to get money, clothes and hose. I don't know. But in real life, people's choices, they have consequences. Okay, in real life, right now. So if you believe this narrative, listen, let's put it this way: if you believe this narrative that the Earth is a globe and it's in a vacuum of space or whatever, then there's killer asteroids, limited resources, people overpopulating this planet. We're going to travel to Mars to colonize. There's a lot of narratives that are attached to it. Yeah, and your mind believes all of that stuff because you think you live on a ball planet floating around in space. So you're going to believe all this other stuff that they're telling you. So it's the belief that you think that you live on a globe has a consequence of you believing all the other things that are attached to it. And you're not going to question it because you think you live on a planet. And they're showing you videos, and it's got a live little, sign on the bottom. So you're just, oh yeah, well, of course, look, there's a video where it's live streaming, and of course we live on a ball Earth. Like, why are these flat earthers denying that? Like, so we're getting you to engage with your critical thinking, figuring out, how do I know actually that video is real? How do I know that any of the information is real? And then once you take that away, all the other things that are attached to it goes away too.
All right. Everything you've mentioned was, I would say, logically. All right. That was logically, I'd say like that. But anyway, don't you have any picture video that tells that this Earth we're living in is flat?
What are you talking about? Like, okay, I'm going to go back to what we were first describing, and Indio and I were talking about. Is your observation. Okay, a video is something you'd hand somebody.
But I need something to facilitate my understanding about that.
Let me just try to explain this a little bit. A video or a picture is something that's taken as a secondary source. Your observation, you observing the thing, is primary source. If I give you a video or a picture, you could still question that, right? You can still question
second source. there's a live streams, there are live scenes. We may take that as a first source, not as second
No,
one.
listen. No, it's always second. Unless you were there experiencing that thing that you're seeing, it's always second source. It's never first.
Should I
You
be
are
there if I have something? If I have something
Brother,
that I've invented, can go there instead of me and show me the
doesn't.
truth.
It doesn't matter. You're still getting
Oh
it
my
from a
God.
second. It's a second
Oh, what?
source.
Do you watch football? Do you watch football? I watch
don't
football.
care.
I watch
I don't
national
care. I don't
footballs.
care.
But
don't
I care.
bro. I don't
But
care.
I care.
You know why?
I care.
Because anything that you see over the TV or your computer or your phone or whatever, it's going to be second source because they can edit that footage of what when someone says,
do not
hold on,
believe in these next games.
wait. When somebody says a bad word or something, they'll edit that out so you won't hear that bad word. So yeah, it's still secondary source. But if you were there, you would have heard the bad word coming out of that person's mouth. So you are not giving a primary source, you're giving secondary source. And that's always going to be a video or a picture. It's never
Live
primary.
streams are not going to be edited. They are not
Dude,
edited.
They are edited.
Oh my God, bro. You are
Listen,
not
brother.
there.
If you listen, if you go on YouTube right now, you're gonna see something that says it's a live stream. That's actually a recording. Okay, that they say is a recording, but it'll say live on the bottom. It's a live stream to YouTube, but it's a live stream of a recording. The very fact that you can't tell the difference between what's live and what's not live says it all. They could take your soccer game, play it an hour earlier, and then broadcast it afterwards, and put live on it, and yeah, it's live. It's a live recording, right? Having live at the bottom of the screen doesn't tell you nothing, dude. Doesn't tell you anything about the veracity of it. And like AB said, it's not a primary source. If you were there, they can't play the game, and you not know they played the game an hour before. You'll be the only one sitting in the stands.
You make me wonder about everything I have in my life.
Yeah, dude, that's what
It's
I'm
gonna
trying
cost
to
my
tell
brain
you.
a lot.
Well, here's the thing, man. Maybe you've never looked at it in this way. What we want you to do is to engage with at least a skeptical mind and a critical mind. I'm not talking about just accept anything that we tell you, but also examine everything we're saying for yourself. Do some internal critiquing, right? All the things that you think you know.
Even if we gave you a live video of a flat Earth, assuming that that was even possible, right? What are you going to do? Go, oh, this one or that one? How are you going to decide which is the real
From your
video?
perspective. Why that is
Yeah, I
not
know.
possible?
Thanks. This is a hypothetical, though. Even if we had that, well, how is he going to decide which is the real one? Flip the coin?
Why that is
He's going to
not
flip the coin?
Hold
Heads,
on,
heads flat Earth, tails a globe?
Hold on, Lats, you got a hot mic, bro. Okay, thanks, Lats.
Yeah, you got to flip a coin to decide flat Earth or globe. I got two videos: globe Earth, flat Earth. Oh, which video's real? How are you gonna even tell?
What? Well, show me. Just show me. Let me see. Because I've seen a lot of. Listen, why do I have this opinion about Earth is a globe or a sphere? Because I've seen many videos, many pictures. I don't know if they're real or not. I'm going to think about that later after talking with you, gentlemen. But I didn't see once. I didn't. Let me continue. Let me continue. Mr. Allman was a nice white bear. Let me continue. Why didn't you have one picture with a flat Earth?
Because there's no outer space to go. I'll tell you why. Because you can't go to outer space. There is no outer space from which you can take a picture of the Earth from. You understand?
So why did you have many pictures about this hypothesis that the Earth is a circle?
It's still going to be secondary source. You're still going to get us if he presented you with a flat Earth photo or video.
Why didn't you give me a second?
Hold on, bro. Just let me finish. All right. You would still question him, and you're going to be like, dude, you sent me this flat Earth video or photo. But how do I know it's real? You're always going to say that. And so we're never going to satisfy your curiosity unless, guess what? Unless you were there yourself, primary source, unless you were there.
If you want down, make it there. That's from your perspective, point of view, that's the only proof where someone could have.
Yeah, not you. Okay, so really simple, though. If your standard of evidence is pictures and video, there's lots of photos of Santa. So
Let me
Santa
see
Claus real?
one.
You've never seen a
No,
photo
I
of
do
Santa
not
Claus?
believe it. I do not believe in
Why
Santa
not?
Claus.
Why? No, we got pictures. He's real. We have pictures. How can there be so many
But
pictures of Santa Claus?
we're
If he's
not
not real.
we're
How
not
can there be
talking
so
about
many
Santa
pictures,
Claus.
bro? No, we are. We're using the same standard of evidence that you're using. There's lots of pictures of Earth
No,
from
that's not the
space.
same.
Therefore, it is the same thing. It's identical. It's literally
You're thinking
identical.
about hypothetical thing. Our
No,
real
no,
character,
it's real because we have
not
pictures of him.
existing.
No, we have pictures of Santa Claus, dude. He's
You have
real.
a picture for the real one, not a cartoon
We have
picture.
lots of pictures. Yeah, dude, all of them are real ones. All of them.
They're real people, not Santa Claus.
No, they're Santa Claus. You know how you can tell? He's wearing a freaking red suit, and he's got little white buttons, and he's got white fur around the edge, and with a little, sometimes you stand in front of reindeer.
Yeah, you're
Sometimes he's
just
in a sleigh.
describing the character. You're describing a character. I could be you by just wearing a white wear and white smash. I could make it elongated to the down.
Oh, wow.
And I could be you. You
That's
know?
where you're going to go. About Bigfoot.
Yeah.
You understand, dude, that pictures really aren't a good standard of evidence. Even itself,
I have to get
a
it right
picture,
now,
please
guys.
let me finish. Even within itself, a picture makes a claim. For argument's sake, if you gave me a picture from NASA that shows the Earth to be a sphere, that means the surface should be curving. Being as I can't go to space, confirm the image that NASA took, I can only measure the surface of the Earth. And when we measure the surface of the Earth, we don't measure the curvature that the NASA images show. So the way that we validate any image is to measure the claim that it's making. In this instance, the surface of the Earth. When we measure it, it's horizontal, not curving. Don't care what any pictures say. The Earth measures to be what it is.
And a good analogy to this is the same way we can verify that Santa's not real. We go to the North Pole, and Santa's workshop's not there. Okay? There's no elves, there's no Santa's workshop, there's no reindeer. So just like they show a picture of a curved water, we look and say, hey, there's supposed to be curved water. Because of that picture. Let's go look for the curved water. We can't find any.
Is he okay?
And I'll even make a bet, bro. I'll even make a bet. I'll find Santa's workshop before you find curved water.
Oh, yeah.
You gonna take a page out of Phil Bellum's book? Let's put a few bob on it. I didn't even know what that term meant until I had an Aussie guy explain it to me. Like it was either Timbo or T-Dub, one of them.
I don't know what it means. Can you explain it to me?
It's a euphemism, not euphemism, but it's a word for money. So a couple of bob is a few pound or dollars in Australia.
Do Australian have dollars anymore? I don't know.
Why do they call it Bob?
I don't know, man. Why do we call anything anything?
Was there a guy named Bob on the money or something?
Yeah, probably. Well, it's not the same, but it's why we call policemen bobbies, because the guy who came up with the idea of the police was a guy called Robert Peeler. So it used to be called bobbies or peelers back in the day in England.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I'm familiar with the term bobbies.
Yeah.
The reason they're called cops here is because it comes from coppers, because they used to have copper badges.
Ah, okay. I didn't know that one.
think it came out of Chicago. Chicago was the first one to give them like outward like badges.
I think we got all we could out of that conversation.
Did he run away? What happened?
Yeah.
He's just gone silent.
He gone.
Not even a goodbye. How rude.
Come on, Indio, do it for the children. Indio said he's going to set it off up in his piece.
Yeah, I almost snapped on Josh yesterday. He said that shit.
Yeah, because
The children didn't get the snap. Oh my god.
Yeah.
What about the fucking parents?
Well, they're going hungry. It's like, well, isn't that the parents' fault? Like, duh.
Yeah, children are obese too. They might need to go hungry. And he tried to caveat that under 5. 13% of childhood between the ages of 2 and 5 are obese. Yeah, that's fucked up. Dude, I'm looking at all these articles that say prevent childhood obesity. Dude, that shit was never a thing. Ever. There were chubby kids, right? But like they always like thinned out when they got older as soon as they hit like a growth spurt.
Yeah, remember that episode we did with Frontline Unfiltered where the lady she went to the store with like that. She was proud of what she got for $115.
Which one was that? Is that the one that was like bought all that shit?
Yeah, dude. And you got like maybe 3 things on that countertop were actually something healthy.
It was like
And then-
Mentos or something.
And she had like hot Cheeto or Takis. I was like,
Yes.
I made a comment about the Takis. I was like, dude, that one thing alone could like put everything else in the negative. Like, look at the laundry list of all the things in Takis, bro.
Dude, she had some sugar sweet cereal, right? Like that was the healthiest thing on that counter was that freaking bag of cereal. That had like, 10 times more sugar than a human being would eat in a freaking year.
No, and
100 years ago.
I still haven't had the answer to where did all the toxic waste go. I know we said that it was in the food, but like, you know how they used to say, well, we got barrels and barrels, and like companies would get fined for dumping toxic waste. And it was a whole thing in like the late 80s. Was it the late 80s or the early 80s?
Yeah, dude, the late 70s, early 80s. Like they couldn't get rid of all the toxic waste even when they were dumping it in the rivers. Like it was still too much. That's how they kept getting caught, right? That's why everybody complained. Like, yeah, they dumped all this toxic waste in the river, and they have tens of thousands of 54-gallon drums of toxic waste ready to be poured into the river, right? Like it was
So where did it all go? So I'm still asking that because we got multiple years of this like accumulated toxic waste. Like, what are they just storing it in some giant warehouse somewhere? Like, where's it going, bro? Like,
I mean, they're probably just like mixing it into the cement they built shit with. Maybe they're mixing into the concrete. I don't know.
yeah,
That's to go somewhere.
the after effects of that would be after the concrete has the outgassing from the sun hitting it, like everybody's getting like fumigated. We're all good.
Well, I mean, I got maybe they banned the chemicals. I guess someone could say that we don't use the same chemicals in the manufacturing process that we used to use.
Yeah, looking into that stuff, like why people put things into the food and different things that we use, like soaps and all kinds of stuff, like sulfates and all that kind of stuff. Like, I'm always thinking, like, wouldn't the more naturalistic, holistic way to go about it is just to use the pure natural stuff? Wouldn't that be easier to do? Because less ingredients.
Lower profit margin.
Ah. Got so many questions, bro. They can't be settled by Josh coming in here and just giving us a little spiel about how he knows or not know about satellites.
Oh shit! I got some answers.
Awesome.
No, I used the wrong freaking AI model.
I was saying you can't use LLMs, dude, because Josh is going to complain about that too. Nope, sorry. Why? They're
Deep,
faulty. They're giving out
well,
bad
that's a good one.
information.
Deep well injection. Hazardous wastes were injected into deep underground wells. A practice that is much more heavily regulated due to concerns about seismic activity. Export. Less developed countries were recipients of toxic waste from industrial nations due to weaker environmental regulations and lower disposal costs. Incineration, dumping, illegal, unregulated industrial ponds and lagoons, midnight dumping, direct dumping into water bodies. What I asked was, where did all the toxic waste that was produced in the 1970s and 1980s go?
That would have answered you?
Yeah, but I use Nano Banana, which is a fucking picture one, so I gotta try and get I'm gonna use Gemini to get this. It'll give me a different answer.
You've been using 2.5 Pro, right?
Yeah, but I forgot to switch back. I generated an image yesterday and I forgot to switch back over.
You put me onto that, dude. I've been using Google AI Studio to create all the apps that
Yeah, that's what I use.
That's the one.
Yeah, it's way better than ChatGPT.
Yeah, it is.
I think it is.
There's a couple of apps that I'm actually working on right now, but the refinement process is, just to get it the way I imagine it. I'm essentially,
really,
there's like,
the thing with Gemini is the prompt, dude. It's like constructing the right prompt. You know what I mean? To do what you want.
yeah, so far there's 2 apps that I'm working on that apparently aren't on the market at the moment. So I got 2 good, genuine ideas.
Oh, good.
So I'm excited about it. If it actually, both of these actually take off. But the process that I'm having, I might get with you on this though, of how to connect the back end to like once I'm ready to deploy. I don't know, maybe poke your mind about it.
Connect the front end to the back end?
Well, there's a lot of because I think I was using Google Calendar for one of them, and I have to create an account to use their API and all kinds of stuff, like where I have to hook into it. So I had to create an account, and they give you how was it, $300 of tokens or credit or something, and you can use
the API through Google or something.
Yeah, the Google Calendar API, and then it gives you.
I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah,
I bet you there's a freeware one that does the same thing. I wouldn't doubt. What are you trying to? I mean, maybe you don't want to talk about it on here.
Yeah, it's maybe for a private call. I'll let you know. I do want to talk about it.
I'm available, dude.
So, we got like 10 minutes or so. We can come back in after we discuss it. I just want to let you know something about it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we can do it. You want to do it right now?
Yeah, if you have time.
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, give me a
All
sec.
What are you guys up to?
It appears to be sitting here quietly.
Just hanging out. Everybody's doing their own thing. Feel free to start a conversation if you'd like.
Okay, do you guys think Trump is a flat earther? Do you think there's some flat eartherness in him?
Absolutely everybody is a flat earther. Most people just don't know it yet.
I see. Do you think if he went out and said the earth was flat, NASA would kill him?
No. That's like, dude, NASA's mostly a film agency. They're scientific communicators. They're there to present stuff. They're not actually there to tell you the truth. They're there to present data, to break it down, to make it like digestible for the population. Like they don't
Then
send you
who
pictures.
enforces? Who enforces?
Never mind. I was going to tell you how they process images of Earth, like Robert Simmons. But you're asking who enforces that? They do.
Yeah.
The government's always like self-regulatory.
Oh,
There's always a department for that.
I see.
Cryptic, what do you believe you live on?
I believe we live on a planet somewhere in the Milky Way, in the solar system. Yeah.
So do you have proof to give us of this?
No, because I'm not a scientist.
Do you acknowledge it's just a belief, right? Because that's okay if it's just a belief.
Yeah, kind of like it
But
is.
you don't know this to be true,
Yeah,
though.
I don't know. I've never seen it, right? So I don't know. But yeah,
So
I mean,
it's within the realms of a religious belief, essentially.
Yeah, until you know, we go out there and see it for ourselves. If there's anything out there. But I will say this though, if we cannot go to other planets and we're stuck here, that's like very sad, honestly, because the government now has the government.
Do you actually think about these things that you say, though? Sorry to cut you off, but like you guys really romanticize the idea of space colonization. Do you actually think about the reality of it? Because you're probably claiming being stuck here is shit because of all the other people you're around here. Who do you think you're going to be around on other planets?
Nobody, or I can choose who I'm gonna be around. It's like how America was founded. You know, they took in the brilliant people. Then after that, all the shit people came and ruined the country.
And that'll happen all the same somewhere else.
No, I was kidding when I said that. But you know how the government can now like monitor the entire world. They have the tools and the technology. All governments, they like collectively, the
Nigerian government and the Kenyan government.
Well, most governments, I would say, especially the powerful ones like China, America, like the big ones, can technically, using their technology, monitor the entire globe. Like, there's nowhere on Earth you can go to the fucking Amazon rainforest or whatever and live like an indigenous person. You will still be tracked and monitored. And if you aren't tracked and monitored,
you've experienced this, have you?
You will be tracked and monitored.
You've experienced this, have you?
I know it's possible. I know it's
how?
possible.
You read a document or something?
I've been to third world countries and I've been to really rural areas, and and there's still like ways the government.
So this was your rural areas. You're talking about the Amazon specifically.
No, not the Amazon. But I'm saying even if you went.
Sorry, mate. It just seems like you're building lots of stories, and it seems they're going to be wild and fantastic in a minute. I'm going to ask you to prove me you're not going to be able to.
Dude, if you use Google Earth, you
If
can
you use
literally
Google Earth, okay, yeah.
no, but that's civilian technology. If that's what's they're releasing to us, imagine what they have in their own, layers or whatever.
Or like
They
in the
probably
back
have,
cave.
yeah,
Google
yeah.
Earth isn't
Yes.
live data.
I
So
just don't know.
I don't know about you, man, but I truly believe they can monitor the entire planet. Like, there's literally nowhere on Earth. Maybe you can go to the ocean. Maybe you can go to the bottom of the ocean. Maybe they can't track you there. But other than that, I think all land services can be tracked
How
one
do
way
they
or
track
another.
you?
And, like, not literally track your live
Okay, so not
location, but
literally track you. So what do you mean by track you?
yeah, so the entire world lives under a dictatorship, right? And
No,
you
this is
did something.
hypothetical. Imagine the entire world now lives
Okay,
underneath a
fine,
dictatorship.
fine,
I
fine, fine.
want you to prove something that you've said. You've been casting these weird stories. I asked you a simple question, and you're off into other bloody hypotheticals.
Okay, okay. Say
How
you did.
do they track you?
Okay, I'm about to tell you. Say
Please.
Yeah. So, say you broke the law, all right, and you have to evade the authorities, right? You did something really bad, like international level crime type shit, all right, and you're like
I'm
declared
just asking the average everyday person how they track me. You. Not someone
Yeah.
who's
So
just
no,
stabbed someone, dude.
I'm saying if they wanted to track you, I'm saying
Oh,
if they wanted to track you, if they wanted to find you, they can find you anywhere on Earth. They just can. They have the technology to do it. They may not show you, but they can find you
What's
anywhere
the
on Earth if they wanted.
technology? How?
Well, they have satellites all over, orbiting the planet all over the globe. They have missiles that can shoot anywhere. They have Google Earth.
Missiles are
That's what.
tracking me? The
No,
fuck?
not tracking. If they wanted to find you, they can. Sorry for the using the word tracking. Tracking's the wrong word. If they wanted to find you anywhere on Earth, they can. Like, if they wanted to find this particular person, no matter which country you go to evade law enforcement, they will find you and they will kill you.
No one's ever been on the run before. It's crazy.
You can be on the wrong by simply breaking the law on a really really bad law, like, I don't know, you like being declared a war criminal, right? Imagine Hitler existed today. Hitler could not
I've really got to
he could
stop you.
not
What the hell? Where are you going with this, dude?
imagine
Remember where you are
if
in a
you
flat Earth channel.
like
What's your conclusion?
my conclusion is they will track you and they will find you anywhere on Earth. That's my conclusion. And what I'm saying, I'm gonna link this back to space exploration. They can find you anywhere on Earth, and that's why space exploration is important, because there's no more freedom on Earth. All right. If you think you live in a free society, you're wrong. Because the moment you break the law, they will find you anywhere on Earth. Like, it's not like the old days where you can just be exiled from a kingdom and you can like go live in the wilderness. There is no more. There is no more
No,
wilderness
Cryptic,
if they can't track.
Cryptic, I have one question for you. Have you made any progress on subject flat Earth? Have you made any progress on any of the argument?
Yeah. Like, I've been looking into like some of the common arguments globals make, and I've been looking into what you guys sent, but
Do you understand the gas pressure definition argument? Why the astronauts nobody can go into space? Do you understand that?
No, not really.
If you ask Jedi will explain to you.
Dude, I have a chemistry or physics exam. I have both a chemistry and physics exam coming up. I don't want to uh, put all this info in my brain just yet. I need to memorize the indoctrination first. After my exam, I'll go through your materials. It's next week. I need to. I can't take in conflicting information. All right,
It
like
wouldn't be.
not yet.
It's kind of sad that you think that it would be, but we're just going to tell you exactly what they would say about physics. We could probably help you with your exam, but your bias is preventing that. So, okay.
Like going back to my previous argument about how they can track you, in my country, there's this digital ID thing where they literally have all the information about you, and you aren't allowed to do anything without
Hold
signing into
the
this digital
front
ID.
door. What country are you in? Please remind me.
Singapore.
And you've already got digital ID.
Oh, we've had it like for like 2 decades. It's called SingPass.
We've been warning people of that for a long time, and you're living in it, man.
Oh yeah, we've had digital ID, a form of digital ID for like since like the 2000s. I heard it's something new that the UK government wants to add, but yeah, we've had it for a while.
We don't want that. Thank you. We don't want digital
Yeah.
ID.
Yeah, it's not great, but obviously in Singapore we have no choice. So
It's a lovely free country you have.
I mean, I would say the digital ID thing does help in some aspects, like when you're trying to sign into government services, like all the government services are in one app.
10 seconds ago, you were whining about how you can't fucking go anywhere without being tracked.
Yeah,
Now you
exactly.
wanna
I'm
simp
saying, yeah,
for
exactly.
fucking digital ID.
I'm saying the pros and the cons. Like the pros are the services are
There are
easier
no
to
pros.
access. The pros are that okay, I don't know what form of digital ID your government's gonna do, but I've been using digital ID since I was like 10 years old, all right, in this country, and like the government services are easier to access, and when you want to prove your
So the pros are you get to be a little bit more lazy in life.
yeah,
That's
pretty
not
much.
pros.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
That's
That's
just
what
you
the
being
government
lazy.
says. And they also say it's easier to find criminals and remove them from the system, and
Yeah, of course they're
you
going
know,
to say
find
that.
them.
They have to sell it to you.
Yeah, that's what the government says. The government says it's easier to find criminals and bring them to justice if we all use digital ID and we can access the services easier. That's what the government says.
Yeah, it doesn't sell very well when the government comes out and says we want digital ID implemented because we want to track your every movements through the system.
It's
and be in
actually
control of it.
interesting. It's actually interesting that you guys think digital ID is bad because this, I've actually not heard.
Well, no
anyone
technology is inherently bad, right? Yeah.
No. Let me finish my
How
argument.
it's used, right? It's who controls it.
No. Let me finish my argument. Like, I recently heard about digital ID in the UK, and like before I heard of that, I've been using what is digital ID for like 10 years, and I didn't know it was actually like a dictatorship, authoritarian kind of thing until I heard like the UK was putting it as well, and people didn't like it over there because there was absolutely no one that complained here. So we're all like, we don't even know the limits of what the government can or cannot do to us because, we're very trusting.
So is there any kind of evidence of curvature of the earth in that government ID that you're using?
If there was, they probably not put it in there.
Okay. So maybe that's a good little clue to get back onto the topic of the room.
Okay. I mean, you guys weren't talking, so I thought I'd bring that up.
So who's got some proof of curvature of the big spending ball that we supposedly live on? Who's got proof of axial rotation?
You know what, you guys? You know what you guys should do if you really want proof? You shouldn't ask in this thing. What you should do is you should go to one of those Discord space exploration or engineering channels with people working in because I'm in one of those channels. I can send you one of those servers. I can send you the server link. It has like people working in like Lockheed Martin, some people working in NASA, like multiple people with like PhDs.
Yeah, none of them.
Why don't you bring them in here?
Guys have proof anyway.
Yeah.
Either.
Like you guys can,
I bet you, dude. I bet you that if you tried to bring up the conversation about flat Earth, you would get punished on that server.
No. I've seen multiple flat Earth people on here, and they get the flat Earth role, but they're not as like there's not that many of them. But there are some, but they're pretty stupid because they cannot put on a good argument against some of these people. But I think you guys can. I'll send you the link.
Why do you bring one of them in here?
They bring one of them in here. They come in here. We've got Josh in here. What do you think he is, Cryptic?
No, the people in that server don't want to debate flat earthers unless they're confronted because like they're all PhDs and working in like they're all working in like.
We debated PhD already.
Wait, I can't send it. I can't send the link in the.
Yeah, you can't post it.
Yeah, I'll post it in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord place. But which channel should I post it in?
Cryptic, we've spoken to all of these types of people countless times over the years. you know, they don't do any good, right? They get more triggered than most people because they've memorized a bunch of bullshit a lot more, right? And they're more invested in it.
No, but
Right.
some of these guys are engineers. Like they work
It
in
doesn't matter.
Lockheed
We've had a satellite engineer sitting in here half the day today, Josh Ingersoll, right? He's an aerospace engineer. He's useless when it comes, right? We present the long distance observations, right? He can't address it. He said, I can't explain that. I don't know enough about that.
No, I just think it's a little unfair that you guys pick on them one by one. Like there's 10 of you or 20 of you and there's one or two of them. But
We
if you went
don't.
in
We do not. Fucking last conversation was AV and X talking one-on-one. So you're just misrepresenting the situation. Sometimes when things get heated and riled up, yeah, people are jumping in all over the place, but we attempt to maintain one-on-one conversations.
Yeah, it's always one person talking to another person, right? And if it's a different person, then the first person will mute up, right? But we don't need to chase people around. Okay? People chase us around.
all right, but like do you guys want to join the server or not? You want to stay here?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
It's useless. Like we're not trying to go around and there isn't a debate, right? That's what people have a confusion about. There's no debate, right? We've got the evidence. It's been compiled. We've got empirical evidence. We already know for a fact that they don't have any to produce. This is more a matter of getting the information out to people that want to, learn where they live, right? The debate was over long ago. And that's what people need to realize, that there isn't a debate.
I see.
Globers certainly want that there be this perpetual debate because their position doesn't exist in reality. So it only comes into existence so long as people are talking about it or giving it attention in that kind of theoretical way. But yeah, as DJ just said, the debate's been over pretty much as soon as it began. So. And many people have attempted to branch out and go into these types of servers you're describing already. It never ends well for them. The people over there, if they do want to have some form of debate, never take it seriously. They're not held to their points, to their claims. They're not held to where they need to substantiate things, where they need to provide data. And it just becomes a big clusterfuck, and generally the flat earther ends up just getting muted. Because the only way to win against the flat earther is to ignore everything they're saying and just spew nonsense endlessly. Anyway, Cryptic, you're supposed to be attempting to find out how you can know this claim as true for yourself.
Yeah, I am, but
so you don't need to defer to some other person, an engineer or a scientist or whatever. How can you know it's true for yourself with your own two hands?
I don't know, man. I like deferring to authority.
Well, yeah, you've made that very clear.
Honestly speaking, life is much easier when you outsource a lot of the thinking to people who are willing to do it for you. Unless it's related to money, then you do it yourself because that's related to your survival.
You barely scratched life yet. You don't know how much that thinking's going to bite you in the arse very soon. In real ways.
I mean, when you start a business and you hire people, you're kind of outsourcing.
Have you ever started a business?
What?
Have you done this?
Have I started a
From any
business?
place of experience?
No, but when you start a business, I'm pretty sure when you hire people, you have to outsource some of that thinking, right? So that you can go think about other things, right? Like, so the entire like, you know, world works on outsourcing thinking one way or another, so that you have room to think about other things.
Yeah, you always conflate like times where it's unavoidable with blind faith in government and authority structures.
Yeah, well,
And we've been over this. I tell you, in your business example, that you would be vetting the people you'd be putting your trust in. You wouldn't be blindly trusting them.
I mean, you know how aerospace engineers built the planes, right? And I go on planes and they don't crash. So, you're kind of trusting, your life on
Not blindly
their.
trusting, though. You've got decades of successful aviation demonstrated to you.
Yeah, but
If you had decades of failures in aviation and planes falling out of the sky left, right, and center, you wouldn't be so keen to jump on a plane anytime soon.
yeah, I agree with that. But for experience to be, for there to like be successful, a successful history of something working that's designed by engineers, the first thing, the foundation is theory, right? Theoretical stuff eventually that builds onto successful demonstrations. So you guys say theoretical physicists, all they do is just imagine stuff, and like the moon landing was just theoretical and or fake, and all this the gravity and all that is theoretical and all that. But for there to be one day space colonization and all that, and actually put it into practice, you need to first gather a lot of theory, and right now we're still in that phase. Like Elon Musk once said that engineering is the closest thing to magic, and who wouldn't want to be a magician? That's a quote.
You understand that engineering is essentially just trial and error, right?
Yeah, but it's trial and error based on error based on the theory that physicists first came up with, like how Newton first came up with the gravity, right? His Newton's laws of the three laws.
Yeah, but Newton didn't actually invent gravity.
No, he didn't, but he discovered it.
Theorized it.
There was a lot of people.
And he never validated. He never scientifically validated it. So meaningless.
And plus, the idea wasn't even new. There were a ton of people prior to him that said exactly the same thing. He's just the poster child for it. He's the poster boy for gravity. That's mostly because of the church.
Yeah, if Newton was alive, he'd probably be in here with us against gravity.
He said no, but he basically said you'd have to be insane to believe in a kind of mass attracts mass gravitational force between celestial objects. I can find the original quote. He didn't say that exactly, but he pretty much did. You wouldn't.
Newton was a glober.
Yeah, but he's talking about gravity specifically, like the mass attracts mass thing, and he was commenting on how ridiculous it sounds. Like, it does sound fantastical. And he admitted that.
Newton was probably a glober in the same way you were a glober, Matt.
Yeah, he was.
Just keeping appearances. I have a question for you, Cryptic. What do you realistically think could be discovered by colonizing Mars
It's
that
not.
would help
I
us
mean,
here on Earth?
different people have different, goals when it comes to space exploration. But for me, it's about freedom, right? I don't want like. Why do people have to be stuck on whatever our planet is, whether it's a plane or a globe or whatever? Like, why do people have to be stuck here and be beholden to the people, the governments and authorities who control this land? Like, there is no escape. I told you, like, when they control the entire globe, which they do, all they have to do is track the internet, and they already control almost all of the world's communication, right? And they can easily do that. They can easily track you on the internet, and probably in the future with self-driving cars and AI everywhere and live location everywhere, they will probably.
You're totally contradicting your philosophies, right? This is why I think you're just like a rage bait troll at this point. Because
I'm not a
you
troll.
said 5 minutes ago, trusting government makes life so much easier.
Yeah, it does. It does make life
You're
easier.
complaining about it.
No, listen. It does make life easier, but if you wanted freedom, if you wanted the true extent of freedom, like, look, I'm on both sides, all right? I understand why someone will want a free society, and I understand why someone will want to listen to the government. I understand both sides. But if you wanted the true full extent of freedom and wanted to experience the full freedom that a planet has to offer, you'd have to go back like 2,000, 3,000 years, even probably before that, when humans were still in like the Iron Age, and then you could probably experience true freedom, where like there's like no technology to control you, and there's no technocratic government, and the only way you can get that today
This
is
is
go
why
to
I asked
another.
you the question I asked you, because I want you to actually walk me through a realistic scenario of colonizing Mars and what it would bring to somebody's life and back
Okay, so
back on in the lives of people back on Earth.
Okay, say
Actually go through it. Don't give me
Okay.
some fantasy fucking story in your head. Go through the practical nature of it.
Okay, So we got to
So
Mars. All right.
the first
So
I'll start you off. The first colonizers will be living in shitty little claustrophobic domes or something like that, with only a few other people to socialize with, probably for years on end, right? There you go. Go from there.
yeah, so those people will have to first make Mars a self-sustainable colony. That means Mars, whatever resources we can find on Mars, has to be able to sustain Martian colony without resources from Earth. So that's something they will have to develop, and it will take some time. They have to develop the infrastructure. They have to find the resources on Mars. They have to see what resources there are on Mars. There's some resources. There's like I heard there's like methane or whatever, or nitrogen. I'm not a huge expert on this, but what I heard is like SpaceX plans to use the resources on Mars to develop the fuel to go back to Earth. They don't need the fuel from from Mars,
Right.
from Earth,
Okay.
right?
So far, Mars is just an industrial colony. You're going there to work.
Yeah, so it will have to start off from there. So so they will have to industrialize Mars first, which could easily take like 20 years, and that's like minimum, right? If you want to probably like 20 years to industrialize, most likely more. And from there, they need to attract highly skilled immigrants that are from there they need to form a government, right? They need to decide how they will govern their society. Are they going to govern it according to how people do it on Earth? Are they going to have a decentralized government? Are they going to do it in a way where like anyone can do anything as long as you follow certain laws which are written in the Constitution, and then you don't change the Constitution, there's no new laws added? Are they going to do something like that? Or are they going to change the process in which you add laws, like make it much more difficult to add new laws and remove the original laws, right? So they will have to decide how they will govern their society, and that will be the most interesting part, right? But after they get the industrial capacity, after they decide how to govern, then they will have to look to Earth and decide what kind of people they want to bring in. Are we going to bring in more scientists and engineers, or are we going to bring in more idealists, or are we going to bring in more religious people, or more people related?
I'm curious if you've seen the TV show called The Expanse.
I watched like a few episodes of it, but
what ends up happening between Earth and Mars in that universe?
Yeah, so I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched like a few episodes, the first few, but from what I saw in the first few, like Earth and Mars, and there was a lunar colony as well. They're all like separate, and they don't like each other, and they're all self-sustaining.
Yeah,
I think they're
they
all
just become like the most extreme fucking racists towards each other, and are pretty much in a Cold War type scenario permanently.
Yeah, so they all don't like
And all
each
the
other.
Martians are jealous of people that live on Earth because, you know, we can go to the ocean and see a blue sky.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but
And they have a very I would say it's a government that's very like China's government.
yeah, but
It's regimented. It's about efficiency. You know,
the thing that the Expanse doesn't get to is that it assumes humans are just gonna stop at Mars or the moon. Like, I honestly think that like, look, it will take like 200 years, all right, for Mars to any part of Mars to get as advanced as the most advanced places on Earth. Like, it will take a very long time to industrialize and then get the government going, whatever government they want, then bring in a lot of people, and more importantly, the most important part is make Mars a self-sustaining colony, only using resources from Mars.
Right.
That's the most important part. But so it will take like 200 years, right? That's 200
Cryptic,
years.
we get it. We get it.
Oh, wait.
And this
So that's
thought
200
experiment,
years.
right?
That's 200 years of freedom without oppression or without authoritarian,
it's not.
technocratic governments trying to kill you. All right, that's 200 years of freedom. After that, after Mars gets as advanced, the people who want to leave, they can move on to another planet. By then, humanity will be even more advanced. They'll move on to another planet, another planet, another planet. The reason why
Cryptic. Look, you seem to think that the highly skilled, specialized people that would go to, would be recruited for these endeavors somehow have a different human nature than, the less educated, less specialized people here on, in the rest of the population. They don't. They're the same shit, right?
How do you know that?
Well, because we speak to intelligent people and they're fools all the same.
I think that's pretty arrogant. I'm not gonna lie.
It's just experience.
Well,
some of the most intelligent people, IQ-wise, are the most indoctrinated and gullible. They're very good at their jobs, very knowledgeable in their specialty. But when it comes back to authority structures and giving away their power and not questioning things they should be, they're all the same as far as gullibility. Taking the smartest of humanity does not mean you're going to suddenly create a utopia. Because all that's actually happened here on Earth, in reality, is all the smart people got together and realized the only thing they can do with the stupid people is exploit them. And that's why we have the structure we have in Earth, in society. And the only solution to that is that we educate all people on how to think correctly, how to question things, and not give away their power blindly. Because the cycle would just repeat. And that's what we're trying to do in this channel. We're trying to get people to think properly about the information that's being given to them. And not live in fear about going against that information.
So you don't believe that engineers are anything more than the rest of us?
No.
So can you build a Boeing 747 right now?
But that's not what we're discussing.
That's what engineers do.
Discussing their psychology within a society.
You're talking about the psychology of engineers. Well, yeah, I mean, engineers just take in memorized information and they experiment with it until they get it right, which is why I think a lot of this stuff...
These same engineers, what do after a day's work? Go home, they turn on the fucking mainstream media news, they listen to all the bullshit coming out of that, they pick who they want to support in politics, they play all that stupid game, they vote, thinking it'll make any difference. They keep accepting their rights and freedoms being eroded further and further.
Yeah, I get it.
They accept the shitty economic system, the constant inflation. They accept all this stuff. They never rebel against it. They just are what they're supposed to be, good little workers. These little workers specifically are specialized workers. They can do some fancy things that most other workers can't do, but at the end of the day, they're all the same.
Yeah, but what I was gonna say
You keep it like this is a problem most humans have. You think there's a savior out there. You just think there's some demographic that
No,
will
no, what I
solve all
was
these issues. There's not. You're the
no,
savior.
what,
You're the
no, no,
savior.
what I
Every one of us is the savior. You choose to be or you choose not to be.
No, listen, you said human engineers are just like the rest of us, right? They're going to replace human engineers with AI. It's gonna happen, and AI will be able to be 10 times more productive, and they'll be able to build all our stuff because most of the stuff is repetitive, right? And I think at some point AI can
What cryptic? What
uh,
we're talking about? Producing shit here, or are the fundamental psychological issues within society that create, totalitarian regimes and these
no, but
structures?
human engineers won't exist in the next 10, 20 years.
Yeah, I don't care about engineers.
You were talking about the psychology of engineers that affects human society, right?
Yeah, you're just talking about what they do practically, which is not
Yeah,
the
yeah.
point here.
No, but once you
Same for
eliminate
doctors and whatever else. Like, don't care about what they practically do.
no, but once you
Care
eliminate
about how they carry themselves through life when they leave the office, because that's what matters most.
No, but you were talking about how AI engineers. No, you were talking about how
I never brought up
engineers have the
AI.
same. Yeah, you were talking about how human engineers have like messed up psychology, right? And that affects human society. And like actually, they have the same thinking as the rest of us. They go home, they consume all this media, then and they're the same as the
Yeah.
rest of us, right? I get that, but AI engineers aren't, and I think it will be a plus for society.
Why?
Because they won't be indoctrinated. They'll just build shit and we will use it.
Okay, so where does this get us?
I hope you realize that
Uh,
these automated systems are going to carry on the will of the people that created them. And there is a bias with that in their very creation, in their very inception.
Yeah, some AI does have a bias, but I think over like 20 years of development, I hope that bias will reduce.
It's unlikely. Bias were to disappear, you'd have AI saying that yes, your government's
I
very
mean, you
much
won't have
in
one
fact
AI,
act
bro.
against your best interests,
You'll have
and
many
that would
AI.
never be allowed. So
Dude, you'll have many different companies producing all sorts of AI and robotics and stuff. You choose what you want to use.
yeah,
You know?
and what's allowed to be available to the public will be highly regulated and overseen.
Yeah, well, like I said, once again, that brings me back to my previous point. We need to leave the planet. We cannot stay here because I don't want to be regulated. You don't want to be regulated. It
Well, it
affects
doesn't
human
matter
population.
because we're not a planet. There's nowhere to go, so we better sort of shit out here.
Yeah, you're not, dude.
I just want a
You're
quick
not.
question. Why is it that your answer is to run away?
Why do I? Because there's no way to defeat them, bro. You are a peasant slave caste, all right? Like they've taken away all your power. You can't do anything about it. Even if you're a billionaire, you
Oh, you
cannot
give
do
them
anything.
far too much credit, Cryptic. They are terrified
No,
of the
they're not.
population coming together, even in the
They
smallest
were.
amounts.
You think this
You
is
have
what?
no
Like,
idea how easy it is to fucking just tie up the system you think is also powerful.
dude, do you think this is like 17th century France or whatever, where like they can do the French Revolution and take over the king and the queen and put up their own shit all of a sudden overnight? This is not like that. The drones that will destroy you, when you're running around trying to take over the government or whatever, the drones that will destroy you, you won't even see them kill you. All right.
Well,
they
if
have
it's
a lot
going
of
to that point anyway, it doesn't matter because that's a crazy organization that's bent on genocide, right?
And I'm a pretty religious person as well. And I think most Abrahamic religions talk about the end times and how, technocratic governments will force a lot of humans into servitude and all that. Like, if you believe in some of this stuff, like, you can see it happening around you as well, how that might be a real possibility, how like technocratic governments in the future can force you to do all this stuff. Like, it's either you leave or you die. There's no other way. Like, it's how Europeans left
You're gonna
for the
die anywhere you go, Cryptic. Nobody gets out of here alive.
dude. Yeah, it's like how the Europeans, they left for the New World, right? They could have stayed and fought, right? Why did they leave for America? Why do you think they left for America instead of fixing their own shit at home? Why do you think there's so many immigrants from like third world countries that go to first world countries when they could just stay at home and fix their shit?
No, the people that went to colonize the Americas didn't leave because there was a war at home. There was probably some situations that they didn't like, which is fair because that's just standard to life. You're not going to like everything that's going on. And they are of the exploratory mind,
No, but those
they
were the very first. Those were the very first ones. I'm talking about the ones that came in the 1800s. The Italians, the Jews, the Irish, all of them. They left because they couldn't. They wanted to live in a new society that that wasn't a dictatorship. Most of Europe, most of the
That's
world
fine.
was a dictatorship.
It's fine if you want to go with that, right? But say we're at the point now where that's no longer a potential. I mean, the possibility of more land still exists within the flat Earth paradigm. Speculation, of course, but it's there. So it might not be a complete impossibility. There's still more to go and colonize. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, there's nothing left, right? What we've got, what we see is what we got. So that ain't happening anymore.
Yeah, see, this is
You better fix
like,
what you've got, or we're screwed either way. So
yeah. So this is the part where I get quite irritated, you could say, because I honestly don't care whether the earth is flat or a globe or whatever. The moment when flat earthers say there's nothing out there, that's what pisses me off. I really don't care what shape the earth is, right? Because you better hope there's stuff out there. You better hope there's stuff out there, or else you're dead. Like, you can't fight if something really bad happens, all right? You better hope there's stuff out there.
You a little claustrophobic? There's nowhere else to go?
Yeah, I am claustrophobic, and you better be too, because there's a lot of technocratic governments who want to. Well, especially if you live in like a first world industrialized country, you better feel claustrophobic, man. And I live on a tiny island where there's literally nowhere to go, bro. It's technology everywhere. You can't escape.
yeah,
Like,
see,
they will
the
track
people
you
selling
everywhere.
you the fucking globe nonsense are banking on your cowardice. No, forget the globe and flat for now. People selling you all these authoritarian governmental structures are banking on your cowardice, right?
Yeah, well,
The reason all this shit exists is exactly because of this, because you'd rather run the fuck away than stand up and face it in some manner.
there is no way to face it, bro. They have digital ID, they have guns, they have drones, they have freaking space nukes. They could end the entire world if they lost. They could be like, all right, we're done with this shit. We're gonna suicide. Let's just hit the suicide button and nuke the entire world. Like, they would rather die than give up.
Have you ever heard it said it's better to die standing on your feet than on your knees?
I'd rather not die. How about that? I'd rather
Well,
not
too
human
fucking bad. You got
society.
no choice in that one. You're gonna die.
And it's not just me. Like these guys will literally eliminate human society if it means they would be out of power. Like they would rather live in a world where there were no humans than a world where they aren't in power. Some of
They
them think that
can't
way.
live in such a world. Who do you think allows them all their comforts in their existence?
Dude, if you ever think about changing the system, they will hit the nuke button and we will all die. All right.
So, Cryptic, let's clarify that a little bit here. And let's expose some cognitive dissonance here. So, why do you think that you could go to some other planet when you first have to be licensed by the very people that you want to escape, who are the ones that have to provide the navigation, they have to provide the ship, they have to provide everything for you according to their law, or they will hit the nuke button if you try something different. So,
no, they will hit the nuke
why
button.
are you
when
talking out both sides of your mouth at the same time?
Okay, so let me clear some misconceptions here. I said they will hit the nuke button if there was mass uprising against the government, not people going to space, all right? That's what I meant. Second, they cannot do shit the moment you leave low Earth orbit, all right?
Okay, so
If
you
can
think,
find a way,
they're going to let you leave low Earth orbit in a vessel of your own choosing without shooting you down and letting you go to somewhere else to reject the very law and order that they've dictated that you must live under. And so you actually think that?
Yeah, I think I wait. Can you repeat that question again?
And so the question is, under current space law, you have to have their permission, their vessels, their authorization to leave to get to what you think of as low Earth orbit. And you think that they're just going to let you go because they're all of a sudden they're just nice people that are going to let you go and live your own way somewhere else. Or more likely, what's going to happen is they're going to beat you there. They're going to implement the law of their choosing, which they've already chosen, and make you live under that. So but you think you somehow magically can escape that when the alternative is that if there's mass uprising, they're just going to hit the nuke button. So you think they're going to let some people escape out of the goodness of their heart, but then if others try to, then they'll hit the nuke button. So
the nuke button, I don't think, dude, I don't think they will hit the nuke button for people leaving. They will hit the nuke button when people are going
to. They will shoot your craft down because you're in unpermitted space, unpermitted territory.
No, but they won't sacrifice all of humanity because you escaped Earth. What they will do, they will only
they'll
hit
just
the
shoot you down before you get to what you think of as low Earth orbit.
Listen, dude, stop interrupting me and let me answer your question, all right? They will only hit the nuke button when there's mass uprising against the government to change the system on Earth, all right? And second, how do you think they will actually shoot you down once you leave low Earth orbit? Like, none of our missiles, none of our technology, we can't do interplanetary war, all right? We're not that advanced yet. We can send rockets to space, but once you leave low Earth orbit, no one can shoot you down. Our missiles, our nukes, nothing can extend to that kind of range. All right.
Well, the problem is you're not going to be able to get there first off, because if you theoretically could, there is no such thing as low Earth orbit. But if there were, they would arrest you. They would blow your ship up before you ever got there. You'd be taking off, and they'd have a aircraft come just knock you out of the sky. Then bam, you're done.
Look, I do think Earth is big enough where you will be able to build this ship and leave before they catch you, but it is not big enough for you to permanently live in some rural area without them eventually finding you. If you're actually trapped on Earth, I do think Earth is big enough such that you can escape Earth by building a rocket and going to outer space. Like you can build a spaceport in like some uninhabited place and just lay low
The
for a
AI
few years.
that monitors those satellites is going to find that. So you think you're going to be able to go to some remote place of the world? You're going to be able to get all sorts of spacecraft parts shipped to you there. You're going to be able to build some sort of spaceport, and the AI that runs their intelligence systems and their satellite monitoring is never going to find you.
We'll have our own AI. If we're smart enough to build the spacecraft and all that, we'll have our own AI, and we'll have our own band of engineers and
Okay,
stuff
you must
to.
be trolling, man. You're a troll,
No, I'm
all
not
right?
trolling.
You're troll.
No, I'm genuinely not
trolling.
trolling. Like I do think this is possible, and I think you guys should seriously consider this. I'm not trolling at all. Like our governments are becoming increasingly technocratic, and the only escape is to leave. You cannot fight them. That it's just not possible.
You say that, but yet you say they're technocratic, and then you say that the only way you can fight them is to leave them, but somehow you think that they're just going to let you leave. Makes no sense to me.
Oh, they won't let you leave, but I do think you can. I do think leaving, has a higher probability of happening than you staying in some remote part of the earth and just hiding and just hoping they won't find you for breaking their laws in the future that are going to be like authoritarian and all that. Because you'll be stuck here. That's the difference. One is you're trying to escape, and the other is you're just stuck here and you're trying to hide. At some point, they will find you if you try to hide.
There's a third
because
option.
They're all powerful. But I do think if you work fast enough, you can leave.
So I'm going to tell you your best option. Your best option is to go over to that other server you were talking about a little bit ago, and go there and talk with those engineers and Boeing people or whoever else you said was over there, and head over there and have a good time dreaming about this with them.
I've talked about this with them. They say that they say that such a scenario is technically possible. Like people can live on, like they can see why, like they say it's technically possible to colonize other planets and set up shop there and all that. But what they disagree with is that such a societal scenario where like the entire world is run by technocratic governments and you have to leave, they don't agree with that, but they say the technology
go over there now and talk to them some more about this. Maybe they would love to hear more about all this, because we're here to talk about the shape of the earth, not really talk about dreams of maybe you could read a little Robert Heinlein, The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. Maybe that'll kind of, keep you a little interested in the topic. But anybody have any proof of the curvature of the earth? Anybody have anything to bring us back to the real topic? Somebody's got to have something here that can get us back on to where we're supposed to be. This waking up not feeling well today, the last thing I wanted to hear is some kid's imagination going wild. Shinro, I see you kind of flashing there. Did you have something to add in? Good morning.
Oh, well, good evening from my country.
Yeah, good evening. Welcome aboard.
Thanks. Guys, I'm not sure what you were talking about because I just sent it. So if you would just drive me into your discussion, I would be really glad.
Well, the topic of the room is the name of the room. So, do you have something on that topic to start us with?
Well, not really. I could tell that. Not necessarily. I guess I have lack of information about the Earth itself, but how can I express myself? I'm mostly here for an advice rather than discussion or questioning and arguing, especially. I'm here for an advice.
Okay, well, no, very good. So, do you believe that the Earth we live on is a big sphere?
Well, as you may all know, it's a common, what do you call it, misconception that, yeah, I guess you call it misconception that we live on a flat Earth, on a global Earth, not on a flat one. I'm not really sure, recently, but I would really stick to the global Earth concept rather than a flat one. Yeah, let me explain you then why. Because I remember last time I talked to someone, he said, like, how can you imagine, how can't you feel the spinning of the Earth? Like, even when you are on the car, you can feel the speed. Well, yeah, and I've been thinking about it for a couple of days. Like, yeah, that's a really good point. Like, if the concept of the Earth is like there is a spinning globe in the space that's been spinning all its time, like, how can't we feel it? And then I was in the metro once where we accelerated and the next stop we decelerated, and I understood that we don't really feel the speed, we just feel the change. So imagine a guy who's been not blind, but yeah, imagine a guy who was born on a boat. So he gets used to that, what do you call it, the swing, like the, what do you call it, like the pirates. So they get used to the storms, to the wavings, and that it's not really steady. So imagine a baby who was born on the boat and his whole life he lived there, and then you grab him and get him onto the soil where everything is steady. So he will be really confused because all his life he was living in a boat that was moving. So I thought to myself, what if the Earth was spinning, and since we were born in the Earth, we didn't really, it was natural for us, so we didn't really feel it as something unusual. So imagine if Earth stops for a second, then we will pretty surely feel the speed because we will be smashed onto the wall. What do you think about it?
Let me ask you this, my friend. You said something very concerning. You said you were on a train and you didn't feel the train moving. Did I catch that right?
Let me correct you here. I said that I didn't feel the train moving in the, what do you call it, like in the middle of the ride.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when's the last time you've been to a doctor? You may need to go talk about your vestibular system.
No, mister, I can continue that I did feel when it stopped and when it moved.
No. That's, when you say, if you can't feel the train as it's moving, that means you have an issue, very likely means you have an issue with your vestibular system and really should go see a doctor.
I will consider it, but yeah, what do you call it? I'm sorry for my English. I'm really
you're
sorry.
Fine.
I mean, I didn't feel it by the point that I got used to it. Not used to it, but when the train accelerates and you're being pushed on the seat, and then eventually you get used to it, like you just feel okay under the same condition. That's what I wanted to say.
So your body, right? So your body has a vestibular system that picks up even the slightest movements, the slightest vibrations.
Yeah.
So, having said that, you having said that, you can feel even the slightest movement in any kind of vessel, anything like that, the very moment that you start all the way through to the end. Now, if you're focused on other things and you kind of let it go, as far as your attention goes, that's obviously something different. But if you truly didn't feel it going, and I'm not talking about the portion of acceleration and deceleration, my point is if you couldn't feel it even in the middle, that means one of two things. One is you got distracted by something else, which is possible. So you weren't necessarily fully processing the feeling. Or number two, there's a vestibular system issue, which could be pretty bad. I have some family members who do have those issues. So they're pretty bad. Having said all that, my friend, I don't know if saying that you can feel the earth moving or not would be the strongest of arguments. Having said that, but what I can tell you is, or better yet, what I can ask you is this, is when in human history are you, according to what you know, so do you know at a time, at any point in history, when any singular person has measured the axial rotation of the Earth? That's truly the more important question.
Yeah, I guess we have no answer for that, but I think we went a little bit off topic from the feeling of the speed to calculating the speed and the rotation.
Well, yeah, the point I'm getting at is it's a couple points. One is that, and I don't sincerely think that you have a issue or not. I don't know. My point is I have family members who genuinely do have vestibular issues. So, having said that, my point is what we feel or what we don't feel can be influenced by lots of factors. So just because you don't feel it, or doesn't mean you're not actually cognizant of it, doesn't mean you're not actually not processing it. So my point to you, my friend, is that we have to go by objectivity, and that's where we get to the point of, if nobody has measured it in the course of history, then you can kind of say, on secondary, well, I have no effects from it. And then kind of third factor is that, though I don't have the diagram to give you the second, I'm sure somebody else does, but as a object is bouncing listlessly through space, spinning round and round, moving in about 6 different directions all at the same time, you would feel some of those vector changes. There's no way that you wouldn't at some point. Now, would people not notice it like people don't notice earthquakes, other things else? Yes, possibly. So that brings us all back to objectivity. So my question, my friend, is do you know, has anyone in all recorded history, to your knowledge, it's not a test, it's just a conversation, it's not...
Yeah, let me cut you down, so it's gonna be no. Like, don't bother yourself by saying, I got what you meant. Yeah, not really. No one did it, I guess. Yeah. But you mentioned about the earthquakes, and I think that you're not a doctor, aren't you?
I'm sorry?
I mean, you aren't a doctor, are you?
Maybe. We don't, typically those of us that are on here don't typically, dox our careers and dox our families and things of that nature.
I'm a professor of triangles. Yeah, so you can call me a PhD.
Yeah, well, you remember you said that I may not feel and my cognitive system. I got really worried about
vestibular
it.
system.
Vestibular system, but I may assure you clearly that I did feel the earthquake a couple of weeks ago. Like I woke up at 2 o'clock of the night.
And no one's denying earthquakes, dude, right? If you want to claim the Earth is in motion at 1.5 million miles per hour or more in all these different vectors, then you're going to need some evidence for such a crazy claim. Otherwise, you already agreed we don't feel any motion of the Earth. Okay, so as far as we can tell, the Earth is stationary until proven otherwise.
Yeah, I see it.
There just so happens to be no evidence that it's actually in motion at all these speeds and vectors that they claim.
Yeah.
Right? There's also no measurable Earth curvature.
Well, I don't know what it means, but whatever.
Well, there's no measurable Earth curvature. So the curvature that would have to be there for the Earth to be a globe has never been detected or verified or validated. Okay, the surface of the water over large distances does not curve flat.
But is it supposed to?
Yeah, it's supposed to.
Can you prove it? Can you prove
It's
that
a ball. When you look at it, a globe on your teacher's desk, isn't the water curved around the ball?
I see a paper on it.
Yeah, so if the Earth were a globe, then the water would have to curve. Okay, so when you look at a desktop globe or a picture that NASA gives you of the globe, right, a cartoon picture of the globe that they give us, all the water's curving. So if you have a globe, you need to have gravity, and then everything would be pulled towards the center, and then you would have curving water, and 70% of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. So yeah, it would have to.
Well, I don't believe
right?
in
That's the
gravity.
claim.
I'm sorry. I don't believe in
Well,
gravity.
you can't have a
like you
globe
said.
without gravity, then, can you? It's impossible.
Globe.
Yeah,
And I
globe.
never said about gravity. I had nothing.
Okay, well, you
about
can't have a
gravity.
globe then. Can't have a globe without gravity.
Can you prove that we cannot have a globe without gravity?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yes. So there could be a globe without gravity.
No, you would have to have. Okay, so this is the claim, right? There's a globe and there's gravity. I don't care what you think, right? The mainstream claim is that there's a globe with gravity, right? And then there's water stuck to the outside of the globe, covering 70% of the surface, right? The oceans and whatnot. Okay, so you can't have a globe without curving water that's covered in 70% water. It's not possible. So I don't care what your like dumbass opinion is about that. What you believe. I don't care what you believe in. This channel's not about your personal beliefs. Right? This is the mainstream claim. And there's no evidence to back it up. So if you want to have a globe, right? If you've got some crazy claim that you can have a globe without gravity, right? You've got even more problems than the globers have to solve.
But earlier you said that you can prove that there could be a globe without gravity, and now you twisted and spinned your words.
Yeah. What do you mean? You need to prove that gravity exists in the first place. Right? What gravity? Can you even define gravity? What do you even think gravity is?
But you started the topic of gravity. You said that.
No. I'm saying I didn't start it. It's not my idea. It's not my claim. Right? The globe Earthers claim that we have gravity, and that's what keeps all the water stuck to the outside of the big spinning space ball.
No, I mean like
it's not my
in
claim.
this conversation, you wrote gravity, not me. And
No.
also,
I don't think.
Right.
I think gravity is bullshit. Right?
Yeah, that doesn't sound right. We don't bring up gravity, dude.
No, like I wasn't talking about gravity. Like he started talking about gravity.
Well, then you don't think the Earth's a globe.
Well, who cares about what I think? You said
Not
that
me.
no one cares.
I
about
told you
my
I don't
opinion.
care what you think.
So you
I already told you that.
And literally right now you ask me what I think.
Yeah, but I don't have to care about it.
Then why would you ask it?
Well, do you think the Earth's a globe or not? See, you've screwed yourself into this position now. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna fight back. I'm not gonna.
Well, how?
accept.
Do you think the Earth's a globe or not?
Well, I still consider it not, because all you have is proof that Earth is globe. That's it. Like that's your main claim.
No, I don't think the Earth's a globe. That's ridiculous.
So you see, so you say that proof that it's a globe. So you have.
I asked you, do you think it's a globe, right? Do you think the Earth is a globe or not?
So now let me open your eyes on this so clearly. Well, your main thing about like a flat Earth is about the globe Earth is that you cannot prove that Earth is global.
I don't think the Earth. Yeah, of course it's not a globe. That's why. Of course you can't prove it. It doesn't exist.
You see? So all you do is you ask for proofs that Earth is globe. Do you get?
Well, no, I already know there isn't any. Right?
No. So you challenge whoever comes here by, can you prove that Earth is globe?
Do you even think it's a globe? I mean, I'm just asking you. Do you think the Earth's a globe or not? You can't even answer that question. It's kind of useless talking to you because you don't even know if you think the Earth's a globe or anything.
Well, when you say "do you think" and then you ask for proofs, so can we?
No, I didn't ask you for proof. We haven't got past the first question yet.
Well, let's go and pass it.
Do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
You do think the Earth's a globe?
Yeah.
Why?
So you see, now you ask for proofs, as I mentioned.
No, I asked you why you think it's a globe.
So you ask for reasons.
Yes.
Yes, he wants to know for reasons. Do you think that because you came up with it on your own? Do you think that because you taught that in school? Why do you think you live on a globe? That's not asking for proof.
But when you give reasons, you will eventually ask for proofs. Like you cannot just give reason with no evidence. It's not based on science or any evidence again.
Well, you're not going to do very well at proving your globe, are you? You're not going to do very well in this conversation.
Well, you do realize it that I came here just to prove that you ask for proofs.
Oh, there you go. Well, there you go. Wow, amazing success.
So you see, so you do accept.
You've reached your goal. Now what?
Dude, if you
I'm here to present. I'm here to present evidence that it's not a globe as well. Right?
So
I'm just asking you if first I would like to determine if you think it's a globe or not, which you were hesitant to say. Now you're saying you think it's a globe. I'm asking you if you have any evidence, for that claim.
Anti-globalist. Isn't that evidence when he doesn't have evidence of a globe? Isn't that evidence that the Earth is just flat because he can't tell you that it's a globe? He just came up with that idea on his own. It was magical.
Yeah, he's doing whatever he can to avoid having to provide any evidence. He mustn't have any. It's great evidence that it's not a globe, right? If no one has any evidence it is a globe.
Yeah, that's it. That's the proof. I don't need any. I don't have to prove anything else. If I say, prove you live on a globe, and you say, I can't, then you live on a flat Earth. That's the end of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Congratulations, everybody.
Yo, what's up?
Got him.
Not really. As I mentioned before, I'm not gonna just accept the fact that Earth is flat with no evidence.
Just like you accept that the Earth is a globe with no evidence?
Well, you claim to tell the truth, that you are based on facts, and you are telling, like, let's say you are sure that Earth isn't a globe, that it's flat.
100% sure. Yeah, 100% sure.
100% sure that Earth is
I'll
a
bet
flat
all of my
surface.
houses and my cars on it.
Yeah, well, how would you accept people to believe you with no evidence? If you have
You
them,
are
then
the
give me,
evidence. You
please.
are the evidence the earth is flat because you can't prove you live on a ball. So that's proof the earth is flat.
Actually, can prove it.
What?
Have you searched it from YouTube or anything? They have a scientific way to prove that the Earth is sphere.
Well, you see, to prove that Earth is a globe, it's gonna take what they call multiple steps, and I don't really want to go into there. I would really like to know why you think that Earth is flat and give your reasons and scientifically based ones, not just because you cannot prove that Earth isn't.
All right, I'll tell you why with scientific proof. Here's why Earth is flat with scientific proof. You can't prove you live on a ball. There you go.
Very nice proof, man.
Well, that
Fuck NASA, man. We can't prove it. Fuck NASA.
No,
I can.
really,
I can.
that's
Fuck SpaceX, man. We can't prove it.
Wait a second, that sounds ridiculous. Like, imagine if globals would say you cannot prove that Earth is flat, so Earth is a globe. Like that.
Yeah, we can. That's the problem. We have pictures that the earth is flat, and we have measurements that the earth is flat. We have documents from the government that says the earth is flat. None of them say the earth is a ball.
Yeah, we can back up everything we say, right? We don't need to make, like, we all experience the earth is flat, including you, right? When we go to a large lake, a large body of water, the ocean, right? We see a flat horizon, a horizontal horizon, and flat water. Okay? We don't need to really prove that, but we have gone out to check and validated that, yeah, it is actually not curving over distance. But you've never seen the curvature of the earth. You don't need to prove that it's flat, right? That's what you experience every single day of your life.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Seeing something being flat. Yeah. By the way,
no, that's a starting point. Yeah, so that's a starting point, isn't it? Right? So you experience the earth as flat. You don't experience that as a globe. But if you want to claim it's something other than you experience, then you might want to go test it. Right? We've gone out to check that it's not a globe. Have you done that? I bet you've never done that. I bet you don't know anyone throughout all of history who validated that it is a globe. You just blindly believe it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
But here is what makes sense more. Like, something I don't really understand. Like, I've known Professor Triangle, like, he's been here for a while. I would say more than a year, maybe. Because I'm not sure. Maybe much more.
We haven't even had this channel here for a year, dude.
Nah, you did, because I was here.
No, we didn't.
Oh, really?
No, really?
Then was it? I'm sure that you've been here in January and June. No, February, March. June, yeah. June and July, you were here, weren't you? Like, approximately.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't keep track.
Yeah, because I do remember that I was here in January and June. I've got my
what's your question
notes
for Professor Triangle?
Yeah, well, so you've been here for a long time, and I don't really see you stressing and being mad. Like, what's the point of being mad on someone stupid? Like, why can't you just chill and be relaxed and have a conversation?
We are chill and relaxed.
I wouldn't say so. I feel like anger. I don't know.
No. It's just we get annoyed, like, sometimes when people just are just stupid and annoying. It's kind of annoying.
That's the point. Why would you? Like, if he's stupid and you know that he's stupid and you're much smarter and you have the truth.
I'm talking about you.
Yeah, I do realize. So why would you get mad?
Some people are annoying. Why do you get annoyed at annoying people? Wow.
Not really. I would say I consider them as weak people, and I wouldn't actually care about them. Like, what makes you so humble? Why would you like to tell people that Earth is flat?
Because it's the truth, right? And humanity is in a pretty shocking state where they just blindly believe anything they get told. It's kind of dangerous. Bunch of sheep.
Yeah, that's the point. Like, at school, when I have my stupid classmates that ask me to help them on the exam, I never do it. I never try to convince them to study. I know that they're shit and that I have no time spending on them. Like, why would you? Like, what drives you?
Well, this is the thing. Most people that believe it's a globe, they don't even know anything about the globe. They just blindly believe it, but they think they know. They come in here with this arrogance, right? And they pretend they know things they have no idea what they're talking about because they've never even looked into it. They don't even know how big it is. They don't even know which way it spins or anything like that, right? They don't know anything, but they come in all cocky and arrogant, like as if they know what they're talking about, but they actually don't.
Yeah, I see the point. However, I still have a question. Like, there are multiple of them, so I cannot prove that there is gravity, and no one can, because maybe it doesn't even exist. Then what makes objects fall down? Like, what is it?
Same thing that makes them fall up.
Pardon me?
The same reason why things go up.
Yeah, it may be stupid or it's something in English, something special, because I don't really get your answer. Like,
Do you ever see anything go up?
let's say birds when they
How
fly.
how about helium balloons? Do they go up?
Yeah.
That's the same reason why things go down. Density.
You know, I really like to ask the question why and go really in depth. So, why is it that dense objects go down and less dense objects go up? Like, what determines it? Like,
That's the way this place was made.
but that's not really an answer, I guess. Then who made
Yes, it is. It's the same as you guys saying, well, the Big Bang and then dinosaurs because fish frogs. Same shit.
Yeah, I never believed it, so I don't see. So, like, come on, no one really believes in that. So again, the question was then, if you say the same thing that it's here, then like, who made it or why was it made?
Oh,
You see, then
yeah.
the question goes.
The Earth was created by a creator, somebody who created it.
So you think that it was created by someone?
Yep.
No, really.
Absolutely. Has to be. You can't have this place otherwise. Has to be created by somebody.
Are you sure?
100% sure. Cakes don't bake themselves. Cars don't make themselves. Nothing makes themselves.
Then the question rises like, where is he now or what is he doing? Why can't we see him? So you see more questions arise when you start
I don't
questioning.
know. I don't know.
So you would just blindly believe it that there was someone.
No,
who
it
created
has to be true. It's not a belief. Things don't make themselves.
So you said it has to be. Am I
Yes,
right?
we have air pressure. We breathe air pressure. It has to be contained in order to have 14.7 psi at sea level, a constant volume of air pressure. That means if it's a constant volume, that means it's a fixed volume. If it's a fixed volume, that means somebody made it. It didn't just appear out of nowhere.
Well, you see, you said it has to be. My question wasn't like why. My question is, it has to be. So it's a belief, isn't it?
No.
Why?
You can't do it
Because
any
it
other
has to.
way. It's a fact you can't make things without a person making them, a creator. It's a fact. Things just don't create themselves. I can't wish for a bird bath in my backyard unless somebody makes it and puts it back there. I can't wish for a cake on my table unless my wife bakes a cake. Things just don't make themselves. You just don't go, I want a cake, and you wait around for flour to be created and eggs to fall into the right spot, and everything just happens to fall, and sugar cane grows on it and everything else, and then all of a sudden you got a cake. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, well, you see, so you made an observation that things cannot be made, and that there has to be someone who created Earth, and that it's flat, and everything was created by someone. Because you observed that everything has to be done by someone. So based on this observation, we can say that you have no evidence. Again, it's just some sort of repeating
Air pressure.
actions that you
Air
got.
pressure. Air pressure is the evidence of a container, which is the evidence that it was created by something, someone, some
Yeah, well,
entity.
it was created, so you saw that. Well, you observed. You have the brain to notice that stuff just don't happen. Someone does it. So your keyboard wasn't just created. It was like constructed by engineers. Your laptop, your light, your bulb, everything was constructed and made by someone. So you observed the dish.
There you go. So now you're on our side. Now you know what it's all about.
You see, yeah, exactly.
There you go. So you know flat Earth had to be created.
You observed it, but it was just a repeating action that happened.
We measured it, and we use it as if it was flat and stationary. We use it that way. We measure it that way. We navigate it with it being flat and stationary. It's never a ball for any purpose ever.
But there are no we. Like who do you say we? Like who are we? Like is there someone who you can trust? Did you check the calculations yourself?
Yeah, I checked them myself. Did it myself.
May I have a look at them? May I have a look at them?
I'm on my phone. No, because I'm on my phone. I'm not at my computer.
I see. But if we did it, yeah, as you said, like someone else should have here, like maybe
there's
someone has
probably 1,000 people that can post shit in here right now. But they're not all here right now. So whoever's in here, I'm sure they can post all kinds of stuff for you. What do you want to see?
Yep. I would like to see the most scientifically based calculation that you had that might
What's
someone
a scientifically based calculation?
Well, as you said, you have calculated it, haven't you?
No, what is a scientifically based calculation? What is it?
Well, in my terms, it means that you didn't just make up numbers, but you really kind of calculated them, like you didn't write
So
6 plus 7
calculating things means you're not making them up. If you just calculate things out of thin air, that means it's real.
Well, if I would have a look at your calculations, I would.
No, you need to measure things. Calculations aren't going to help you. You have to measure. Take a laser, shoot it over water. If the Earth's not curving down away from the laser, then the Earth is flat. That's the end.
So that's how you calculated it.
That's not a calculation.
That's how you got the numbers.
That is not a calculation. That's a measurement.
So that's how you got the measurements.
That's right.
So it means you do have a laser.
I have a laser. A lot of people have them. I got a P900 camera. I sold a bunch of my stuff recently because I don't need it anymore. Got rid of my Sky Tracker. So I just have my camera and my laser left now. I got a vacuum chamber to prove gravity doesn't hold water down, but I use it for other things now.
Was it Canon? Your camera?
Nikon P900.
Yeah.
It's the official globe killer. And when it came out, it was named that. And then they got the Big Brother, the 1000 and the 1050. There's other ones that are even better than that one.
Yeah. Well, I see. So you don't calculate it, you just got the measurements.
Yeah, what are you going to calculate?
I don't know. You said that you have calculated everything.
No, I didn't say we calculated anything.
Yes, you did. You didn't say that you measured. You said everything was calculated.
No, you said that. I said we use it. It's measured as flat. We use it as flat. Where do you hear calculate in there? Where do you hear calculate in that?
Well, I mean, 10 minutes ago you said it. I'm sure.
I'm 100% sure.
Well, are you gaslighting me right now?
So
that I am dumb? Or
I'm not sure if you own a house or anything, but if you got a little hut or something, I'll trade my hut from your hut from my house if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I see it. Don't you play poker?
Yeah, I win pretty much whenever I play.
Yeah, I could sell. So you mean
He thinks
you have
you're
no calculation? Nah. So you just have measurements.
Yeah, we only have measurements. We didn't make up pretend calculations. We just physically went and measured it ourselves. Doesn't that suck? We know for a fact it's not a curve, not a curving ball of Earth. It's just flat, stationary, over water.
Does your globe have any measurements at all? Direct measurements for the globe?
Well, the question wasn't it what I have. I was asking what you have, and you said that you have only the measurements, like only the measure. That's it, like only the measurements.
Why do you say? Why do you say only the measurements?
Yeah, what else do
You
you
said
need?
we have only the measurements, like that.
Yeah, that's
means that,
all you need to build something, right?
So, what are your measurements? Can you share them with me, please?
I'm on my phone. Maybe somebody else can.
Yeah, I'll drop a whole stack of them in the side chat for you if you want to check them out.
Yeah, I just need the measurements.
Yeah, so the measurements are in the videos that I'm sharing, so you can go and check them out.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
But you don't really want them though. That's the thing.
No, he just wants to see if we can produce them. He just wants to see if they actually exist. He ain't gonna look at shit. That's why I'm not getting up to find him anything.
Yeah, we got a whole Discord server full of measurements if you really want to see.
Yeah, I can see the. Yeah, the distance of the horizon from.
All right, here's a whole list of measurements that you're probably not going to even look at, so I'll post them anyway. Just in
Where
case.
exactly will you post them?
In the side chat.
Yeah.
So
I'm really looking forward to see them.
Bet you are. Right, here they come.
So what comes next? That's what I want to know. You see the measurements and then you go, oh, great. You were right. I was wrong. Thank you. I somehow don't think that's going to happen.
We have at least 10 years of measurements. And until this gentleman goes out and measures himself, he doesn't have to believe anything. But what he does have is he has a belief in the globe. And that's all he has is a belief. And he's refuting actual measurements because of his religious belief of the globe. So I would suggest, since you do have the burden of proof, the globe is taught in every classroom on the earth. So that's supposedly the common thought or the common concept of what Earth is. So you have the burden of proof. That's an extraordinary claim. We're not making claims of a shape. The globe is a claim of the shape. So we want the measurement. It's a geometric question. It's not a conceptual. It's not contextual. It's not a calculation. It's an actual geometric question. So what do you do when you have a geometric question? Don't you measure the thing that you're measuring? So all we're claiming is that the surface of Earth is a flat, stationary, topographical plane. All the water being contained by shorelines. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's his turn now.
Yeah, I got just still a couple of questions. But as you said, I will have them. So I better go with them and not bother yourselves, because you will feel angry, and I don't really want people to feel angry.
Yeah, so now you're mind reading. You know what we're thinking and how we're feeling, or what we're going to feel in the future. How did you determine that?
Yeah, I can tell that you will have brain cancer. Good luck. with that.
That's what I asked. That's what I asked you. You determined that we have brain cancer. How did you determine this? What facts are you using?
I thought he was supposed to be getting videos. I walk away. He's supposed to be getting videos. Now he's talking about he needs brain cancer. What's going on, dude? Why are you flipping out?
I can tell you what happened. He saw that we had proof. And now he's very upset. He didn't want it to be true. He really didn't. So
he's the one that's angry, not us. So he's projecting.
Dude, don't be mad at those guys for giving what you asked for. Don't be mad at them.
yeah, if your mom gave you a pie, would you tell her that she has brain cancer? Come on.
Because you didn't like the pie, she gave you rhubarb instead of apple. So now you hope she gets brain cancer. It's fine. It's the same thing, man. I don't know if you see that or not. It's hilarious. All we have to do is take the logic you're using, and it's beyond fallacious. It's like ridiculous. Your reasoning is ludicrous. So we are explaining and showing you that we actually have measurements of the geometric condition of the Earth's surface. And where did you go with that information? You're going to get mad. You're like, are you a child? Do you have an adult, molecule in your body?
Let's find out. Let's get the first question. Yeah, go ahead. Give us the first question. Let's find out.
Is he even here still?
I wasn't paying attention. Who even was it?
I didn't even check.
He gone. He gone.
He's gone.
He's gone.
Well, at least the audience got to hear something.
Yeah. So let me just add a let me just add a comment real quick. Wah.
You guys have brain cancer. Ugh. Click.
Okay, what are we going to talk about now?
How about cannabis reform in Singapore?
Why do you keep bringing it back to? Why do you keep bringing it back to Singapore? I'm not in charge of the laws here, bro.
No, you keep promoting tourism in Singapore, and I keep finding news articles about how they beat people with sticks over this.
I'm not promoting anything. You keep bringing it back to Singapore, and I have to defend my country's positions on it, and then we argue about it. I don't even want to talk about Singapore. You guys keep talking about it.
Okay, let's stop. Let's talk about your globe proof then.
I don't want to talk about
your. That's the topic of the room, and you don't want to talk about it. So, do you always have a room that have a certain topic, and you don't want to talk about it?
He's going to get mad. Remember?
No, I want.
No, that was somebody else.
I want to talk about why you guys think there's nothing out there outside the Earth, and why you think the planets are all fake and like we can't visit other planets. That's what I want to know.
Okay, well,
we don't think they're fake. Yeah,
there is no
quickly
and
just quickly. This guy's had everything. Like he's been through the long distance observations. He's definitely on the fence, interested in flat Earth. No one's gone through the gas pressure stuff with him yet. That's why he's still hung up on space. If someone could go through all of that with him, that would be cool.
Yeah, I think that's air you're breathing.
Yeah, it's made of like 70% nitrogen, 23% oxygen.
Yeah, why isn't it all fucked up in outer space?
There's no air in outer space because it's a vacuum.
All right. Now we're getting somewhere.
I love it.
No.
Okay, first question. Hold on. First question. What is the requirement for a vacuum to exist?
No molecules. No molecules present.
No. That would be a secondary issue. That would be a secondary effect. I'm talking about the cause of a vacuum. What is the cause, the primary cause, the antecedent? Before you can have a vacuum, what do you need to have? There are certain requirements for a vacuum.
I even mentioned it before. See if he figured it out. I even mentioned it, that I still have one.
Yeah. So what would be a requirement? If you were to create a vacuum yourself, what would you need to create that vacuum, the antecedent? How would you start?
You need to remove the gas molecules from a sealed space.
Okay. There you go. A sealed space. So, in other words, a container, right?
Yes.
Okay, so where's your evidence of a container in outer space? What size is it? What is it made of? Where is it? Where is its location? What are the parameters?
So,
because you have to have a container to have a vacuum.
Okay, listen. Say I have before we jump to outer space, let's first conduct a thought experiment. All right. So we have a container on Earth.
No. Yeah. Okay.
Listen.
The first word is container. But go ahead.
Okay, so say first we want to create a vacuum on Earth, right? So say we create a vacuum on Earth, we remove all the gas molecules from a container, all right? Then inside that container that's now a vacuum, we add like little balls, all right? Little balls or little items or whatever inside. And now those exist in a vacuum with no gas molecules, with no molecules other than what we added. That is how space is created as well.
No.
You have all these planets, you have all these things that exist in a vacuum.
Holy shit. No, you don't have the antecedent for your proof of a vacuum. You do not have evidence of a container for outer space.
You have to say container, dude. You need a container to create a vacuum.
Yeah, absolutely. And the universe is a container.
Okay.
The universe is
Okay, wait a minute. We're not going out to outer space and the universe because you don't have evidence of that. So now that we got through to the first antecedent, so how do you create a pressure system? Use a container, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So for you to have gas pressure, that requires a container in all circumstances, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have gas pressure at sea level, approximately 14.7 psi sea level. So that is the evidence or the effect of a gas pressure system that in order for that to exist, it requires a container, a physical barrier that can contain gases. That's the only way in this reality that you have gas pressure. There's no evidence or existence or demonstration of gas pressure existing without a container. So I would ask you, do you have proof or a demonstration of gas pressure without a container under any circumstances?
Wait, gas pressure, could you repeat what gas pressure is again?
Gas pressure requires a container, a physical barrier.
Okay, so
to contain the gases.
I get it. So the kinetic theory of the kinetic theory, right? Like how gas molecules exert pressure when they're moving randomly in space, right? I get that. So you want
no. I'm going to stop you for a second because that's not what the definition of gas pressure. The definition of gas pressure, you got part of it right. The gas pressure is the molecules bouncing against the walls of a container. That's why when you're measuring gas pressure, you have pounds per square inch.
Oh,
because it's measuring the area, the actual physical area of a container. If you have open space and no container, how do you have gas pressure? You can't even measure gas pressure under those conditions.
First of all, space is not open space. When we're talking about the universe is a fixed container at any one
Yeah,
point that exists.
I already debunked your space container. You don't have evidence of the container in space. That makes a vacuum. Period. Plus, in a let's say, hold on, in a vacuous system, let's say the Earth and everything around it is in a vacuous system, you would not have gas pressure anywhere. Can't exist within a vacuum.
Okay, how about this? Electromagnetic radiation. How gamma rays and all that. Wait, listen.
We're talking about gas pressure, not electromagnetism. Stop.
Like gamma
You're changing
rays.
You're changing the subject. Stop.
All of that
You're changing
only
the subject.
travel in a vacuum. They only travel in a vacuum, and the proof of vacuum in space is that electromagnetic radiation travels through it. That's how, like, if we were to send infrared waves through space, they would be able to travel through it, but they cannot travel through air, right?
Okay, great. So now explain and show me the demonstration or experiment that is a proof of your example of electromagnetism affecting gas laws. Go ahead. Where is that evidence?
We're not. You told me to prove space is a vacuum. I'm proving it to you. I'm not talking about gas laws.
No, we are talking about gas laws. You're talking about a vacuum, and now we're talking about a pressurized system, which is Earth. You don't have a pressurized system in an open system. You don't have gas pressure. If you're saying that the universe is a contained vacuum system, you don't have gas pressure. You don't have gas giants floating around in a vacuum. None of that exists. Gas pressure doesn't exist in a vacuum. Period. Those are the laws of thermodynamics. So if you want to say that your theory violates the laws of thermodynamics, there's nowhere for you to go. Doesn't exist in a pressure system, and likewise with a vacuous system, a pressure system doesn't exist. We have gas pressure here. That's a secondary effect.
Sounds like he's got some kind of magical force field that does all this.
Exactly. And you changing the subject to electromagnetism, I'm still waiting for you to provide the evidence of electromagnetism in any form affecting the gas laws or gas pressure system or a vacuum system. I'm going to see the evidence or an experiment. Do you have that? Second time.
Electromagnetism, electromagnetic radiation, it doesn't affect gas laws. Yeah, you are correct. But I'm talking about how electromagnetic radiation only travels in a vacuum, right? And
no, wrong. What do you think? What do you think your telephone is using, or radios are using in a pressure system through air? That's electromagnetism, right? Any sound actually is electromagnetism affecting your ear. So that's a false claim. What is that racket in the background? Are you meeting a office? I don't know. I hear some banging, like someone's.
That's not me.
Okay. Okay. I get it.
Steal this back, right? And ask a simple question of our friend here. How did air pressurize on a globe?
How did air pressurize on a globe? Well, you have the atmosphere, right? And the atmosphere came about.
No, he just asked you how that happened. Not you have the atmosphere, and then he asked you, how do you atmosphere?
How did the atmosphere come to be? Let me check.
Specifically, how did it pressurize?
Yeah, I'm.
He's got to ask AI or Google.
Yeah. Go check that.
Let's see what it says. So it says the atmosphere formed through volcanic outgassing and accretion. and it
Wow.
released water vapor, carbon dioxide, and all that. And after that, the water vapor condensed to form the oceans. Then the photosynthetic organisms released oxygen, and then they changed the atmosphere. So basically, the plants, they gave out the oxygen, and then
Why didn't that oxygen go into outer space?
why didn't it go to outer space? Let's find out.
Oh my God. You're not in school for anything, are you?
What?
Are you going to school for
let's find
anything?
out.
Because I don't want to hire you if everything I ask you, you got to go look up with AI.
I didn't get. This wasn't taught in school, bro. Why didn't it go into space? We were taught that the atmosphere exists and the plants giving out the oxygen gave the atmosphere and the water cycle and all that, but not why the atmosphere doesn't exist or why it didn't. The air didn't just go into space. We weren't taught that.
They skipped over the important part, huh?
Hey, I'm not in charge of school curriculum. Okay, so
Why don't you check Arthur Eddington's
all right.
statement
You guys
about
aren't
gas
gonna.
pressure?
You guys aren't gonna like this word. You guys aren't gonna like this word. But it says that the air did not escape into space to form the Earth's atmosphere because of gravity. Because of Earth's gravity, which was strong enough to hold on to the atmosphere, and the gravity pulls the gas molecules towards the planet, and it prevents them from drifting away. And that's what I would have
That's
told
not
you
true.
anyway.
That's not true. Gases go in all directions. Why would they go down? That's crazy, dude.
That's what it says. That's what it says.
Well, it's wrong. Why don't you correct it and say, no, that's wrong. Gases go in all directions and then see what it says.
Okay, let's do that.
I mean, you should be able to think of this on your own. How do you know when AI is right or wrong? You just accept whatever it tells you?
Well, I'm not very smart.
I already know the answer to my question when I use AI. So if it doesn't match, I know it's wrong. How do you like that?
You're very smart.
Thank you. Everybody tells me that, and now I finally believe it.
Okay, I'm asking him why. All right, so it says it's because the motion is counteracted by the Earth's gravity. So the gas molecules, they move in all directions, including upwards towards space. But then the motion is counteracted by the Earth's gravity. So both forces are balanced, and then they don't go anywhere.
No.
We'd like to see that.
No. Gases go in all directions, not go up and then change direction. They go in all directions. The end. Gases go in all directions. The end. Period. It just the
Exactly.
end there. The sentence ends. The sentence ends. Gases go in all directions. That's it.
They go in all directions. They go in all directions, and in all directions, they're trying to escape space. All right,
Hold on, cryptic. So you know the kinetic molecular theory that you just mentioned earlier, right?
Yes,
you mentioned
I do.
it earlier. Okay,
Yeah.
so it says there that the gas molecules have perfect elastic collisions, which means that they're not going to be held down by anything else, and they're going to keep going in the direction they're heading unless they're stopped by something that they're preventing them, right? Like a rigid container. That's the only thing that will prevent the gas molecules from expanding outward. Unless you have something rigid like a container, it's going to keep moving. The gas molecules will continue unimpeded. That's what Radwin's trying to tell you. So they keep moving. There's nothing else after that. You don't add, well, because of gravity, they'll be held or whatever. Like, they just keep moving. Perfect elastic collisions according to kinetic molecular theory, which you just said earlier. Yeah. So then, therefore, gas molecules are unimpeded by your idea that you heard an explanation that gravity is holding them doing whatever it's doing. There's no proof of that. Only thing we know is that gas molecules move and expand into any and all directions. That's what we know. That's the hard facts. that we know right now. There's nothing to negate that. If you say, well, gravity's negating that, okay, well, you can't provide evidence of that because there isn't any evidence of that. Okay? So we're on right now the position that gas molecules freely expand in all directions, being unimpeded, unless there's something rigid like a container that's going to prevent that expansion. Other than that, you don't have anything that's going to stop them. They're going to keep moving in the direction they're going, like outward. If they're going to outer space, they're going to keep moving. Nothing, gravity isn't going to pull them back down or anything like that. It can't do that now. It won't do that up there. And if you say, if you're adamant to say that it will, you're going to have to provide the evidence of how you know that's true. That's what we're asking for. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So therefore, what we're saying is that we have applied science that shows that the molecules of gas will freely expand. And if there's anything that you think negates that, we're going to have to see a demonstration of something that shows that's the case.
Yeah, I agree with your position. So basically, you're saying that the gas molecules, they go in all directions, and the motion is not counteracted by its gravity, right?
No, anything, unless there's a rigid container that's going to prevent the movement of gases. So, in the case of in the case of you trying to like pressurize, an air tank or something, you know what I mean?
Oh, I see. So basically, you're saying that the Earth is not a fixed container, right? So it's impossible to like hold all the gas molecules together through the Earth's gravity without them escaping into space.
No, not quite right. Not quite right. No, the Earth and its ecosystem, right? The system that we're all in right now is a contained environment. We know that because the free expansion of gas would be such that the gas that we breathe right now, the air, would freely expand into the available space, which means that the vacuum of space, which they're declaring, it would just keep, the gas molecules would just keep expanding, and we wouldn't be having breathable air. That's just the way the gas laws are, dictate how gas moves in the environment that they're in right here. And like, anytime we talk about gases, we're talking about gases moving in any and all directions. They don't have a preferred direction, like a downward vector. That's not true. Okay. There might be heavier gases and lighter gases, but they tend to stratify within their own, ecosystem, whatever type of gas you're going to use, either man-made or not. But over time, they dissipate and they still expand and move around in any and all directions. So long as they have enough area to move into, they're going to keep moving into that area. Does that make sense? And they dissipate, of course. They mix in with the environment.
Yeah, mainstream science actually agrees with that. They also say that gases move in all directions randomly.
Yeah, but what we're having is a collision of like two ideas. Like, well, of course, gases freely expand only until the point where they hit the edge of the atmosphere, which they're, the gravitational pull or force will impede upon them and cause them to move in a vector of back to the center of the Earth. That's not proven. That right there is pseudoscience, sir. That is nothing that's been verified. So that whole idea is just a conjuring of the whole construction of the Earth being a globe. That's all that is. But it's nothing that you can prove for sure. What we can test and verify is the gas behavior here on Earth and what we understand about it. And then we can test and verify that that's exactly... See, gravity would be the strongest on the surface because you're closer to the center according to the Earth being a globe, right? It would be more apparent that the gas would be having a downward bias right here at the surface. But if the explanation for gas behavior is already stated that it moves in any and all directions based on applied science, then it's not true that gases would behave a certain way in that area up in the upper parts of the atmosphere. That's not true.
I see.
Is this making sense? It has to, because if this doesn't make any sense in like a way that we can test and verify, then it's not true what I'm saying.
But wait, can you repeat one more time? Can you repeat one more time?
Sure, the gas behavior would be evident to us here on the surface because according to the Earth being a globe, the gravity would be strongest on the surface versus being in the upper parts of the atmosphere. So if we were to test the gas behavior here on the surface and find out that it had a downward bias, it would be more evident to us on the surface than it would be in the upper parts of the atmosphere, where they're saying that gas is impeded by the gravitational force, according to this whole globalist mindset, right? So we would see a more pronounced demonstration on the surface versus up in the upper parts of the atmosphere. So let's say you wanted to test this, right? You would rather test it on the surface versus in the upper parts of the atmosphere because the gravity would be the strongest closer to the center, which would be where you're standing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Right. So the test would have to happen on the surface if we were to test it, and then see if the reaction to the gas expansion would be such that the vector of gases would be known to have a downward bias.
I see. So basically, you're saying it's more likely to happen on the surface instead of up there, and because Earth's gravity is stronger at the surface, right? So, this atmosphere would more likely form on the surface. Is that what you're saying?
Gravity would have the greatest effect on the surface for us to demonstrate if there was a downward bias on gases on the surface, then it would be at the furthest parts of the atmosphere. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So, and now the other part to that is that there isn't a demonstration that actually shows that this is true. Therefore, the claim that gases are impeded by gravitational forces, whether it's a pull or a push or whatever it is up there in the upper parts of the atmosphere to contain the gas so that we can have an ecosystem of breathable air, is not true. That's not true. It cannot work in the realm of applied science because we don't have a way to test and verify that things are happening in the environment up there, but we do have a way to test and verify things are happening in the environment down here. Like I said, the conundrum is we don't need to go up there because gases would be behaving like people are claiming that the gravity is holding them down on the surface. We'd be able to test it easier on the surface than we would way up there. And we don't see that happening because gases freely move in all directions here on the surface, which means and can only mean that there is no gravitational pull or downward bias that is acted upon these gases on the surface. Which means, guess what? It doesn't happen up there either. If there is an idea that, you know what I mean? So the whole story about, well, we have breathable air because of gravity, no. You can't demonstrate that gas molecules are being acted upon by any gravitational forces so that it can contain the gas that you breathe right now, the breathable air you have. It's not proven.
Oh, I get it. Wait, so you're saying that okay, I'm gonna try to go through this one by one. Tell me if I'm correct or not. So you're saying that you're saying that Earth's gravity is the strongest at the surface, so this atmosphere is more likely to form there, and then you're saying that since these gas molecules can escape into the atmosphere because they can't prove it on the surface, that means there's no proof of a vacuum, because likely if these gas molecules can escape into outer space, then the vacuum is no longer a vacuum.
The gases would keep expanding. We would not have breathable air. There wouldn't be no oxygen to breathe. The gas molecules will keep expanding. If they have enough volume, they keep expanding. They don't stop expanding unless there's something that prevents them from expanding, and it's not gravity.
So I get it. So there's no breathable air because these gas molecules would keep expanding because they constantly move in random motion, right? And that would be the case. That would be the case if 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 the Earth wasn't a container, is it?
Yeah, they would keep moving if the Earth was not contained. So, but it is. So the system that we're in right now is a contained system. Otherwise, without a container, gases would freely expand into the available space. Just like we see the behavior of gases and all the gas laws that dictate that that's exactly what would happen.
So doesn't that mean a vacuum exists because it kind of contains the Earth?
No, the vacuum is not a container.
No, the vacuum is not a container, but if the vacuum exists, then it can contain the Earth. In like the Earth can be a contained system. Like you said,
No, stop trying to say dumb shit. I've asked you this before. Think before you speak. You just said you need a container. And then you said, no, you can put Earth in a vacuum and then it'll contain air. That's weird shit, dude.
No, what I'm saying, this guy said that AV said that you won't have breathable air if because the gas would keep expanding, right? But we do have breathable air because the Earth is a contained system. But in order for the Earth to be a contained system, doesn't that mean that there has to be something preventing the gas molecules from escaping? What is that?
A container.
Yeah, so the Earth is a container, right? But how is the Earth contained? How is it a contained system?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. Look, so hold on. As far as gas laws, right, dictate, then to have gas pressure, a container is required. Okay, so just like all of the ancient cultures depicted, the Earth is a flat plane within a contained system. Okay, because we have the necessary antecedent for gas pressure, we can therefore logically assume that there must be a container of some kind, right? A physical container of some kind, right? We don't know exactly the specific details of it because we can only get so high, right? So as far as gas laws dictate, natural laws, right? To have gas pressure, you need a container. What the globe's claiming is that you have a deep space vacuum, like a vacuum chamber, essentially 10 to the negative 17 tall, and that there's a gas pressure system attached to the outside of a ball inside this deep space vacuum chamber without a barrier stopping the high pressure from filling the available space, which would be the vacuum. So I put a smaller scale example of what I'm talking about in the side chat at 34 minutes after the hour. Can you have a look at that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. So the top chamber is a vacuum chamber that would represent outer space. Okay, and then we have a valve separating the gas pressure system that's beneath it, which would represent the air pressure that we're breathing here on the Earth. And you'll notice that as soon as the barrier, the physical barrier is, released, the high pressure instantly equalizes with the low pressure. Right, that's what happens. Gas fills available space because the gas particles are moving at random in all directions, right? And high pressure goes to low pressure. That's what would happen, right? You can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum chamber. And you can't have gas pressure without a container in the first place, as far as anyone can demonstrate.
So Earth is a contained system inside a non-vacuum.
There's no vacuum.
The problem with cosmology as it's been presented to you is giving you the idea that the Earth is an embedding space. So the Earth is within an environment of a vacuum, right? So it's like resides in a solar system. So you're thinking of the cosmos in a very specific way, right? But with cosmos, like what we're saying, the only thing we can ever know is here on the surface. Things that are here on the surface and above us a little bit, people can as high as people can get to when they fly. But outside of that, we don't know anything else. There's a lot of ideas of like the space idea with satellites, and you got probes going to Mars and Venus and all kinds of stuff. but there's no way for you to verify any of this information. You don't know. They're just telling you a story about the cosmos. So the only thing you can do is believe that you're a ball planet that resides within a universe. You don't know this. The only thing we know right now for sure is that this is the ground level for all of existence, all of known reality right now, what you're standing on. Well, everybody's known. Outside of that, they've given you a story. You believe like you're in a magical realm where there's ball planets that you can go live on at some point in the future. You don't know that to be true, but you believe it. So you've been given a story, yeah? But the only thing we're saying is that the known universe is everything that you know is right here on the ground. It's on the floor. So you don't know about what's out there, if Mars is a habitable planet. You don't know any of that stuff. Only thing you know is here. Everything else out there is a story. But you choose to believe it. It's a choice, right? You don't have to, but you choose to want to believe that that's true. So that's why you think there's a vacuum. That's why you think there's a vacuum of space and ball planets floating around.
Wait, before we get onto all of that, I want to clarify. Basically, Earth is a contained system in an environment that is not a vacuum.
Yeah.
The vacuum part is something you guys made up. You need that to be able to fly to planets with gravity. You need to have a space vacuum.
I don't care. I don't care if a vacuum exists.
Stop. We don't. Earth is contained. After that, we don't give a shit. The vacuum part is made up by you guys. You would need a dome around your Earth, your flat Earth, in a vacuum if you want to have that way. We just said we are in a contained system already.
Okay, so basically we're in a contained system in...
The end. You just end it there.
No,
you
is
just
the
end
universe...
it. You just end it there. Yeah, Earth is in a contained system. The end.
When you say universe,
I get it. So you're saying the universe doesn't exist at all. It's just the Earth. Like, that's our contained system. There's
not
nothing
the way
outside
the universe has been, not the way the universe has been explained to you in the heliocentric model, where you've got a deep space vacuum and you've got all of these big burning balls of gas and round planets floating around and orbiting at all of these speeds within this giant space vacuum. That's the heliocentric model. Okay, that's a completely different way of looking at this entire system that we look in. Don't try to insert the flat Earth inside the heliocentric model of outer space, right? Because that doesn't exist. As far as we know, right, we're in a contained system because we have gas pressure. There's no evidence that the Earth is in motion, right? It's stationary. And the surface of water covers most of the known area of the Earth, and it measures flat across the surface. We don't claim to know everything that, like, we don't have a replacement answer for all of the crazy claims the globe side makes, right? Like exactly what's going on with the celestial bodies in the sky. We all observe the same thing, and there's a lot of things we don't know, right? What are they? What's a star, right? How far away is a star? What's a star made of? What medium is a star in? What happens when you keep going up, 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 up? Nobody knows that for sure. Okay, those are mysteries that nobody knows the answer to.
Okay,
right? What can we empirically validate is that we have flat water, no motion, and gas
what's
pressure.
the model? What's the model that you guys believe in? You said not to believe in the heliocentric one, right? So what's the model where flat Earth exists in?
Well, we don't claim to have a model. We're not even claiming to know the shape of the system that we live in or the Earth. Okay, when we're talking about flat Earth, we're specifically talking about the description of the surface area of the Earth not having any curvature over distance. Right? More so the surface of water, which covers most of the surface of the Earth, not curving. That's the context of flat Earth, right? That's what that means. It's different to when people say globe Earth, right? Because they're claiming like an object. They're claiming a round planet. That's the Earth. We're not claiming that. We're not making a shape claim. We're sticking to what we can actually verify. I don't think anybody knows the true shape of what we're on. Okay, we just know that it can't possibly be a globe. And
Okay, so
because a globe
let
would
me
have to have curvature.
summarize. Okay, let me summarize everything.
And just quickly
that
before you summarize, right? We don't claim like there is also no such thing as a like a globe model as well, like a scientific model that covers everything. Like if I said, can you share with me the globe model that explains everything, where everything's already been scientifically like tested to, you know, that everything matches. There is no such thing. You can model out certain bits and pieces of how things work in nature, but there is no like overall model, right? A model's a reification. We don't live on a model. And some people think a model is like a smaller version of an object, like a model Ferrari or something like that, right? That's kind of different to when it comes to having like a scientific model. That's very different.
Okay, so to summarize, Earth is a contained system, and there's no such thing as a vacuum, and Earth's the way we know that they're faking the atmosphere, so-called, or like why we
Let
are
me
in
just
a
pause you
contained
for a
system.
second. Just pause you for a second. We're not saying like, okay, so everyone agrees there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. No one's saying there's no such thing as a vacuum chamber in general, right? We can create a vacuum if we have a vacuum chamber here on the Earth, but there's no such thing as a deep space, like an outer space vacuum. The vacuum of outer space, that doesn't exist.
Okay, so the atmosphere is real, and but if we were to go ahead with the answer where Earth's gravity was the one that was actually resulting in the formation of the atmosphere, then that would mean we would have a much thicker atmosphere at the bottom. So that's how we know Earth's gravity is not causing it. Then
Not necessarily.
we know that.
Not necessarily, man. Like gravity requires the Earth to be a globe for starters. Okay, so if you don't have the curvature, you can't have gravity, and you can't have the globe, and you can't have the spherical atmosphere, right? The atmosphere, like they're saying. Okay, so gravity requires the Earth to be a sphere. Like gravity would require to be proven to exist in the first place, right? So that you don't have any of these things, right? Any of these heliocentric like main claims, like gravity, Earth curvature, all of these things that go hand in hand, haven't been validated. They don't exist. They exist as concepts or like a conceptual model, so to speak, not in reality.
I see. So I'm kind of getting at what you guys are saying. It's hard to explain, but like
You'll get it.
basically we live in a contained system, and we don't know what's out there. We observe it, but we don't know what's out there. No one's ever been outside this contained system that we live in. And when they say the atmosphere, for that to exist, the Earth has to be a globe, and gravity needs to exist for that atmosphere to happen. But then when if the Earth was a globe and the atmosphere existed and it was gravity, then then we'd have more atmosphere at the bottom. So like essentially, the only way all of this works out is if it were a contained system. And
So hold on, I got to fix you. If Earth was a globe, you would have measured curve. That's what you forgot to say. If Earth was a globe, you would be able to measure the curve.
Okay. Curve of what?
That would be a requirement for gravity. But yeah, but you would also have, so almost all of the gases that we have in the air are created at ground level. Like 80% of the oxygen is created by ocean plankton, and we have all of these different gas cycles taking place. So we would live in a a dynamic system where we have all of these cycles taking place, and almost all of the gases are created at ground level or below ground level, like I just said. So it would be a natural, obviously where the gases are being created, you're going to have more gas.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know what a terrarium is, or a vivarium? It's like a
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. That's a kind of like a simplification of thinking about the system that we would live in, right? Obviously, it would be a lot more complex on a larger scale, but it's like a basic version of that. Imagine if you got a vivarium or a terrarium and you put it inside a vacuum chamber and you took away the container. Everything's gonna die, right? All of the water's gonna boil. You can't have water inside a vacuum, right? You can't. Everything would die really quickly. So yeah, it's kind of like a self-contained ecosystem.
So we live in a terrarium, sort of.
Well, sort of. I mean, yeah. I mean, I just used that just to give you a way of thinking about it. That's all.
Okay. So, and nothing exists outside this terrarium, this controlled environment.
There's no way to tell if there's an outside. That whole idea of inside and outside, all we know is being inside of this contained system. So if there's an outside, we wouldn't know about it. This inside could be all that there is, being in this environment, you know?
We can't go high enough anyway. Air gets too thin.
So where is the moon? Where's the stars? Where are all they?
Nobody knows, dude. Nobody knows
Up
the actual
above.
position.
They're in the sky, dude. Sky is not the Earth. They're above us.
Yeah, everything in the sky moves like a big giant cosmic clock, right? In cycles that reset. Like if you go out and map a star in the sky at a particular time on a particular day, you can go out 1 year later at the same time on the same day the next year, and that star's going to be back into the same position again. Right, everything moves in cycles, and the sun and the moon and everything. It's humans use that for daytime, nighttime, seasons to make predictions when to plant crops. It's like a big giant sky clock. Exactly what we're looking at is not something that we can validate, unfortunately.
What's really crazy is that you see this like time clock in the sky, and you're here on Earth. It makes you realize that all this in creation was made for people to actually make an observation and use it to tell time, to actually do things on the Earth. So it was created for people to use. The whole system of the sky moving around the way it does. Like, it's not random. If it was just all random cosmic things doing what they do, there would be no order to how the cyclical nature of the heavens operate. But it does have order. So that it brings another level of philosophical kind of meaning to it.
Philosophical, spiritual, and scientific.
But we're only drawing. Right now we're only drawing on the things that we can test and verify. Like the philosophical implications of it being, like a perfect ecosystem so that we can abide in is off topic. So we're just telling you that what we know about this system is everything we can test and verify on the surface, not something that, these guys have given you to think about outside in outer space, with, flying satellites flying around and ISS with, going above us with people inside, all that stuff is given to you so you can believe a story, a narrative. Otherwise, you can't prove that that's true. You can't tell me that that there's actual people that are in that tin can way above in the thermosphere. There's no way you can do that. How are you going to verify that?
There aren't. Don't worry.
Okay, I'm starting to see it now, connecting the stuff that you guys first told me about, the horizon and all that, then connecting that with the curvature, then connecting that with now us being in a contained system, and then okay, so you guys believe that everything above is just a cosmic clock, like like
Well,
there is no
like, there's no
outside.
other purpose. Like, yeah, there's no. We're not going to land on the moon or Mars or any of those other things that people tell you that we're going to go and do. The thing that we see is all created so that we can understand like how to live life here on this place. All those things up there were made for that. Like, you can't tell me that the cycles of the moon don't help us understand like the monthly, places where it is, and lunar eclipses and all these things. They all have like a special place in like how we understand the nature of our world based upon like how we live it, to tell time. And
So we are the center of the universe.
not, you could sort of, yeah, sort of.
There's
I get what you're
nothing
saying,
out
but
there, and everything was made for us.
something like that. Yes. You're getting very close to it. Yes. But I would add an extra layer to that later. I would just let you kind of, you're walking in a good path. Yeah. Everything that you see. So it's not like everything's got just randomness to it and we're just trying to figure things out. No, the order that was made was done so that we can abide in this realm.
So
Yeah?
that would make that would make God real, right? Because like,
Well, it would make the creator evident. Now, that's not to say that you're going to go look up your familiar holy book. Like, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the implication of us knowing that we live in a created environment is the fact that there is an intelligent design that made all of this for the reason of people living on the surface. Because we have breathable air, there's food here. The way things are made, it was constructed so that the human machine, the body, can operate and abide on the surface of land.
So all the things would work, actually.
Yep.
So that means that means humans are much more special than what they are made out to be.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
Yes. That's what that is.
You're spot on.
You're if you keep going in that direction, you'll land probably where we're at right now.
Dude, that's what we've been trying to tell you the whole time.
But it's hard. Listen, it's hard to tell somebody from the outside who learned all of the things about cosmology, and they've seen NASA videos and stuff. You can't speak to them. It's like talking to somebody through plexiglass. Until they come around the other side, they won't see your perspective. You're only like they can only see life from what they've ever known and been told. But once you start thinking for yourself, you start to realize it doesn't make any sense, because science and things that we can do here on the surface, we can test things and verify. It goes against everything that they say about like what they say science is. Well, science is just observation. No, it's not. It's testing and observing things that are on the physical world right now and seeing if they actually what causes a reaction to the thing that you see. Like, you're trying to test things and verify. So it's not like just looking at something and making declarations. Oh, that's a gas giant up there. No, you can't. That's not science.
Then why would they lie about all this? What do they gain from lying about all this? Like, why? Like,
Yo, Cryptic, let me pause for 1 second. You're going to answer a question by yourself. What did you say 5 seconds ago before asking that question? So that implies that we are what?
Special.
Yes. That implies that something exists, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what they want to hide. They want those two things hidden, primarily, right? There's more.
One of the things that you notice that once you start realizing the paradigm of the Earth being a globe and the vast expanse of the cosmos is that you become very insignificant to the grand scale of like all the cosmos. And you start to really see that in the grand scheme of all of these things, you're just a tiny little part to play. It's not like the other way around where you're actually center stage. You are the reason why things are made the way they are. That's very different. The take is different. You live life a little bit more meaningful because you know that there's purpose. You're here for a reason. You're not just here because you're a cosmic accident burped into existence because for no apparent reason you just were made out of like goo that turned into like a animal, and then now you're that end product, and you're still going to evolve into, maybe a 4-winged beast or whoever knows. Like, you know what I mean?
We're gonna evolve into invisibility next.
Wait,
Yeah,
this is insane. Like I still need to go read more on this. Like I get the evidence you've presented me, and like I can see why it would be convincing. I still need to read more on this. But like, if this were true, what do they gain from making humans feel less special?
Well, they're
Power
easier to
over you.
manage. It's easier. It's management, right? So if you're controlled by a narrative by fear, right? So let's say the Earth is a ball planet. Well, you got a lot of stuff that's going against you because you're living on a dying planet. Within that dying planet, you can run out of the resources that you so depend on, right? So you got
Meteors are gonna crash into your house any day now.
Yeah, what's that famous when they're talking about 3-Eye Atlas is coming, and dude, everybody's controlled by fear. Fear mongering is the word of the day. And if you're controlled by fear, wherever your mind is, your body will follow. It's just an easy way to manage people. You can control them by fear. And the more you fear, the easier it is to control you. Because you'll easily yield.
About the asteroid thing, right? So what about asteroid impacts on Earth?
Which ones, dude? Which ones? There's never been... There's a lot of narratives right now that you believe, but honestly, if you go back and find out the source of the information where you got it from, they don't even know. They don't even know.
They just see a streak in the sky and they say, "Oh, it landed over here," and that's it.
Yep.
And then nobody can ever find anything. You never go and find it. Nobody's ever went and found that light that fell from the sky and saw it in the ground and took pictures of it all steamy or anything like that. That's never happened ever.
That's what I
No
always tell people.
Ben.
Not only that, but they also show you holes in the dirt, and they're saying that hole in the dirt came from one of those rocks in the sky. They don't know that. They just sold you a story and you bought it.
I smell cap.
Wait, but there's impact craters in North America, like right here on history.com.
No, that's aren't impact craters. That's just what you made up.
See, there's one in Arizona. It's at Winslow,
I can make the same thing. I can make the same exact thing in mud, and when it dries, it'll keep that shape forever.
Yeah. There's no way to tell, dude, that what they're saying is true. You can't. Nobody's ever followed the rock from the sky all the way to the ground and saw it explode into a giant hole in the dirt.
All you have to do is blow a little bubble of air up through mud, and when it pops, it'll make that same thing.
No, but I've seen real samples of asteroid.
No, you haven't.
Rocks.
No, you haven't.
I smell cap.
Yeah, I have in like museums.
No, somebody told you they were asteroids. Nobody
That's all
caught
it
one.
was. Yep, it's just a story, dude. They're telling you things. You're accepting them, but it's like I said before. You're making a decision to accept the information because I guess you trust them or whatever. But you don't have to. You can say like, dude, how do you know this is a meteor or whatever? Like you're presenting. You can ask them the questions. You can do that. I don't know if you're free to do that in your country, but hey, man, like I'm sorry that we're actually getting you to actually be critical thinker, but that's just like what we do here. We want people to be more aware that your mind is your own property. You don't have to give it away every day to somebody. It's yours. Reclaim it. Yeah.
Wait.
And Cryptic. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Let me say this. My friend Cryptic. All of us here understand that, like, everything you're researching by yourself, confirming or denying whatever we have said or other individuals have said, let it be NASA, so on. That's a lot, right? And it can feel overwhelming and scary, right? Don't get lost. Take it step by step, man. Everything's good. Everything's cool, right? Don't worry about it.
Thank you for that. But I'm just getting reminded of like how I've been ripped off so many times as a kid. Like I remember for like I think it was like my 7th or 8th birthday, I got this moon figurine, and it said that it came with a real asteroid sample, like a tiny little asteroid rock, and there was so many kids buying it, and it cost like $30 for it cost $30 for like
Damn,
a
bro.
moon figurine. Yeah, it
There
was
you
a
go.
moon
See how they
figurine.
make money off you? They can
Did
just
they
sell
make
you a moon rock. They just
And
sell
it
you
was a
space
tiny,
rocks. Listen,
yeah, it
dude,
was a tiny.
I have a very nice metal detector, and I can go out in my yard and find meteors every day.
It
Hey,
was a
Cryptic, you know,
tiny ass.
when they came back from the moon, right? The Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong, right? They went to the Netherlands and they were gifting countries moon rocks, right? And they gifted the Netherlands a moon rock. They put it in a museum, and they went and got it tested, and it turned out to just be a chunk of petrified wood.
I think they were trying to get it appraised, and the insurance company wanted tested. I think that's what the whole backstory is on it.
Ah, okay. Yep.
Petrified
Look that up,
wood.
man.
Can
Yep.
you imagine, Cryptic? Petrified wood?
Yeah.
Damn.
Now, I know it gives a good chuckle, dude, but it sucks because people bought into the lie that it came from the astronauts giving them a moon rock.
Yeah, and I. This is a lot, bro. Like, dude, if like, okay, I need to read. Now I'm actually like even more interested. I need to read like actual books on like
There's
flat Earth.
nothing to read. You are at the pinnacle of learning about flat Earth by being in here. You can't get any more direct answers than this place. There's not people that know more about it than us.
Yeah.
Are there not flat Earth authors that have written like books?
Dude,
on...
no, I get what you're saying, but they're only going to give you information to a certain limit. You can't have a real-time response, or at least questions being answered like the way we can give you. This is more real than that. So instead of asking for the book, ask more questions. Perhaps we got the answers, perhaps we don't, but you'll get exactly what you need to get to put you on the right path. So this is like this is why we keep telling people when they come in here, it's a privilege. Once you get past the barrier of that layer where you're just like always saying, no, the Earth's a globe, it's round or whatever, then you can start to realize it's not what you've been told, and you can ask some real good questions. It's kind of like the road that you're on right now. Hopefully you stay that way.
How do you guys become experts in this topic then?
Thousands of hours of discussion, of refinement, of arguments, of researching. Like, it's not easy, dude. The path to actually where all of us are at right now, saying the things that we are, it didn't just happen overnight, dude. We learned about things. We looked into like applied science. We looked at different methods. Like, it just all came about that we challenged the narrative. We challenged it. We didn't sit back and say, oh, I'm not a scientist, so I wouldn't know. No, we got our hands dirty. We looked into all this stuff and figured out if it's possible that what they're
And
saying
some
is
of
true.
some of us are scientists, though.
Yeah, and the other side of the coin, it's just like Radwin's saying, some of us are scientists, some of us are engineers, some have like whole degrees. Like, but that's not okay. When we talk about that in here, it's only because it's relevant to a specific field that someone wants to mention that, but it's not like a badge of honor that someone wears and says that. They only do that because they're trying to show you that they're not just like the everyday Joe saying it. They're people who are educated that are in here, that are speaking on the behalf of Flat Earth. And on the other hand, go ahead.
So you guys are like the pinnacle of the scientific method. Then you question everything, you research.
Let's put it this way. Yeah, we'll say it like this: subject matter experts for Flat Earth. That's the best way to put it.
Okay, so okay, all right. So I won't read books. I'll talk to you guys if I have any
Directly.
questions.
That's how you do it. That's the correct way.
That's right. That gets an approval by everybody on the panel because we're going to give you the knowledge that we've obtained over the years of discussions and refinements of arguments. So you're going to hear like what you need to hear.
Yeah, you know what you should do? You should write a book. What do you think of that?
Yeah, maybe I will. And then
Maybe
it will
you
get
should.
banned.
Maybe you should be.
Then
You'll
it'll
become a
get banned.
billionaire. Maybe you'll become a billionaire then.
No, it'll get banned in this country and I'll go to jail.
No, you don't release it here. You put it on Amazon.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
So you're even learning economics.
We're also saying this too, in this particular realm, like flat Earth. Not everything that you hear on the internet is people that are able to handle the conversation about flat Earth correctly. So you're going to hear a lot of nonsense, and we'll also tell you about it too. There's a lot of nonsense within flat Earth. There's a lot of esoteric flat earthers that believe very strange ideas about what flat Earth can be. So there's a lot of areas where we don't want to go with people about, very specifically when they first start learning. There's a lot more advanced, like, kind of conversations that we have with amongst ourselves. But yeah, you're going to hear that within flat Earth. Like, there's people that come in here and they want to speak about like what 24/7 has been like, and we just shut them down. No, sorry, but you don't speak for like what the people in here who are subject matter experts. Like, you can't speak about things. You don't know what you're talking about. We'll shut it down quickly. You'll hear it. If they're not in the realm, and then if they're not in this discussion, if they don't got skin in the game, then we're going to identify who they are. And if they're speaking about flat Earth in this room, we might shut them down. Just depends who they are.
Yeah, I think you guys should teach me more in the other Discord, though not here, because there's like a lot of Globus here who'll shift the conversation. If you guys have any extra info.
No, you need to sit in here and listen to us talk to Globers, so when they shift the conversation, you can hear how we steer it right back on track.
All right.
And it's a great first-hand experience to see how Globers and Flat Earthers interact with one another and see the different mannerisms and archetypes that these two groups have, right?
Yeah. So, essentially, all the evidence that you guys have, you have collected on your own.
Oh, everybody has
my stuff, yeah. Plus anybody else's, if it matches mine, it counts.
Yep. We work separately individually, but then collectively, when we come together, we can verify what each other is saying, and we can put us, I guess you can say, a seal of approval or stamp of approval, whatever it is.
So there's no leader. You didn't get this. You didn't get this information from an external source. You got it.
No. This was all conjured up by everybody's hard work and due diligence.
We are the source. We're the source for you guys.
How can you know so much if you don't get an information from an outside source?
No. I get what you mean. It wasn't like we didn't follow like a flat Earth guru per se. What we did was, about flat Earth, we gathered topics from all different subjects, right? So all different kinds of subjects that came across. So
we tried to debunk flat Earth, basically.
Yeah,
that's how it starts. We try to debunk
flat Earth, and now
or try to prove the globe. Yeah.
Oh.
But it starts off, the first thing you got to do is realize you didn't really know much about the globe, right? Start learning all about not only just the flat Earth arguments, you need to learn about all of the globe claims in detail, and then look into how did they come to that conclusion? Where's the empirical evidence for that conclusion? So then you got to learn about optics, gas pressure, all sorts of things.
Yeah, the new fun stuff is, now that you don't live on a ball, now how does everything work? Because that's reality. That's reality.
No. Now I get why you guys are so concerned about, what was I gonna say? You guys are so concerned about the stuff on Earth and your everyday lives and all that. Now I get why. Because your main focus is yourselves.
Here's the thing, if I could interject for a second. So I think you're on a very good path of learning, and that's key here. And I think what's important to note is that this really is, there's all these other philosophical and esoteric ideas, what this brings into mind when you start getting to this truth of what Earth actually is. And the actual part is really important. And so what I want to say is, until you actually go out yourself with the Earth curve calculator, it tells you how much drop there should be over a certain distance, whether it's miles or kilometers. All you have to do is go over someplace where you can look across a bay over a known distance, like let's say from a pier to a lighthouse, or a pier to another pier, or a pier to a point of land like a point or a peninsula across water. And you start doing your own observations, like let's say as close as you can get to sea level. And if you can see things, so they've told us very specific geometrics. So the metrics of the globe Earth requires a certain amount of drop over distance, because that's what a sphere or a ball requires. If you're standing on one point in a ball and you move in any direction, there's a drop in elevation. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we go out ourselves and we check for the metrics that the globe Earth has given us. So I went out myself. I live on the coast in California. And I went out myself for several months, every day out to the water. And I checked these distances, and I took a globe Earth chart for the drop over distance. And I checked, let's say, like 6 miles. In 6 miles, there needs to be approximately 17 feet of vertical drop from my line of sight, with a bulge of Earth blocking my view. Well, I look at water and I see surfers 6 miles away surfing on waves that are about 4 to 6 feet. They should be 17 feet below my line of sight. And as a matter of fact, the geometric horizon has a specific start point. So we use 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. At 6 feet above sea level, that makes your geometric horizon can be no further than about 3.5 miles. And like I said, I'm looking at waves 4 to 6 feet high, 6 miles away, and I can see the white water. I can zoom into surfers on these waves 6 miles away. That's impossible on the globe. Now, let's take it to another observation, which you can find in our 24/7 server, called the Black Swan, which are oil rigs off the coast of Santa Barbara. And they're known distances. They're anchored into the bottom, into the sand on the bottom, and they have drill points, so they are wells. So those oil rigs are known distances. We have observations from 1 foot above sea level out to oil rigs that are 6.41 miles approximately and 9.41 miles. And we have a horizon that's at least 10 miles. A 10-mile horizon at 1 foot above sea level would make Earth's radius, which is half the diameter, right? 264,000 miles. That means that that would have to, like, if that was a globe and you're seeing that far, that would make the globe Earth more than 500,000 miles in diameter. Do you get that? That's twice as far as they're saying the moon is. That's only a 10-mile observation. I have an observation to an island off the coast of California, to Catalina Island from Huntington Beach, 30 miles away. And I can see all the oil rigs going out to the island. And I can see boats that are more than halfway out to the island, 30 miles away. There's supposed to be 287 feet of drop below my line of sight. And I'll just leave you with that. So until you go out and do this yourself like we have, I've done this for 8 years, you're not going to really connect. So you can read all the books you want. But I suggest you just take a globe Earth calculator, take a binoculars or a camera, or have a friend at that one side of a lake, let's say 5 to 10 miles away, do a mirror flash, or you yourself observe with a zoom camera these observations like lighthouses at 5, 10 miles away. Do it yourself. Then you'll actually have knowledge. So you can't read that from a book. Thanks for letting me share.
Well, I get it. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. I don't understand what they would get from lying about this stuff. Like, why? Like, I don't get it. Like, and now it seems obvious.
I told you, dude. They're controlling the narrative of the Earth being a globe. So if they control that narrative and you believe it, well, then you're manageable because you can now be controlled by the narrative. Which, like I said, it comes with a lot of other derivative topics, like you're running out of resources or whatever it is, and you believe it. So it's controlling you, man.
So we're not running out of resources.
No, we're not.
Here, let's put it this way. Let's put it this way real quick, and I want to kind of dovetail on what AV was just saying. So real quickly, not to take too much time, but I think it's important also. So how about this as a reason? Now, this is speculation, of course, but you can determine this yourself. So how about that through this operation of control of your conception of your world, of Earth, they are controlling every single resource, the cost of those resources, how much you have to work for those resources, how much you have to pay for rent or land or real estate or anything you buy, food, any resources. They control all of your resources and the prices and the value of those resources by controlling the money and the resources. They control all the resources from cradle to grave. Every resource that you've ever used in your entire life and anything that you will use or have used by any of your family throughout your entire descendancy has been controlled by this idea, this thought. It's mind control. So they control everything. So what other reason would they need? They control everything. So that's it.
Wow. So there's an infinite amount of oil then.
Oil actually replenishes itself over time. People that work in the oil industry know that because they cap off certain sites whenever they're done with that specific site, move off to a different area. But when they come back to that site that they capped off, it has, like built up again. The Earth replenishes itself.
If the world you guys are describing is actually true, that would be amazing, bro.
Yeah, more oil has leaked into the oceans than our total known reserves.
So why are they going to war? Trump wants to invade Venezuela right now, and because they have the largest oil reserves. Like, if oil replenishes, why does he want to invade Venezuela?
Because it's an excuse.
To do what?
Take people's resources, to gain access to this stuff so that other people can't use it.
But I thought oil was
control. Like he just said, to cap them off, you got to maintain control.
Yeah, control of all these resources, just like I said. And if I were you, I would try to avoid being drawn into these good side and bad side, because all of that's part of the game. They're playing all of us with that good and bad, Republican and Democrat. They're controlling all of you. That is a false paradigm as well. Those people you see on the so-called news is not news. Those are just puppets. They're not even the ones in control. If you see them and you're able to see them publicly, they're not the ones pulling the strings. Somebody else is behind the scenes that you'll never know. We'll never know their name. We never see them. So don't get pulled into that. It's false. It's a false paradigm, and it's a game they're playing like a chessboard. They don't care. They already own everything. They already control you and all your resources. So what do they have left? Power, for the sake of power. They don't care about money. They don't care about you or your resources. They got it all.
Well, let me just say this quickly, right? Don't forget, Cryptic, you're also a resource. Don't forget that. So when they want resources, they want everything.
Yeah, I'm going to plug you into the Matrix.
On it, like
the biggest NPC on Earth, bro.
They want your
You don't
mind,
have
so-
to be. You don't have to be. You can choose not to be. It's a choice you're making every day you wake up.
It's not a choice. It's not a
It
choice.
is. It is. Don't have the defeatist mentality. That's what everybody does when they come in here. Oh, I'm not a scientist. I'm not as smart as they are. I'm just dumb. You don't have to do that to yourself. You make a choice to do that to yourself. You don't have to.
Yeah.
I really hope what you I can see why it's true. But man, bro, what, like you're saying there's an infinite amount of oil and they're just like purposely trying to control supply and demand. Purposely trying to control supply.
Let's put it this way. A friend of ours who we know, his name was Battle Mod, was told not to plant corn because that would actually oversaturate the market. So he was told he's getting paid to not plant corn. How you like that?
Yeah, I know stuff like that happens here.
Yeah. So they're creating a demand for the thing that, they're creating scarcity, essentially.
So wow. So we have an infinite amount of resources, but to support the capital markets, they have to
Let's put it this way. Hold on. Let me give you a way to think about it. So you got a little a kernel of a corn, right? You plant that, and it grows a giant stalk that produces more corn, right? How many times can you do that?
Like as many times as you want.
That's your answer.
But what about oil?
Well, the same thing. You can drill and start using that oil, but then again, once you cap off that and you use that specific in that area over time, that oil then replenishes itself.
But it will take hundreds of millions of years.
That's what you've been told. That's what, and then it comes from fossils of dinosaurs and all that stuff. None of that is real, dude.
He told you they capped them off and they went back and checked. They didn't come back and check thousands of years later.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
so how is oil come? How does oil come?
Like it returns? Like I don't know the inside of that, but the guy who's managing the oil field was saying that he found it kind of curious that the whole narrative of fossil fuels is that we're running out of resources, and he's like, that's not true. He's like, I've been in the oil business for years, and he's some managers or whatever, but it was like on a documentary discussing like the fossil fuels it's a myth and it's not real, but that we're told that it is, like where we get our oil, and that's just not true.
Wait, so how do I get a hold of this oil and sell it?
Dude, we're not in the oil business. I'm just telling you about a documentary that I've seen that somebody was challenging the narrative, and he's working in the oil business, and he's like, it's not true that we're running out of oil. That's not true.
Wait, so how is oil formed again?
What do you mean how it's formed? I'm not talking about
You said oil is an infinite resource and that it doesn't form like the whole idea of like it forming in like hundreds of millions of years is false. So how and when does it form?
I got a simple answer. It's formed underground. Other than that, they don't even know. But it just keeps coming. It pools in reservoirs. They know this. They drill into those reservoirs. Where do those reservoirs come from? Comes from underground. Whatever forces are there underground, that's what creates the oil.
Yeah,
it's not fossils. It's not fossil fuel.
So they don't know anything basically. They don't know about the galaxies and the planets and all that. They don't know about the oil, how it forms. They don't know about the atmosphere. They don't know anything.
But they give you a narrative. The narrative that you buy into is the one that it supports the Earth being a globe with everything working the way it does. So
So it all starts with the globe. Control over resources starts with the globe narrative, because if you believe you're on a globe, then that means there are other planets and all that, then that would mean you're insignificant, and that would mean the resources on Earth can go away. Then you'd have to work harder, and then you'd also feel less significant. So you have no choice but to work harder in order to feel more significant, and that's how they maintain control.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're starting to get it. You're right on the cusp of this
You're really
thing.
close.
You're asking the right questions, man. You're really doing well. I have to applaud you, because we have adults, and I think you're fairly young. I don't know how young. I won't ask for anything, but
18.
yeah, so you're young, and we have adults that do not have as much logic as you're using right now asking these questions. So I think it's really great, and you can be a person that grows up knowing these truths, and it could help you in your life. So you're carry on. You're doing really well. Keep asking those questions.
I'll say this about the oil so that you can look into it. Look for documentaries that speak about fossil fuels and the hoax behind it. And you'll see people in the oil business actually speaking of how that narrative is false. They will tell you testimonies of, foremen that have worked in like oil sites, and they declared like, dude, like we've drilled here and we took the oil, but we've come back a couple years later, 5-10 years, and it's back again like the way it was after the site has been capped off, like after they used that specific reservoir.
Yeah, and I want to tell you what the main barrier is, or one of the main barriers. Like I come from an era called the boomers, right? So, and I don't fit into that, but I'll tell you that most people my age, they don't want to believe this thing, because why would they want to believe something? Now, we tell them about oil, and they look back on their entire life and go, I worked my whole entire life for oil to go from 23 cents a gallon, like it was when I was a child, to like over $5 a gallon and more in Europe, $10 a gallon. And they worked their entire lives to fill up their gas tank with this gas that's been artificially inflated their entire life. And that's only the beginning. What about the cost of food? All of this stuff. So people don't want to admit it. They refuse to believe it. So we start talking to them about geometry of Earth, and they connect those two. That means I'm going to have to forget about everything I taught and work for my entire life. And they go, nope, I'd rather stay with the fantasy. That's what happens. That's what I've seen.
Wow. Okay. Wow. All right. Wait, but how is this supposed to help me in my life, though? You said I'll when I grow up or whatever, I can use this in my life.
Okay, so you become a critical thinker, right? You start. No. Life is good, and it could be great because of your perspective now is that you're not going to buy into every fear-mongering tactic that they give you. You can live a life free from that. It's the opposite. You don't live in fear anymore. You cast off the shackles of fear, and now you're just like, I'm not going to die by 3i Atlas or whatever it is that they're trying to control you with. You can live free to think like, you know what? That's fake, dude. It's nonsense.
No.
You don't have to worry about. You don't have to worry about like UFOs or aliens or being abducted or Bigfoot or all these scare tactics to keep you out of nature. You don't have to believe any of that. So you won't fall for the lie anymore. You won't have to be involved in this pseudo political game that I mentioned earlier. So it goes from top to bottom across the entire spectrum of your life. You won't have to fall for the lies anymore. Now, some things are for sure, like death and taxes, like we're being taxed, double and triple taxed. But you can live with those things with a clear conscience, knowing I know it's a game and I can do the best I can with this knowledge I've acquired from these what I thought were crazy flat earthers that told me that the earth isn't geometrically a globe. And I went out and checked myself. So it's just going to be it's going to be like a domino effect of things in your life that you are able to perceive, like AV was saying, and go, oh, I see the trick now, and I don't have to fall for it. So you can spend your energy doing other things rather than being involved in this space fantasy, this dream world that they've given you that can't be proven by anybody by any means. That's a big deal.
No. You think I'm less scared because of the narratives? The narratives never scared me. What scares me now is how much control they have, such that they're able to make people believe all this stuff with so vehemently or like so confidently without them knowing anything on their own. Like everything they're saying is regurgitated knowledge. Like that's
Yeah.
It's not even it's not even theoretical. It's just
Cryptic, think about it like this, man. Anybody that comes in here, and I challenge anyone, if you doubt what we're saying, wait till somebody who is a PhD or an astrophysicist, when they come into this room, I want you to sit silently and listen to the way we ask them questions. You're going to find out for yourself that these guys who people rely on don't actually have the answers you think they do, or anybody does, not just you, but anybody. They rely on these guys who supposedly in academia are well established. When we talk to them, they act like I'm not the expert in this field. You might want to talk to some other guy. They always do that. They are never the people that people think they are. How about that?
But they still have control, don't they?
No. The only control they have is what people give them, Cryptic. That's the only control. If you take that away from them and say, I want to know how you know what you know. Show me a demonstration, show me something real that's tangible that I can test and verify. And if they can't do it, then they're full of hot air. They're not giving you truth, bro. You can get people in your age group to actually be critical thinkers. Like ask questions, be curious about the world around you. That's what we want to inspire out of individuals that are young like you. The curiosity, the critical thinking side, the not just accepting everything just because it's like put out on social media. Think for yourself, bro.
What you have created is a fear in me that they can lie so well. Like they can lie so well, and they can fake everything. Like they can say the resources are limited, and then everyone would like scream and run around and be controlled. Like what that's the kind of fear you've created in me. There is no
do the opposite for you, dude. You shouldn't be afraid. This should have the opposite effect for you, that you're not afraid. And when people do panic like that, you know that you don't have to panic like they are.
And you can help them understand. You can become a beacon of light. You can be like, dude, you don't have to be afraid. Like you can help them. Maybe they're living in fear, but you're going to help them not live in fear anymore. And that's kind of like what we want to also inspire in people. When they walk in truth, they don't have to be afraid anymore. Truth casts off all those like shackles of fear, because you know now, so you can help them too.
My country has no natural resources at all, and we've always been told that if we don't fight to survive, there's no other countries aren't willing to give up their resources because there's limited resources on Earth, and if we don't constantly try to
So Cryptic, you've heard it firsthand. What I just told you, you've already heard from your own people. They're telling you this. That's what I'm trying to say. That's a freaking lie, bro. Every single place on Earth has some sort of resource, dude. Every single place on Earth.
Even this island. This is an island, bro.
It doesn't matter, dude. Whatever it is, wherever you live, and if it's populated, then it has something that people want to be where you're at.
There's no natural resources.
Yeah, but that's what they've convinced you. How do you know that?
Yeah, you're near the ocean, right?
Yeah.
There's no fish.
Yeah.
There's no soil.
No, but those aren't energy sources.
Yeah, you
Yes,
can plant
they
crops.
are.
Plus, you can plant crops
Yeah,
that like corn, you know, whatever it is that you can grow in a tropical area. Like, dude, like, it's just like you can not listen to that anymore. You could turn on critical thinking, do some homework, do your research, you know, understand what zone you live in, like what kind of climate, perhaps what type of resources can be garnered from your area. You don't have to think like only what they tell you to think. Yeah.
I mean, if the government were aware of more resources, why would they why would they?
Oh, because they're controlling you. They easily say that you have to fight for more resources, and you're going to go ahead and fight for the resources. You're not going to ask any questions. And you're convinced that you're doing a just cause, but you don't even know the difference.
Wow. Like, dude, have you seen the geography of Singapore? What kind of resources do we have that's actually like?
Yeah, but you're asking me that question. Have you asked yourself that question?
If I knew that, I would sell those resources and make money.
Well, see, that's the other thing too. Don't become a greedy bastard. Like, you have to think about your people, where they live, and be proud of where you come from. But at the same time, you gotta like treat the earth as you would as, you know, like a place that you want to live at. You know, don't just be like a locust, just taking whatever you want and not giving back. You got to give something back, bro.
I have nothing, bro.
Yeah, but do you have your mind? The best ideas and things that you can make up are in your head. All you need is a good plan to create something and then manifest it in reality and do something, man. You got to get motivated, get excited, bro, because there's a lot of things that you can do. You're 18. You got your whole life ahead of you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can definitely see why this would be exciting. I am excited. It's just that, whoa, how do they have this much control?
Who cares, dude? Like, that's not in here. We're not even concerned with that. We just know that's the game. The game is that's how it is right now. People are being controlled by narrative. We don't care about that. We only care about people's freedom from the narrative. That's it. Whether you become a flat earther and stuff, that's not upon me. That's upon you. We just want you to break away from the idea that you have to depend on information coming from them, and you can't. I mean, you could do your own research and find out for yourself, bro.
Yeah, you guys really are like Morpheus from The Matrix.
So you choose to stay in the matrix, you're gonna stay in it. You don't have to. The red pill is your choice.
Yeah. Yeah. What will be your choice, Neo?
Great, but what do I do after I take the red pill? Like
live life.
So yeah, so that's just the start. So you use your mind and you create a new reality, which humans are able to do, that we've done all throughout history. It starts with just a seed of a thought, and that can grow into an entire community. So you can do this. So talk about resources. What about human resources? What about the knowledge that people can gain by having somebody that realizes the earth is not what we were told? So that means there's a whole bunch of other things that are not what we were told. You could start this seed in your own community, small, with your own friends.
Yeah,
now, you're gonna get a lot of rejection. So you're gonna have to get a little thick skin on this, because this is going against the mainstream religious belief system, which is heliocentrism. It is a religion.
Yeah,
So
true, Sonny. There is.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You said true things. That, like, there is many red pills. You take this red pill, you will find another take. There is many research about. There is just one of the million topics, which is the most obvious one, Earth.
I see. Okay, wow. All right. But what makes me really interested in all this is that if there are more resources than they are telling us, then I can get those resources, then I can sell them, and then I can make money.
Maybe start out by informing people casually that they don't have to believe the lies about the resources. So you allow people to be free. Then these ideas will come. It's not about being greedy and selling things.
I don't care about freedom. I want to make money. You guys told me there's no resource. There's unlimited resources. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go find those resources, and then I'm gonna sell them.
Yeah, become a corn farmer. Yeah. Or well,
Or
that's what it is.
Sweet potatoes. Or sweet potatoes, or mangoes, or find you a little plot somewhere.
I want to find that oil, and I want to see. I want the oil.
Yeah,
I
do
want
what you
that
want,
oil.
man.
But one more thing. So all these wars, Iraq, Iran, Venezuela, like all this stuff, like all of this is fake.
Well, in the sense of it being like for a just cause, yeah.
So
what just cause? Yeah. Well, think about it like this: what just cause do they have to tell you that they're going to go invade a certain country or they're fighting a war? What's the just cause for the war in Ukraine?
Okay, before we get into that, let's talk about Iraq, right? This is how it all started. So, Iraq, they said there's weapons of mass destruction. Then the United States went in.
Right? Did they find those?
No.
Okay, so was there a just cause? Yes or no?
No, but then people are saying it's because of oil.
No. That's not the reason. That wasn't the just cause to go there.
No, the just cause was that they gave was weapons of mass destruction, which was fake.
And right. That's what I'm telling you. So every just cause needs to be supported by some truth behind it.
So why did they go to Iraq?
Well, we know it wasn't for the just cause, was it?
Then people are saying it's for oil. If oil,
it doesn't matter. It's cryptic. It doesn't matter why they went there. If it wasn't for the just cause, then whatever reason they stayed there and they fought or whatever they did there had nothing to do with the just cause. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then what about Venezuela?
Well, there again, what just cause do they have to go and do anything in Venezuela?
Oil, or they say it's regime change.
A regime change. Okay, so what's the power in play right now? Why do they have to be removed?
Well, right now, the current prime minister, he's working with Russia and China, and against U.S. interests. Against U.S. interests, so like that they want to go invade Venezuela. That's what they're saying, at least.
Yeah, but if there's not a just cause and they're just doing it for whatever monetary reasons or power, or it's not a just cause, like they're defending the citizens in that area. They're not doing that, are they?
Like they say they want democracy in Venezuela.
Okay, but is that the reason why the U.S. has interest to go to Venezuela?
Well, from what it looks like, the current prime minister has deep ties with China and Russia. So,
yeah, but that's speculation. That's speculation.
So, what other cause could there be?
We don't need to. If we don't know the just cause, we don't need to give another speculation. We can only identify what they've said on the news or whatever they're proclaiming their just cause is to go to a certain region. That's it. If there isn't a just cause and they're just going just because, then they're doing it out of a just cause reason.
But They want to do it because of regime change. That's what they said.
Okay.
So that's their just cause.
Because they're trying to take somebody out of power that's in power right now? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and there's the Venezuelans aren't doing that themselves? They need help? Is that what's going on?
I mean, looks like it because a lot of people are going to jail from what I heard. And the government has pretty strict control. But that's the thing. Why are they doing it for Venezuela and not North Korea?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good question. That's a good question. So now you got to ask, why aren't they doing it for other countries except for the one that they're wanting to go to?
Or Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia literally uses slaves. They have like actual slaves, but the US thinks they're like their best friend or whatever. So same thing for UAE, same thing for Qatar. They all have slaves. They all use slaves. They're slaves there.
Yeah. Do you know that all of the leaders of the entire earth are all buddies in the background? Yeah.
They're
all there. They're all there. Hold on. They're all there to increase their power over whoever they can get power over or in control. So they're all in the same game. They're just playing chess, like I said before. Yeah, they may have a move here and a move there, but in the background they're going. They'll probably talk about it and joke about it while they're drinking tea. They're playing this big game. The earth is their earth. The surface of earth is their playground. They don't care about the resources. They care about control and power. And if they can control your thoughts, then they've got control over your entire being. So I think that's the reason. And what you're talking about is just saying, okay, this side and that side, well, these regime changes, for whose benefit? You think that's the benefit of the Argentinians or the Chinese or the Americans? You think it's for their benefit? Or is it for the benefit of the people who control all of the people, like the families that own all of the property and the families that own all of the money and resources and control how much money is worth, the value? Like, so what you're talking about is great. It's fine and dandy, but you're saying why all these people, why are they going to jail? It's just about control. It's about control. Controlling the narrative is the name of the game. That's all they're doing. And you shouldn't be afraid of that. You should just become aware of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn. So yeah, but a lot of this flat Earth stuff, it doesn't invalidate like a normal physics laws, right? Like all this, like does it invalidate everything I've learned in school?
Not everything.
No. Anything that's applied it only confirms it. So something that we classify as pseudoscience would be like cosmology. There's no science in that whatsoever. Sorry.
Wait, what has no merit?
Cosmology.
So everything other than that is okay.
No, there's a few subjects. What is it? Geology, cosmology, anthropology.
Astrophysics, theoretical molecular theory. Archaeology, geology. They only use presupposition. They don't use fact. They don't have a basis. They can't make an experiment. Astronomy, All they can do is look at things and then make up a story. Same story that we all believe, just like you. So you got to separate the wheat from the chaff. There's a lot of pseudoscience out there. So not everything. If you learned like mechanics, mechanical engineering, let's say metallurgy, like machining, like those types of things, those are true. I mean, they aren't necessarily science because you just apply certain methods in engineering for mechanics and structural engineering, things like that. But the things where they just go, oh, we know what happened underground a million years ago, or like evolutionary biology, it's all pseudoscience. They don't have any proof of any of these things. So yeah, you gotta separate.
You know, the entire like capitalistic system is built on charging more for something that you can get for less. So even without like all this unlimited resource, thing, even if there were limited resources, uh, you are essentially selling something you got for like $1 for $2, and then somehow that's justified.
Yeah, I would say yes to that. But the other part of this, go ahead, Andy.
No, I'm just saying he's getting to the minutia of things. Cryptic, we got to go switch the topic back to flat Earth so that the people that are listening could actually have tangible information about the nature of reality. So I'm going to actually switch us back. But actually, if anybody's in here, they want to ask any questions about the topics that we were discussing about flat Earth, you can do so. Or if you want to be challenged of the Earth being a globe, we'd like to ask you some questions. So if you're in here right now, I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, so this is what we do. We ask people for proof of the globe, and we've been doing that for 10 years. Some people even longer. So it's a good idea to listen, Cryptid, and check out the answers that we get. Well, hopefully we'll get somebody that wants to stand on all 10 toes, like AV likes to say, and present their evidence of the globe. Like, we would like to see that. We like to hear people that can stand up on their own and say, this is how I know it's a globe. And then you, as an observer, can listen to this and watch us just use logic until they don't have any solid substance to stand on. Can almost do that purely with logic, but we can go to measurements. That's why you find the globe does not have our measurements. That's what we have, plethora of. Hello, is this thing working? Killed it. There you go. You killed the chat again, AV, by asking about globe proof. So here's the elephant in the room. Don't you think, if you're still listening, whoever's listening, and for the entire audience and panel, don't you think if there was absolute knowledge or evidence or proof of the Earth being a globe, that people would be in here and they would be presenting it, and they would be able to just do this calmly, matter of fact, present the evidence, and that would be done with. But no, we get this moment of silence in support of your globe proof. So zero, nothing, just silence from the other side. Why is that? They should be in here every single day and just be able to present us with the proof. Oh, we have a measurement of the globe being an Earth. I mean, the Earth being a globe, and we can show you where this was measured, the drop over distance, day after day, week after week, month, years and years and years of actual direct measurement of Earth curving, because that's what it requires. And I ask you all, why don't we have that? We don't have any of that. Some cowbell, please. Thank you very much. That sounds like my guitar playing. Where'd they get that? Sitting on the flat earth waiting for the globe to come.
So I'd like to continue our previous conversation if no one else is joining.
Sure. Let's just try to keep it concerning the Earth and not geopolitics or whatever you want to call it. So the Earth itself would be a great topic.
Yeah, so I was thinking more about the philosophy, right? So now we know humans are at the center of the universe, or so-called, in this, terrarium-like environment, right? Then, and we know natural resources are unlimited, and we know they're using all this indoctrination to control us. So then, what are you gonna do? Like, how do you guys think this information leads to freedom? Like, if anything, it shows that they have full control over this environment. And
Some of us, maybe many of us, don't agree with what you're saying at all. That's a very institution.
You cut out, Amish.
I don't think there are institutionalized top-down control measures over any of this. I really don't. I think this is self-inflicted.
What?
You know, people believe in the globe myth so much that they'll do anything to keep it going.
No, I mean, they have full control over this entire environment.
Who's they? I don't think there's a they that has full control.
The people who constructed the globe narrative.
We did it to ourselves.
No, you were taught it.
Are constructing the globe narrative. You're doing this right now to us because you believe the globe is true. That's the problem.
No, I'm just confused with like the whole natural resources being unlimited, and
Maybe they are limited. Okay, so what? Unlimited, limited. So what?
Then we're all gonna die because there's no space, and
well, that part's true.
No, then humanity will die. The human species will die.
Yeah, every single one of us is going to die at some point. Yeah.
So the human species, you don't want it to go on?
No, it doesn't go on. You will die. I will die. Everybody who's lived before has died. Everybody that's born in the future will die.
So our species will go extinct.
Nobody said that.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about...
Maybe it will. Maybe it will. Who knows?
And you'd like that?
No.
So we have
Are you brain dead, kid? Come on.
No, you said it doesn't matter if the resources are limited or unlimited. So what? Like that means if space doesn't exist, then we're all gonna die. The human species as a whole will become extinct. If outer space doesn't exist and then resources on Earth are limited, then where are we gonna get the other resources?
And you don't.
So you just die off. The species just goes extinct.
Maybe that'll happen.
We haven't died off yet. We haven't died off yet. So what makes you think we will?
We're gonna die off.
How? Yeah, but you can't listen. You can't go to a place and exist that doesn't exist. Yeah. So the human being, us human beings, all of us, of the population, whatever you want to call us, as a whole, can't go to a place that doesn't exist in reality. So really, it's a moot point. You can't go to some place. There's no vacuum of space. You can't go outside of the
even
system.
if you believe, okay, kid, if you believe that this in your cosmology, right? You believe in the heat death of the universe. And that's going to come after the sun engulfs the entire world in flames. You believe that if you're supporting your cosmology.
Yeah.
So why are you getting upset at me for saying maybe that won't happen like that?
Well, that's in 5 billion years, bro. By then, we would have gone on to other planets. The whole sun exploding thing won't happen.
How do you know you can do that? Cool story.
We'll leave the solar system in 5 billion years, bro.
I don't think you will. Cool story. So you have the science fiction narrative that's underpinning your philosophical worldview of the present day. That's a problem. See, you're doing everything you can to keep this going, my friend. And you're not being malicious about it. You are perpetuating the problem, and it's not a top-down control measure. It's self-inflicted, like I was saying.
But are the resources limited or not? Does anyone here have definite proof that oil can regenerate? I want to know that. That's the most important thing.
Nobody knows.
Whether whether these natural resources are unlimited or not is more important than what shape the earth is. Because if the natural resources can regenerate, then you don't need to go anywhere. You don't even need to care about what's above the sky. Like, you can just live your own life happily. Humanity can live their life happily.
Yeah, but all we're trying to say, Cryptic, is that that would influence the way you decide something. So, for instance, in this case, like oil, if there was an abundance of it and it did regenerate, do you think they could charge you $5 a gallon for it? Or probably not, right?
Yeah.
It would be abundant and they couldn't control anybody with that, right? Just like to say if energy was free, right? And you didn't have to pay for water or pay for electricity or commodities, well, I mean, you wouldn't be under that control, would you?
Yeah. Actually,
So
when I went
in this
to
case, it's what we're trying to tell you is not that there is or isn't limited or unlimited resources. What we're trying to tell you is that information withhold.
All this code is here.
Information that is withheld from somebody gives power over the person that they're withholding it from. Do you have little siblings at all?
Yeah, I have one.
Right, and they're a little bit more naive or maybe don't understand like tricks or something. But if you tell them like, "Oh, I have 2 pieces of bread. Here you go. Here's the last one," but you have 10, well, they're not going to ask for another one if they think there's only 2. They might ask you for another piece of bread if they know that you have 10.
Yeah.
So it's not like controlling in a malicious way, but you are kind of controlling them. You're controlling them from even asking if there's more. In this case, it'd be like if I told you the globe, if that's where you live, if I told you you're in a gated pen, you might never really try to leave, right? If there's nowhere to go and you have to be on some sort of quote unquote spaceship to leave, then it's kind of out of your reach, right? I can control the way you feel about your life right now and making you feel like you can't leave. That's what we're trying to tell you. That information alone that's what you're doing to yourself based on the information that you've been given. Nobody's trapping you. Nobody's put a fence around you. You've done it and it's self-inflicted. And unfortunately, we've gotten to this like endless telephone game where my parents told me I live on a globe and their parents told them they live on a globe and their parents and professors told them they live on a globe. And we have this tradition rather than reality. The difference between globe earthers and flat earthers is the fact that we were all taught the globe too, man. But the difference is that we tested the globe for ourselves in reality, and it's not curving. It's not a globe. It's not spinning. There's no outer space second law of thermodynamics violation going on. That doesn't magically tell us where we are, but it does falsify the globe.
Yeah, I think the more important, I would say, thing that you guys are claiming is not the shape of the earth, but rather that there's nothing out there. That's what makes this interesting.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. To be fair, at least not out there in terms of like going up into an outer space vacuum with all the stories and nebulas and quasars and sun exploding in 5 billion years. They told my third grade daughter that, and she came home running like, is that true? I mean, what business do they have telling little children that the sun's going to explode if it doesn't even affect them in 5 billion years? Why would they even tell you that if it doesn't have any effect on you?
To fear monger.
Exactly. To control.
Yeah. Well, they're very smart people, I'll tell you that.
Well, to be fair, I don't think your professor is honestly trying to fearmonger you either. To be fair, maybe it's the story that was propagated itself and, again, being spread like a tradition. Because, well, they believe it too. That's what their trusted individuals in their life said to them, so they trust it.
So what
But
do
like
you
when
think
you're
about?
asking like who is they and like are they holding it from us? Like I would agree with Yoder. I don't think there is a they, right? It's almost like we're on a ship that was pushed off into sea a long time ago, and the original people who pushed it off into sea, aka the globe model, you know, they don't have the manuals either. They said, hey, keep steering the ship. You know, they passed away, and all of a sudden we've got this, again, game of telephone of, hey, it's a globe. Hey, it's a globe. Hey, it's a globe. You know?
Yeah.
But in that sense, when it's not a globe, I can control everybody who thinks that it is. Right? Especially if I hold certain points of power or own large companies and, you know, move resources around and things like that. To be fair, I mean, some of us speculate too, and to be fair, there are some objective clues that show you that these people go to the same school. Their children are friends. They're not exactly the enemies that they're portrayed as on TV, if you will. And we have that a lot in at least the American political system. To be fair, I would, at least in this case, imagine that it happens across the earth as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is why you have the tax farm of NASA, right? Taking in money and basically giving in at least a fake place for you to still believe in. And then other countries are like, dang, dude, RASA, we got to get on this. That's basically free money. JAXA, Japanese Space Agency, ESA, now India is involved. You know, maybe they are working together, right? They'd almost literally have to be. I mean, didn't you ever kind of wonder why, for some reason, they hate each other on the ground and they're having war, but International Space Station? Oh, let's just suddenly all put our differences aside and work together.
Not really. Not really. The Chinese have their own space station, and they don't want the Americans to use it.
Well, yeah. I mean, they got their cultural differences. They, you know, they got to do it themselves.
Yeah.
This story's great, isn't it? Chinese, they've got their own space station. Brilliant story.
And they say the Chinese are going to go to the moon and put stuff on Mars.
Yeah.
They've been saying that for a long time.
Yeah.
Maybe
I wonder what
ask yourself why the Chinese space station at 250 miles supposedly above Earth show a completely flat Earth. So how are they going to the moon again? I
used to subscribe to a magazine in the 80s called Knowledge Quest here in the UK, and it was all about the technological advantage that we'll have in the future, moon bases and colonies on Mars and so on, just a decade or so away. This was in the 80s. Here we are, 40 years later, and you're telling us that eventually we'll go to the moon. Yeah, we've heard that story 1,000 times before.
Yeah, you know, we've been 2 years away from having a permanent moon base for 70 years now.
Yeah, they've been telling me that since the 70s.
Well, even before they went there, they were telling us that nonsense.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my leave now, guys. And think about what you've told me. Yeah.
I think the moon is a harsh mistress is like 60 years old now. And by the time Heinlein wrote that, the idea of having a moon base was already probably 20 or 30 years old.
Is that it then? Is there no one else? Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, where space stories and spinning balls come to die. If anyone's got a question, comment, or concern about their perception of reality, please unmute yourself, introduce yourself, say hi, ask your question. Let's have a conversation. But like I said, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server channel here on, where are we? The English Hub. Welcome one and all.
Tell you what, that is a nice warm welcome. We need a recording of that so we can play it regularly. That as things kind of die down, it's a nice, welcoming, friendly introduction.
Yeah, if somebody could get a recording of that, that'd be awesome, because I don't want to repeat myself several times. But I've been dipping in and out today. Some good conversations have been happening. Let's hope the evening continues.
Yeah, it's good to hear Jedi's voice. It's been a while. I miss all of you when I'm away. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Glad to be here today. Yeah, I'll be here for a little while. I'm about to go into a meeting, but yeah, it's been a good morning. That cryptid guy was actually started to listen. Pretty awesome.
So are we ever going to get a Globie in here who has more than just thoughts and prayers for their globe?
I say the chances are pretty slim. I mean, we've been waiting all this time. Had all the experts. At least the ones that are brave enough to come in here and get slam dunked.
Yes, indeed, my friend. Yes, indeed. It is quite fascinating that here we are, 2025, when all the scientists, mathematicians, philosophers, and others have made pronouncements that they have all the knowledge, and therefore the Earth is a globe. But yet, none of it stands up to minimal critique. So the question is, how is it that it's that flimsy, and yet there's enough people who just buy it without further question? Or is it that they don't really buy it, they just go with the flow? Kind of like that TV show where they they took some people put them in a waiting room for a job interview. And so they told the first few people, more or less, not to tell anybody else because they were shills. And they said, okay, just stand up when the first bell goes off. When the second bell goes off, sit down. And then they started bringing in other people. And one at a time, the shills exited the room. And then it was no more shill. And then it was just people who were standing up and sitting down, even though they were never told to stand up and sit down. And then they started bringing in new people who didn't stand up and sit down. And then the people who were never told to stand up and sit down start saying, yeah, you need to stand up. And they're like, well, why? Well, I don't know. Just the people here, that's what they've all been doing all day. And got them to start standing up and sitting down. And in my mind, that seems a lot like what we deal with here with the GTs. The bell goes off, they stand up. The bell goes off again, they sit back down. They wouldn't know any other way if it bit them. Alrighty, somebody here has got to have us some proof of the big old spinny, bendy, water-covered ball. Somebody here at least wants to push forth what they think is evidence thereof. And AG, your side comment there at 34 minutes past the hour, that's the key thing about LLMs that I think most of your GTs don't understand, is that the LLM is really, truly designed to tell you what it thinks you want to hear. And it thinks that most people want to hear that we live on a balltard. So, having said that, you are spot on. And Almanator, if you're listening to this here, you are absolutely correct. And that's the point Ethergress is making to you.
It's advanced autofill. It's a glorified calculator for words.
Yeah, it's just a fancy autocomplete. Yep. I'm not sure who it was that said that, but there is a lot of truth to that.
AI said it. Overlord.
You know, back somewhere about January, December, a guy that's here on Discord asked me and a couple other people to bring up ChatGPT in an incognito window and give it a prompt. And lo and behold, it gave each of us different answers. And most of those answers were contradicting one, if not more, of the other answers that it gave. And then I brought it up on my phone, and it gave a different answer. And then I got into my actual account, and it gave a different answer yet.
Yep, and you can customize the answers, like personalize everything if you want to.
Yep.
I just personalize mine to take preference towards avoiding fallacious reasoning. The funny thing is they keep on calling it like Flat Earth GPT. I didn't program mine to say that the Earth is flat. I just bound it to logical reasoning. Don't appeal to anything irrational.
So here's how I like to put it. I like to put it that is about all you can get really from ChatGPT is some form of fallacious reasoning that I think when whoever, which I presume was in India, from, if my memory's correct, when they were training it. They just loaded in whatever they loaded in, and then it makes it sound a lot like you're speaking with an Indian call center, because that's who trained it. And with my point being that there wasn't independent thought put into it, there wasn't anything else. It was literally just, let's get this stuff uploaded. And you ended up with some probably India-centric training materials. So you end up with slightly little different usage of English. And all of this is influencing us in many ways, but as police departments use them for press releases, other companies create training documents and others that come from ChatGPT, it's influencing us. And so even if it tells us what we think is the right answer, it's still influencing us, and probably not a great way.
Hey, what's up, how's it going? Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, no, it's okay, man. Yeah. Alright, man. No, worries, bro.
Are you
Anytime,
talking to a
man,
can,
anytime.
or are you hot micing?
Sounds like a hot mic.
Can't make out what he's even saying. Sounds like he's trying to talk through that rubber ducky. Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7.
Scientists detected gravitational waves coming from two merging black holes a few years ago, which was already pretty exciting, but now they're using that data to uncover mysteries of black holes for the first time. Research published in the journal Physical Review Letters found that black holes may be bald rather than hairy. Sounds weird, but Einstein had a theory on gravity called the no-hair theorem, which suggests black holes must be featureless besides mass, spin, and electric charge. All other characteristics, metaphorically known as hair, would be consumed by the black hole, making them unobservable. And the findings back this up. The hairlessness would make them different from nearly everything else in the universe. Researchers used data from the LIGO instrument to probe the final merged black hole and measured the frequency of its oscillations called overtones. Researchers found it matches simulations of the no-hair theorem within 10%, but they also say it's the first time they've successfully tested the theory this way. It doesn't necessarily mean black holes couldn't have hair.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah,
you know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas. Magellan clouds of the Milky Way galaxy.
The Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
well, there's a large
clouds.
one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa. Whilst
from
Mark
space,
Cameron. This is from Mark Cameron.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah,
you know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can
right?
see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky
You
Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one
I didn't
and a
want to
small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
So let's get some conversation started here. Who's got some proof of the Baltard we supposedly live on? Somebody's got to have some proof of curvature, axial rotation, gas pressure without containment. That's some proof of gravity turning things and grabbing a hold of things and turning them into balls. Somebody's got to have something for us today.
world is changing.
And you work through the whole day and you get hungry when it's about lunchtime.
One man stands alone.
And then at the end of the day, you start to get a little sleepy-eyed, and by the time you're ready for bed, you just fall asleep.
Don Pettit is I'm Don Pettit, an astronaut without a mission.
When you rip open a pouch of stew or something, you can smell a little roast beef.
They took his friends. They took his life, but they won't take his home. Introducing Charles Bronson's wig as Mission Control. Don Pettit in Space presents The Cupola.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Don Pettit himself speaking to us.
Sounds like a great man.
Yeah, Drace has quite a bit of recorded conversation from Don Pettit, so it's some great stuff. It's high quality in a low-class world. It's high quality on a flat earth.
In a world where you can make a video of Steve Irwin putting Stephen Hawking through a table in a WWE ring, people are still saying videos from space are real. What's up? What is up? Welcome to the room. Glad you could be here. Do you come with questions? Do you come with statements? Do speak up.
I come alive when I'm in orbit. It's like my being should be in space. Some people are born to be cowboys and ride a horse. I'm born to ride a rocket and be in space.
And there's NASA astronaut Don Pettit flying in to the International Space Station.
Science of opportunity happens on Earth. It happens anywhere. There are scientists, engineers, uber geeks that are tasked with doing some programmatic work in a laboratory. And because you are there and you get an idea. It's not on the script. It's not part of the program, but you get an idea. So the science of opportunity happens anywhere there are people thinking about advancing our knowledge. And the same thing happens on space station.
Wow. And then that rogue drop just came in from someplace and then it went someplace. Whoa. Look at that.
I have been working with ice. I'm freezing and thawing these crystals and looking at the front between the different crystals. The kind of research we do on space station is research where gravity has a major factor in the equation. Looking at Earth's horizon and our atmosphere on edge is truly a unique sight. You can also point your camera more zenith and you could look at Milky Way structures. Images from space help tell the story to people on Earth that don't have the opportunity to go into space. So the photographs help complete the story of what it means for human beings to expand into space and expand into this frontier.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard the truest of the most truth of all the internet, Don Pettit. So, ladies and gentlemen, the real question is, what is the moral hazard of such an organization like NASA? Just going back to our basics of understanding government and business, what is the moral hazard? In other words, what is it that they're willing to do or say to continue to keep the funding, even though they've had some recent scale backs? So somebody's got to have an answer out there. Some Globie's got to be listening to us either here directly in our room or over YouTube that can chime in and tell us what it is that those limits are, or at least they think they are.
We've been flying in space for 50 years, and the only way to get your beverages, both Russian and U.S. and European and everybody that's gone into space, it's sucking through a straw. Things that I had learned in college in my surface chemistry classes, where I was sitting in the back of the room and my professor probably thought I was sleeping, and maybe I really was sleeping, but something subliminally soaked into my brain, and so there I was on station, wanting to have something other than a bag, and then I remembered some of my surface chemistry, and that's how I came up with this.
Wow.
Yo, what's up, guys? So this is the first generation zero-G coffee cup, and I made this on space station.
Research flat Earth.
What's up, Dan?
Yo, what's up? How are you guys doing?
Good.
How's it going?
How are you? You got any glow proof, dude?
What?
I said, do you have any glow proof?
No, I don't. But I know the Earth is flat.
How do you know that?
Because I know. Because I do know.
Okay, well, tell me how.
Because I just know the Earth is flat. I don't need to tell you how.
Yeah, I know, right? But I need you to tell me how you know, because I can tell you how I know.
I mean, like, the moon landing was fake, so obviously.
Okay, well, moon landing is non sequitur to the shape of the ground, so how do you know the Earth is flat?
Because I do know.
Yeah, how?
Because I know. I know the Earth is flat. I don't need to tell you how. You just need to believe that the Earth is flat. I believe that the Earth is flat.
No, there's a difference between belief and knowledge, dude.
Yeah, they
There's
like.
a huge difference. Go ahead, Ted.
And what the heck? And what the heck is your profile picture?
The difference is, I know my shoe size because I measured my foot. I know how tall I am because I measured my height. You're telling me I know my shoe size. I'm asking you how, and you don't know how, but you just know.
Yeah,
That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, I just know it is flat. I just know it is.
Okay. Well, why?
What gives it away?
Because-
You wake up on a
because-
Sunday morning, you know it's flat because
NASA always lies to us, and I just believe that the Earth is flat because, basically, what the heck? So I basically believe that the Earth is flat because I think, like, around us, like, you think, like, when I always go on a plane, right? I always go on a plane, right? I see the
Stop the
Earth.
cap.
It looks like it's flat. It's flat. The Earth.
Okay, you see the Earth is flat. Cool. Now, how? What else?
I also believe that the Earth is flat is because wait, my Wi-Fi is going out. Oh shit! Wait, well, I'll be right back. All right, my Wi-Fi is going out a little bit.
do you think you'll come back?
No.
Hopefully.
I don't think he was expecting us to question it.
No. I think he was just going to walk in, hey, I'm FE, sit down, pull up a seat and enjoy the show.
Hello, my fellow flat earthers. I too am a flat earther, like you.
Here's a seat, young fellow. Please join in. That was great.
His last answer was actually getting closer to some more serious stuff, though, because when you go up, it does look outstretched. You don't see curvature from up there. But then he had to pull my Wi-Fi's given out and then dip out. Dude, yeah. You didn't even robot, you just dipped out. Y'all scared him away.
Is it my inflection? Is it my tone of voice? Was it my questions?
A lot of folks end up scared away when you ask them a question.
A lot of folks get scared away when you say hello.
That's true.
I'm going to go to the Christian chat and ask Dan why he hasn't come back yet.
There you go. But that is true. You could just say welcome to somebody and they leave.
Well, I jumped in and he left.
Well, you didn't scare him back up here.
Yeah, poor guy.
So the real question is, where did all the globetards go?
They're probably at a Global Witness convention right now.
I just figured that maybe they're working since the government shut down, that they had to go to a temporary agency and go to work or something.
Probably seeing their head shrink. Is the curvature in the room with us now?
How often do you see bending water?
I could say something that's not good for polite company.
What's up?
You know, maybe we need to sell a novelty bottle of bendy water.
Yeah. What's up, Jupiter?
Hello.
You got any globe proof today?
Well, no. I'm just here to, observe. Have we talked before?
I don't know. I don't recall your name and us having a conversation.
Well, yeah.
Oh, man. I'm going to get a coffee. Well, have you ever thought about trying to find evidence for the Earth being a ball?
If you're asking about field experiment, I haven't done any personally, no.
Okay. Well, for the record, if you're trying to identify the shape of something, you don't make an experiment, you make a measurement or an observation. But
That's
I get
true, yeah.
And have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball?
Kind of.
So,
well, as I said before, there's a coastline, right? You look at the telescope, you can see like big boats disappear bottom up. But again, you can argue against that. Also,
Do you see it without the telescope?
Can you say that again?
Do you see this effect without the telescope?
Well, it's going to be hard to see.
So it is there or it is not there?
With a telescope,
Because what I'm trying to establish is maybe the telescope is the cause of this phenomena. Because everyone keeps saying, if you look through a telescope, you see ships disappear bottom up. So I'm thinking maybe it's the telescope that's the cause.
It's faulty or something? What do you mean?
Well, nobody's ever said you stand on the beach and you see ships disappear bottom up. They all say you must look through telescope. And my thinking is maybe telescope is the cause of ships disappearing bottom up. I'm glad we started thinking.
No. So are we are you spectacle, or what is the word? Are you doubting the telescope? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not doubting the telescope. I'm trying to establish cause and effect relationships, every glober that comes in says the same thing as you just said. If you look through telescope, you will see ships disappear bottom up.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, if we remove the telescope from the equation, do you still see ships disappearing bottom up?
It's gonna be hard to, like, with your eyeballs, it's gonna be hard.
I need a defined yes or no.
There would be, well, no. It's like it's hard. It's not a
So
no
what
or a
you've done,
yes.
what you've done by saying no, and we add
No, it's
the
I said
telescope
I
into
wasn't
the
finished.
equation.
It's
if
not
you
a
add the
no
telescope
or a
into
yes
the
answer.
equation, yes, it is.
No,
it's very straightforward. It's a
no, like if you have like
question.
let's say a supernatural sightseeing or a seeing. Yes.
No, there's no supernatural anything. Do you see ships disappear bottom up with the naked eye?
Hello.
I don't think you can. No, it's gonna be hard to see, and it's gonna be
therefore,
like.
I could put back into the equation now that telescopes are the cause of things disappearing bottom up.
Real quick, Agnostic, stop saying hello over and over and over again. We can see you there lighting up, and obviously people are already in the middle of a conversation. Would you please stop being rude?
I'm saying
You're
that, please.
very rude.
Someone talk to me. I'm going to suicide.
Wait your turn, or I'm going to put you on mute.
I'm going to suicide, bro.
Right now you're going on mute.
Please come with me.
No, please go and see your psychiatrist or doctor. This is not the correct room for that. Thank you. But you can see what I'm saying. Because you said you see bottom up through telescope, and when we remove the telescope from the equation, you don't see it bottom up, I can now assume that the telescope is the cause of this effect. Because that's what we're trying to break down, cause and effect relationships.
How would a telescope cause a boat to disappear bottom up?
I don't know. That's another story.
So
But
you're saying
you told
it's
me,
faulty?
I'm just going off what you've told me. Number one, you don't see ships disappear bottom up with naked eye. Number two, you do see ships disappear bottom up with telescope. So I can assume, with the limited information I have, that telescopes make ships disappear bottom up.
Oh.
The whole purpose of this exercise, my friend, was to get.
Well,
you
no,
to think. That's
someone
all.
asked me before you asked that question. I was actually answering someone else's question, not yours. You didn't ask why, how do you, like someone else asked me, how do you experience? I wasn't even planning to talk or anything. Someone asked
I'm
me.
glad you did.
Someone
You sound
asked
like a
me,
nice
I can't remember the question. I think it was along the way, like, how do you experience, like, from your personal experience, how do you see that the Earth is not flat or like an orb or something? So I said, for example, along the coastline, there's telescopes, public telescopes that you can use and see boat disappearing. That's what I said.
What distance?
Problem with that.
What if it's the case that you use your eyeballs and then you stop seeing the boat, and then you use that telescope and you see the boat again, and then you stop seeing the boat with that telescope and you get a greater zoom optic device and then you see the boat again? Is the boat going over the curve repeatedly?
Well, no, it disappeared gradually, bottom up, as it goes further.
What he's saying, Jupiter, let's just say you and me standing on the beach, and I've got to go to work soon. We're standing on the beach, we look at a ship sailing away. It disappears, right? Then we grab our camera and we zoom in and we see the ship again. Then it disappears. Then we grab the high-powered telescope and we zoom in and it disappears again. How many times does it actually go over the curvature?
Well, no, that's... Yeah, you can see, like, you would be able to, like, have doubts about this, because you're...
Okay.
If you're going to use your own
Let's just go back. So what we've got is
it's going to be hard to see, you know?
Yeah, the first one disappears with your eyes. Second one disappears with the camera. third one disappears with the telescope. Now, the problem you've got, it's disappeared 2 times pre-using the telescope. So which one is the true horizon that this ship is supposedly going over? The first one with your eyes, the second one with the camera, or the third one with the telescope?
Can you say that again?
I think you
I'm
got
sorry.
lost in there, mate. If you've got 3 separate devices, number 1, your eyes. You're standing at the beach, you watch a ship disappear over the horizon, over the so-called curvature. Then you grab a camera and zoom in and you see the ship again. It comes back. So that means it didn't go over the horizon, because cameras aren't magic that can bend around corners and see things that are hidden or obstructed. Then it disappears again.
That's
then
true.
we grab our telescope and we can see the ship again. It comes back because of the telescope. And then we watch it sail away the third time. That tells me that it's some kind of optical phenomena, not going over the horizon. But anyways, my friend, I have to go to work. You have yourself an awesome day.
You too, man.
I'm pretty sure someone else will happily have a chat to you, Tactical or one of the other lads. But anyways, guys, have a good one. Peace.
You too.
Yeah, take care.
10-7, friend.
Run.
That, ladies and gentlemen,
By the way, go ahead. I just thought it's funny that when Matrix does that, I play that run thing sometimes, and sometimes he's like, "Wait, what?"
well, I got disconnected there. I was going to say that, ladies and gentlemen, is something we need to clip and save for Flat Earth School. Globey spend $50,000+ to go to university to get schooled on religion. But you know what? They can come here and they can get that expertise from experts in the subject, like T-Dub, and not just walk away a little smarter, but to walk away with a total new And for those who are listening, go there and look in the side chat. Toby Dog has an important question Go over there, take a look, and come back in here to tell us.
Hey, Dan, welcome back. Did you get your internet figured out, bud?
Oh yeah, I already did. I just needed like a little break. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
There we go. That's a lot more better. There's about like how many people are on here? 1, 2, 3. There's like 24 people in this one server.
Oh, this channel. You mean this is one channel?
Yep.
Yeah, if you look around, there's even more channels with more people.
Wait, there's more than just 24 people?
He's saying there's
Yeah.
other channels with more people.
No, you're
Yeah, look at Vegan is Better. They've got 21 in their channel.
Oh
What
wow.
were you trying to say?
Who, me?
There's the Ask a Christian. There's 14 in their channel.
Yep.
Yep. You.
Ask
if you go
Hindus. There's-
You go check the top where it says English Hub. It says that there's 342,000 people on the server.
Yeah, how much is it currently in VCs? Does it say that? Like,
Not up there.
yeah, it looks like if you go through the total, there's 106 total in VC. Then there's 10 doing some watch activity, and another 11 doing some sort of play it together.
So if there's 24 out of 106, that means we pretty much have 1/4 of the traffic on the server right now.
Yep.
How cool is that? Because every server we go into, we are the most popular topic that comes across. Am I wrong, Crit?
No. Yeah, this is one of the most important topics. What do you know and how do you know it? This strikes right at the heart of what people think they know and what they believe and why they say what they say.
Sign would pass me by. 'Cause you know I walk 1,000 miles. I can just sing you.
If you're gonna sing, put yourself on mute. Walking 1,000 miles is a linear distance. Typically, you experience that as a horizontal travel. You know when you're traveling up and down, you experience it.
All right. I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry about that.
You're fine.
I'm sorry about that. I'll just mute myself.
Don't worry about it. Just move forward.
Oh, hey, did you come up with a reason as to why you think the Earth's flat?
No, not yet.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm here when you figure one out.
Well, how about better? Do you have a reason for why you would say that?
I don't. Well, basically, I saw this thing on TikTok, right? So, like, like the North Pole, like if like the Earth was flat, like, right? Well, it is flat, right? So, like, like around us, there's like ice. So, like, say like there's like tunnels underneath us, and there's like secret chambers of dinosaurs being made right now.
What the heck?
Yeah. So.
What? See, that's what I'm talking about. Why this topic is so important. If the Earth, for this guy's worldview, if the Earth isn't a globe, then nothing is real anymore. Like his whole worldview collapses into utter nonsense. He can't even tell you why or how he knows the Earth is a globe, why he thinks it is. Like everything just collapses into a pile of just mush, like incoherent word dribble.
The multiverse of madness.
He's a bat in a brain. In his worldview, it's possible that his brain is actually a bat, and that that bat is actually in a container, which is actually deemed a brain.
Well, look. This is what I think what the Earth looks like. But I'm gonna send it for chat. All right. I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it for chat. Just wait.
This better not be nonsense meme.
Oh, it's going to be nonsense.
I already know. I just figured I would let him know. Give him a chance to think twice, but whatever.
But it's going to be the Jimsy kind of nonsense.
I cannot send anything. I cannot send anything. I wonder if I can add someone back so I can like show them. Is that okay if I add somebody back?
Can you draw how the United Kingdom will look like on the flat Earth?
Yo, I wonder if I can add somebody so I can show them what the Earth looks like, actually looks like.
Not entire Earth. Only United Kingdom.
Yeah, I'm gonna add you back, bro. I'm gonna add you. Friend request failed. I'm gonna add somebody else. Yo,
Yeah, don't worry about that. Just answer the question. What does the United Kingdom look like?
It's flat.
It looks flat?
No, it's not flat. The ocean around UK, it's flat. Yeah, that. But UK, it's not flat.
Some people think the Earth is round.
I'll be right back, you guys.
All right, but
Just wanted to say to appreciate the mention, but I'm by no means an expert in anything. Well, I wouldn't say nothing. But
All right, we'll just call you Jack because you're Jack of all trades.
cheers, man. Yeah, autodidactic, mostly. Music is my forte. Not that I can read or write it very well.
So, what is that? Taha? Yaha? Taha?
Yo, what's up?
You got any globe evidence?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, dude.
What's up?
Do you think the Earth is a sphere?
Yes, I do, but I'm not here to discuss anything. I'm just lurking around, seeing what's going on in VCs. That's all.
And what is going on here?
Peace and quiet, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, have a good
Why
day.
why you believe in sphere?
I really don't want to discuss,
You think that is one of
We talk
I don't
about
know.
this.
You scared about geometry?
What?
Are you scared about geometry?
No, I'm not scared of anything. I'm just saying I'm not here to discuss anything. I'm just looking around. That's all.
How you looking around?
By joining different VCs and checking on what's going on.
Are you looking or listening?
Both.
Oh, we
Sounds
heard.
like-
Look. Okay.
Sounds like you're scared to question your reality.
I'm not scared to question anything. I'm just, not in the mood.
Do you know why
right
this?
now, as you can see.
Do you know why these people calling themselves flat earthers?
Yeah, I do know, but
Why?
that's irrelevant of me being here or not.
Yeah, I know, but you said that you know? I want to know what's that. Why they are thinking that Earth is flat?
They think that the Earth is flat, and
Why?
I don't know why.
But you don't want to even find out.
Not right now. Some other day, maybe. But right now, I'm just lurking around.
All right. Well, do me this favor. Instead of going to the internet to find out why the Earth is flat, you come here and you ask us all of your questions. We'll give you answers.
Sure, I will. Thank you, guys. I'll move on to the other VCs to check them out. Have a good one.
All right, bro. Have a good day.
Take care, man.
Bro's like, I don't want to have a conversation. Sasha's like, Give me your throat.
Like, it's strange. It's all right if people doesn't want to speak, but at least to ask questions, because you come in, If I come something in, I'd be interesting to ask some questions. Didn't we do that? All of us did that. Like, we go to some server and we ask some questions. And then we realized, something. We heard that things, Eric Dubé, blah, 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 the things, but we wanted to be sure. And we spoke with other people. We asked many questions. And then we realized what it is.
Kind of blows my mind that someone could be so uninterested of them being lied to. Maybe another day I'll look into if people are lying to me or not.
Hey, bro. Your wife's cheating on you. Yeah, I don't care. What?
Yeah, exactly. The baseball game's on tonight. I'll worry about it another day.
It's with the neighbor. And? I didn't ask you to tell me.
It will not change anything. Please give me some change that I can believe in flat earth.
Crit, are you still on here?
Yeah, I'm here.
So is it fair to say that our GT friends are mostly just fallen victim to magical thinking? That
Yeah,
somebody's
I think
smarter
it
than
probably
them?
varies by individual.
Some ways I kind of think, when I think about it, I kind of get out of them that, like, what they believe is that there's a sorcerer bigger and badder and more powerful than they are who can divinate out all this information, and then there's others who can make spacecrafts go to wherever they dream that they'll go, and then they've got others who can know the unknowable, and when you ask for how this works, the answer always is, something like mathematics or science or whatever, and then there's little information behind it other than to appeal back to the magical sorcerers.
If I was a global, oh, he's just left. Damn it! Damn it! Oh, he's back. Maybe he's not listening. But yeah, no, on what Yoda posted there, right? As a glober, I would completely agree with Isaacman, right? And I would push it even further to just absolutely and utterly commercialize, or not commercialize, but open it up to the public, right? And to commercialism. Like, it be free and independent completely. Maybe only very minor intervention from government agency, like just to monitor trajectory and, like to help out just a little bit so that, there's no collisions and stuff in space. But open it up, like, just if you want, you've got the money, you want to build a rocket, you want to put something in orbit, you want to explore space, whatever, you're free. You can do it. There's no government agency stopping you and saying, nah, we're going to control this for you. And no, you do it all independently. You get to do it all by yourself. And we know that's not going to happen because we know that place doesn't exist. We know that they can't do that. So they're never, ever going to let that happen, right? Never.
Never, never.
But this is the sort of thing that needs to get pushed, right? Like, step aside, NASA. Step aside, ESA, JAXA, whoever you fuck you guys think you fucking are controlling shit. Who are you to tell me that if space is fucking real, that I'm not allowed, if I have the fucking money, the time, and the resources, and the energy, and the manpower, I can't fucking independently, fucking free of all you bastards, send something up there with someone in it or not, right? And do my own damn stuff regarding space exploration. Like, this is what the people need to do. They need to say to these people, whoever they are, get the F out of my effing way. Same as Antarctica. Whatever Antarctica may or may not be. I don't care. The people need to stand up and say, get the F out of our way. No more of your freaking stupid treaties and shit. Did we vote on this? Who are you guys? Who the F do you guys think yous effing are? Back off. That's what the people need to do.
Welcome.
And in my opinion, there needs to be more of that that sort of attitude. That like, just for example, okay, so the moment in the US, a man was arrested and now has a criminal record because he handed a sandwich to another human being, the people should have been outraged, right? And the government should have been held to account for that dumb, stupid action. Right? And whoever made and passed that law, everybody involved should have been immediately terminated from their position.
That doesn't happen. Government will never hold government to account for government misconduct.
No, the people need to hold the government to account for misconduct.
Oh, yeah.
The people. People should have stood up.
There's a catch, though. The government will invoke violence, psychopathic levels of violence, which the people won't do. So the government will always win because the people won't do that. They'll stop before that. Where the government won't stop. They'll pass that line. You got to think there isn't a crime petty enough or small enough at which a police officer won't kill you over it.
Right. So, like, the police force itself, right, should have turned around and said, "Sorry, guys, we're going on strike over this. We're not arresting the guy. Sorry. You want to find someone else? Go get military police. Go get the National Guard. We're not doing it." And stood down willingly and protested. They should have. They should have looked inside themselves and said, "Are we really going to do this? This is pathetic. You arrest a guy for giving someone a sandwich? Really?"
Some of them
unbelievable.
It's severity of the death penalty. So.
And you know what you should look at too is that there's a police officer. I can't remember what city it was. Somewhere in America, like Kansas or somewhere in the Great Plains. He was kind of like a gag that he would go around and give homeless people sandwiches with shit in it, a turd sandwich, and they thought it was the funniest thing ever. oh, look at this guy, he's so funny. And all the homeless people knew, don't get, if this police officer hands you a sandwich, don't even accept it, don't eat it, nothing. It's shit. There's literal shit inside the sandwich, and nothing happened to him whatsoever. He like they were pissed. They're like, dude, why'd you like post on social media? Why'd you do that? Now we gotta say, oh, it wasn't actually this. What you saw was that. What happened before the video started? All this other crap, and that's no problem whatsoever. Barely an inconvenience. They've got to do a little bit of damage control to keep it under wraps. But a citizen tried to feed people, like, here you go, here's a homeless guy, he needs a sandwich. Now you're a criminal.
The old shit sandwich trick.
Yeah, it lets you know that there is not only a two-tiered system, there is virtually no level of accountability for government actors. This is why you see the most incompetent nincompoops. It's nepotism. If you find a government worker, like someone in government, they got that job because they know somebody else in government. They didn't get hired because they're the best and the brightest, and they're there to be a selfless public servant. They're just basically a scumbag, and they got a job that they can basically keep with not really any accountability. If you ever want to test this, try to get help. Like if you ever need help, like you're in a government building, you need help, just rip out your cell phone and pretend like you're recording. You don't even have to be recording. Just casually hold your phone around and act like you're recording. They'll fly out of the woodwork asking you what do you need help with. They hate the camera because the camera is that you can show. Like someone can say, oh, I went to this government building and they treated me like X, Y, and Z. And people are like, okay, who cares? But when they see the video of it happening, it's very hard to defend the way government workers act. Complete disrespect to the citizens. And why this is important for Flat Earth is that that's the same people who are telling you they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity, so you don't have to. No, they're not. They're arresting people, giving homeless people food. That's what they're doing.
Not only are they criminalizing homelessness, but they're criminalizing helping homeless people.
I mean, somebody along the line should have stood up. I mean, like the magistrate, the judge. Like I would, like as a magistrate, I would have like, this is a joke. I'm throwing this out of court. I don't care. This is my courtroom, and I'm deciding that this is petty and stupid, and I'm not going to put anything against this man's name for handing out another human being a piece of food. I don't care if the guy was homeless or not. This is stupid. And I'd say, and try and bring another case like this into my courtroom again, and I'll find you all in contempt. I would. That's what I would say as a magistrate. I'd say, get out. This is a waste of time, bro.
Would it be safe to say that you would go ham on them?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I thought it was a great time for that joke.
Well, that's a magistrate's like position. Like that's his duty, isn't it, to decide whether an injustice has been like performed or not? Right? If
Well, see,
I
that's the
found
thing.
no injustice, I wouldn't
They
care
don't
what the law
care.
said.
No, that's the thing. They care. They don't care about what the law says. What they care about is this legal process. To them, that's the most moral and just thing. The law could be completely unjust. You've seen it happen. That it takes, people have to go to Court of Appeals. They have to go to the next higher court. They have to go all the way to the Supreme Court sometimes. These people aren't in the business of justice. It's about two things. And the wording really matters. They tell you it's about law and about order, not about justice. They call it under the umbrella of justice, like lowercase j, some sort of concept or ideal, because you're supposed to have equal protection under law and order. If they pass a law in the town or city ordinance that says you must wear, something petty, red shoes, all people have to have red shoes, they'll enforce that. If they catch somebody not wearing red shoes, that's a law. And now
Right,
they
that
don't
reminds
care
me
how
of school.
It doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Like when you went back to Jim Crow laws, those are not that far away from where we're at today. They just changed the names. Sundown towns. I mean, ain't shit changed around here at all. They like to pretend like the civil rights era and all these things have happened. Not even close. Nothing's changed at all. The government gets better and better at faking it and fooling more people. They've perfected their craft of propaganda.
Yeah, one crazy one I found is road rules. Like they'll come up with a road rule that will actually put you in more danger than, without it. And people just blindly follow these rules, not even looking at, whether it's logical to follow or not. They're putting themselves in more danger by following these rules. And just blindly follow it. It makes no sense. I choose not to follow the rule until they can it, realizing that it's caused more accidents because it doesn't make sense. And until, what is it, a test to see, let's see how many people follow these rules blindly. The people making up these rules, just morons.
Welcome.
Globetards.
Yeah, they're everywhere. Well, one good rule that they brought out was, I wouldn't call that sarcasm, but whenever, authorities got someone pulled over, no matter what the speed limit is, everyone has to slow down to 40. Otherwise, they can get a fine if they don't pass this officer that's pulled someone over. So you can have a highway going 110 kilometers an hour, and then just over a hill, a police officer's pulled someone over. So no one wants to get a fine. So everyone's whacking their brakes on, not even thinking logically that it could be a semi-trailer that can't stop as quick coming over that hill and just plows into everyone. And it happened on multiple occasions until they canned the rule. But you'd think people go, no, I'm not obeying by that rule. It's just going to put myself in danger. But no, they do. They don't want to get a fine. The authority makes the rule, so must make sense, So yeah, it's just crazy. It's mind-boggling.
So you're telling me they go from 100 to 40?
Yeah. The rules was out for a few months. I don't know. T-Dub would probably know about it. He's over here. Yeah, it was only out for a few months. It caused many accidents.
Well, for us in my area, if the speed limit is, say, 60 miles an hour, you drop 15 miles an hour. You don't slow way the fuck down like that. You're not going from 60 to, I don't even.
So in that case, you're going about 60 to about 35.
Yeah, we slow down and you get over if you can, but we're not dropping that much. That's insane.
Yeah. That was crazy, yeah. It even puts the officers that have pulled someone over in a heap of danger because, they're in the path of collision. So, yeah. They were like, yeah, that's a good rule. It will keep us safer, when really, nah. Make things more dangerous, mate.
Yeah, here where I live, a couple months ago, maybe 3 months ago, Mr. Singh was driving his semi-truck up the turnpike in this county and decided, hey, the best thing I can do is make a U-turn in the middle of the turnpike. That obviously didn't end too well.
Yeah, I think I saw that one.
Yeah, that made worldwide news, and so it's pretty, it's extremely unfortunate. He's going to be hung out to dry. Obviously some for what he did, but also he's getting really hung out to dry because it's such a symbol of cracking down on English proficiency of commercial drivers. But yeah, it's amazing how many people, though, ultimately, at the end of the day, they don't care about anybody else when they drive. All they care about is whether they get a ticket or not. And, pop over hill and see a cop and just slam on the brakes.
Put others in danger. Like, screw that. Yeah, like I watch, cops and highway patrol quite often on TV because they're the only ones that, have to do with reality. I don't watching shows and that. And
yeah, are you talking about the Australian show Highway Patrol? That's like with the Victoria Highway Patrol.
Yeah. They're pretty strict, but yeah, sometimes they know what they're doing.
I've got to see a couple episodes of that, and unfortunately, when I've tried to sign up so I could watch it here, it was just geo-blocked.
Yeah, right.
It's a damn good show.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, the fines are pretty extreme. Like, yeah, no one wants to get pulled over by a highway patrol. Yeah, but they'll pull someone over, smashing through a school zone, and their reason is, I'm late for work. So you've just put all those children in danger so you can get to work on time. Right. And people go, yeah, that's logical.
They're like, where do you work? Oh, I'm a teacher.
Away you go.
I work at the school where I was speeding through. I think they have to have a sign up, don't they? Now, when they're doing speed checks, random speed checks, they have to have a designated zone, and alert drivers that they are doing that in that area. So you enter that zone. If you don't slow down, you've been warned. You don't slow down, you get done. But they don't even need police officers now. They just set up a camera and just get you later. Like, just send you out the fine in the mail.
Yeah, the mobile speed cameras are good. And they seem to know when the speed limit has been changed. Like, we had one area go from 80 to 50. So all the locals are still going 80 through this zone because, they forget that it's 50 now. And, yeah, not long after there's a mobile camera there. So, well,
you know what they're doing now?
Yeah.
They're like contracting that duty out to the public. So I think you can actually like apply now to have a camera or a speed detector thing installed on your vehicle, right? And then you just drive around. It's like normal.
Oh,
there's one of those here. Like, I think it does. It's got like, it's not a police vehicle. It's a private. Well, I don't know if it's private, but it's got like your reflective patterns along the sides. So it does give you an indicator that like it's of some sort of doing some sort of authoritative work. But like, yeah, it's got the camera on the top, but it's not police. They're not police, and they don't like try and pull you over or anything. They just drive around, and it'll if you're oncoming or whatever, like it'll snap you, take your picture, and I guess you just get issued a fine in the mail.
I wonder if they get any social credits.
I was just about to say that's in the future.
Yeah, would look good on a resume anyway, I guess.
They have stuff like that in America too.
Or bad.
Like there's cameras that.
I'll get a camera, put them on, build up social credits.
Look, they have stoplight cams anyway here already. They'll send people tickets and stuff. And cameras at the damn toll booths. Those are expected.
So how about that, guys? Kim Kardashian's like, nah, moon landings are fake. Don't care if you think I'm crazy. Go watch the videos yourself.
Yeah, I posted about that for the news, Science and Space News. It triggered quite the meltdown on one server.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah,
Wonderful news.
One of the dudes was like, he just said, are you a moon denier? And I said, well, I basically said, I'm not going to talk about that. This story, it has nothing to do with me. The full story from primary source says that Kim Kardashian posted on social media because of she's lost faith in NASA's Artemis program, and now it's questioning the Apollo program. There's nothing from me. There's nothing from me in that story at all. And then so the guy says, okay, I've deemed you a moon denier. I'm like,
oh boy,
that's fine. That's inside your worldview. So I know you just hallucinated an answer. You just hallucinated that. I told you I'm not going to add my personal take on it. And yeah, it was
like
glorious.
He hallucinates he has a chance with her.
It was absolutely glorious. And then you got a bunch of fire starters coming in there talking about, Crit's a moon denier. Imagine being a moon denier. So I just said, like, well, yeah, you got Kim Kardashian. If you want it, you seem like you want to talk to me because you think I'm a moon denier. Why not reach out to Kim Kardashian? She said so. There's other people too who have said so. And I posted the article about 57% of English people, like 47% of whatever the stats were, are think the moon mission was fake. I go talk to them. Okay, I'm not here to talk to you about the moon mission. I'm here to talk to you about how during the government shutdown, NASA employees have the time and energy to address a social media influencer. That's what my takeaway is here.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's right. One propaganda machine fighting itself. Pretty remarkable. Yeah, why couldn't NASA leave it alone? Like, what?
Right. That's what I said. Yeah, earlier. Like she should be insignificant. Like, who cares what she says? Right.
Right.
And then it goes on after that, after going back and forth this Twitter war, they start talking about that Atlas thing, how now it's sped up and changed colors, and she's asking questions about that. And
yeah, and the next shoe to drop is the 6-page private memo from the would-be NASA director regarding future direction of NASA, who actually may become the NASA director after I don't know what.
Yeah,
drama between him and Elon.
Yeah, he wants to basically turn it into a funding awards thing. Like they just give out grants. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. Like not even a program management office, just a warehouse full of contracting officers.
So here's this old dude who whatever uses his name. Apparently, he's some sort of internet famous atheist physicist. So he tries to ask me a bunch of questions about Atlas, like how do I know it's a spacecraft? I go, dude, I don't know anything about it. I'm just reporting on what the news is saying. So then he says to me, I prefer to work with actual data, actual observations. Actual, then capitalized. These are, I mean, I probably could have like this way. I prefer to work with actual data, actual observations, And so then he says, in paper, like, why would I contact some random physicist? do you have any evidence to present to me? And I was like, me? Okay, so you won't talk this A.V. Loeb, the head of the physics department at NASA or at Harvard. He's some random physicist who you do not think has any actual data, observations, or papers, but you'll ask me for that. Some random person on Discord. Yeah. And then he said it again, like, do you have any evidence, or do you just keep posting your clickbaity articles and say some random person's name? I said malformed question. The evidence was presented in the articles.
Amazing.
And then he blocks me. You're a troll, blocked. And I'm like, huh. So you want me to give you evidence, and your proof of that is to say what was given to you already is not actual data, observations, and papers from a random physicist that you won't contact. And then you block me anyway. And like, why does it even matter, dude? Like, why do I care that you blocked me? Like, just stick your fingers in your ears. There's your data now, your observation, your measurements, you get to respond to blocked messages now.
Crazy, man. Mainstream space news makes people crazy.
Yeah, because it's so. Because here's what it said in the article. It said that Harvard professor A.V. Loeb suggests that interstellar object 3I Atlas is an alien probe based on, right here, the evidence, unusual trajectory, unusual acceleration, a glowing bright blue appearance, unusual trajectory that breaks the predictive model. It's not accelerating based on gravity. It's using some sort of non-gravitational acceleration. Its tail is sort of like, he calls it in the article, it calls it an anti-tail. Typically, the tail points away from the sun. This tail of this comet points towards the sun.
Well, going to be a full moon tomorrow.
Oh yeah, lunacy. Remember? Oh, that's the days. Remember, we used to do that full moon lunacy. We get like globies come in to howl at the moon.
They do get crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I forgot all about that. Yes, that could explain. There's like a crescendo the day you're leading up to, and then bam, full blown lunacy, guys. Yep, it's going to be Globe Lunacy Day tomorrow.
Well, that's because what they're supposed to be doing is making love to their loved one so she can get pregnant. But because they don't have a woman, because they're space zealot losers, they're going to be in here talking to us.
Oh, here, check this out. I forgot. I was just looking over the channel here. So then he said that I'm only here. So it says here, Crit is a moon denier, like conspiracy theorist who's only trying to. Okay, cut off. Okay. Basically just rage bait people. So I said, yeah, that is appeal to motive logical fallacy. What does the moderator say? I'm deflecting.
You're you know what you actually did? You took away space and you took away Kim Kardashian at the same time. That's got to hurt.
He said that people aren't questioning your motives. I'm questioning your evidence. Yeah, and I said, this isn't my evidence. This is NASA versus Harvard.
I have a question for all of you. I really need your answer.
All right, let's do it. Yeah.
Flat Earth.
Okay, so I'm asking, we were talking about you in the other channels. We were thinking if you are atheist or religious.
No, it's irrelevant. Yeah.
Yeah, but I just want to ask, are you like Christian?
Yeah, it's a red herring. Okay, This is why it's a red herring. It has nothing to do with the topic whatsoever. It doesn't matter. The earth is what the earth is, regardless of supernatural beliefs. Now, if you've got something inside there that you think like only atheists are smart enough to understand the globetard, then you'd have to ask why 100% of the astronauts are Christian conservatives. Every single one.
No, it's not about that. It's just that I'm a Christian. I want to know if
it doesn't matter.
So,
That's
like in the
irrelevant.
Bible, the Earth is supposed to be flat. So this is what I'm asking. Are you guys Christians or?
It doesn't matter what the Bible says. It's completely irrelevant to objective measurement of the surface of the earth.
So you are all atheist.
If that's your takeaway, no problem. I'm telling you, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. People can use their own. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. For example, I have a device in my hand right now. It's called a tape measure. It's blue. Okay, watch this. I'm measuring my table. 35 inches wide. Do I have to be a Christian or an atheist to understand that? Which one?
I don't know, but
the point is it's irrelevant to whether you're a flat earther or not. It's just accidental to whether you're a Christian or not. Could be influenced or it couldn't be. But if you're just asking for general knowledge versus, are you asking for like, is flat earth a Christian phenomenon versus a normal phenomenon? It's like Crit was saying, it's like there's numerous religions that believe in a flat earth. There's numerous secular people that believe in a flat earth. And yes, we've had atheist members in our groups. Yeah, so it runs all kinds of worldviews. So you have to ask specific people what their worldview is. There's no quote unquote flat earth worldview that makes them a particular religion or not. Okay, that doesn't exist.
Thank you for that.
Wait, that's it? He left?
Yep. That was easy.
Another satisfied customer. Great.
Yeah. He wasn't able to say anything after that.
His dialogue tree just burnt up in front of him.
He filled out his forum.
In the flow chart, it went right to the end and it just said log out.
Well, I think the full moon might start tonight. I'm looking at it right now.
After listening to all these characters today, it's got to be a full moon.
Yeah, Brad, when it's 99%, I'd say, just looking at it. So this is it, guys. Like the next 24 hours, going to be lit.
Oh, shit. Are there any launches? Are there any launches to double down with?
Check this out, Holmes. Technically, they can't believe in the full moon because they're 99%ers. So the majority of them only believe in the 99% moon.
Uh-oh. Peak.
Oh,
peaking
boy.
now.
Oh, we're going to have to ask. When they say they're 99% sure and that's the best they can do, then we're going to say, then you don't believe in full moons.
Fair.
So they're a moon denier.
Yep, right there. Already got them. They're moon deniers. That's that fast.
Man, I got a new work van, but it doesn't have any shelves or anything, or no kind of storage. I haven't done anything to it. So basically, all my tools are just on the floor. So I got to move everything around to get the things.
Sounds like a fun project.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're in the car interior business now.
I'm in the building stuff business. I have a lot of levels. I do actually have a curved level, though, because I ran one over. Oh.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Welcome.
the moon if we can't talk between three buildings? Yes, but how are we going to get the moon if we can't talk between two or three buildings?
How about an argument that happened recently they thought could have been done better? Or a new argument that you realized had flaws that you want to talk about and refine it? How about something like that?
there was something, and I'm trying to. I only made a mental note, so I'm trying to retrieve it from my brain. So they say anyway. So that's where memory happens. Damn it, I can't remember.
I got one. Because a line on a graph is straight, therefore the Earth is flat. That's one I heard. See this graph? The line's straight, therefore the Earth's flat.
Oh yeah, that's not real good. I mean, because you can, you know, it's just a way of expressing data points, right?
Now the data may indicate something about the Earth, but it's not the fact that the line is straight. So for example, that same line, when you zoom out, the same data line, a portion of it is straight, but actually when you zoom in, it's actually not straight. And then when you zoom out, the beginning of that line looks like an EKG, you know, somebody on a heart monitor, and the end of the line looks like an EKG. So what does that mean? That that's the shape of the Earth? Because if you say because this line's straight means the Earth is flat, because the line itself is straight, then that means that the Earth is also zigzag because the other lines are crooked. So it makes no sense.
But in Bible it's written like Earth is flat. No, it's a round. It's not flat. Like
What?
if you read the Bible, you can got it like Earth is round. It's not flat.
It doesn't say anywhere in the Bible the Earth is round.
They said the four angels pick up the four corners of the Earth. It means Earth is round.
I don't know. Four corners doesn't really mean round to me. I've never seen something that I have that has four corners that's round.
Sorry. My knowledge is zero.
No worries. So a coin, like, you know, money comes in paper and it also comes in coins. Coins are round. Paper is rectangular, usually. Paper has corners, the coins don't. Well, that's two towels. In case you guys don't know, we're racking towels. So you remember wigs? Wigs is when you snatch a wig. That was when someone threw in the towel. So that's two towels for today for me. How many towels you guys got? What's the towel count for the day? Man, I'll count that as half a towel since he clearly didn't seem like he understood what the language really meant. Kind of a language barrier.
So it was an easy towel too, saying that a circle has corners.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Do you think it's like the equivalent of, a heart monitor? You know, you know how they say it's flatlined, right? It'd be the equivalent of saying, well, their heart's flat, right? This person's heart's no longer globular; it's flat because this line says so.
Right.
But it's a flat heart model. Interesting that that heart is an anagram of Earth.
And there's a second argument that goes along with that argument, which goes like this. Oh, you're only criticizing me in the way I'm making this argument because you don't like the argument. Or you don't like people that use that argument, et cetera, et cetera. Even though I just butchered it and you're just critiquing me for my butchery, not really necessarily critiquing the argument itself. Or the data itself. You're just using it wrong. That's all, and I'm just pointing it out to you, right?
That'd be a form of ad hominem.
Fuck is happening?
Oh, welcome in.
flat earthers
Not much.
explain the sunset.
Well, I can't. I can describe it. But what do you mean by explain? Like what's the necessity to explain it? What do you mean?
Because you can watch how the sun moves, and it moves in a way which is not consistent with it moving physically away. This, like, the flat Earth doesn't have a model. That's the issue. Like, they can't predict any astronomical events. They don't even have a map of flat Earth. Like, you can't even tell me go from this country to this country on a flat Earth map. That doesn't exist. But everything of these things you can do with the globe model. I can predict when the sun sets, when it comes up, when there's a solar eclipse. I can give you a map which accurately lets you go on real life places. So
Flat Earthers were doing that a long time ago. I hope you know.
which I mean like a map. I need a working map, not navigation, just a working map.
No, I mean recording astronomical events like sunsets and sunrises. They'd construct tall rock structures, right, and align them so that a sunset would occur between two pillars, right, at a certain time of the year, indicating that it was time to harvest or plant or prepare for cold, like that sort of thing. Yeah.
But it's kind of the other way around, because that is more making use of the sun and observing it. But I talked about prediction. These civilizations, they couldn't predict the solar eclipse down to the minute. They couldn't explain why seasons happen. So all they had, they could see when it happens and build a stone around that. But now we can look into the future and tell you what the sun will do in 5 years, and in 5 years you can prove that the prediction is correct. That's kind of the thing about it, like predictive power.
Okay, and you say that it's somehow based on the Earth being a ball or a globe that they're able to do this.
Well, everything independently works, and together it works as well. So it's very indicative that that assumption is useful and accurate in describing reality. And I mean, in the end, you use your phone with...
That didn't really answer my question.
What you mean? I mean, yes, it is.
So
it is.
All right.
It is based.
Okay.
On that. I mean, not based, but it takes in that it works based upon that. Yeah. So it is needed.
So it is or it isn't based on that?
Well, it's a consequence and an assumption at the same time, depending on which claim we're talking about.
Kind of sounds like you're bordering on circular reasoning there, where one validates the other and you can reverse it.
No, it's more that when you have one piece of a domain, for example, watching the sun, if you assume the globe model, like I said, you can predict the sunrise in 5 years' time. And then if you just observe the moon and solar eclipses, that also lines up with the assumption that Earth is a ball. And so two evidence that are independent, the moon it by itself, the sun by itself, then they both work under one big model. So that's a very good thing, very strong thing in science, because then you don't have independent explanations, just, oh, this magical aspect does this and this does this. It's okay, the whole model works. Like, these aspects work together in unison.
All right. So far, that's you've given us a claim. Can you support it? Can you support the claim?
Yeah, we can predict solar eclipses and the time where the sun rises.
You're just repeating the claim.
You don't think we can do that? What do I need to show you?
You're repeating the claim. I'm not saying that they can't do that, but what it's based upon, how they're able to predict these things, is the question.
The flat earthers can't. So what are they using? Hidden techniques? Saying
No, that's not. I haven't made a claim that we can or we can't. You're saying we can, like that flat earthers can't, but you're saying that globe models can, right? Or a globe model can, right? But that's the claim. So can you support the claim?
yes, let's do it like this. You tell me your coordinates, and I'll tell you the exact minute the sun rises tomorrow, based on a globe model.
How are you going to do that?
By googling when does the sun rise.
Right, so just by googling, right? So it's googling and assuming that whatever information Google is accessing is based on a globe idea or globe model or globe mathematics. Can you support that claim? It's just another form of a repetition of the claim.
So it has no meaning for you that the prediction comes true tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. There's a prediction someone's made. How did they make the prediction?
Of when the sun rises.
Yeah, or an eclipse or whatever you want to say that they're predicting.
Okay, so we have the knowledge of our planets and the sun, who are round balls, and we can know their orbits. So at any
Sure, thanks. Sorry, just quickly. I've got to mute up for a sec. I've got something to do. So someone else, please take over.
Yeah, if I may. Dude, I hope I don't have to repeat what T-Dub was saying to you. How do they do it? Please.
Please.
Because at the moment, it sounds like you're assuming that any data that comes back from Google is data that was crunched using a model that assumes a globe.
There is no globe because there is no curve, so the Earth is flat.
Can this other gentleman?
There is no proof of a curve. No.
I concur with that. We're trying to walk through this gentleman who made the claim. Assuming he's still there.
Does the globe retards want to speak?
The guy who was speaking to T-Dub not 30 seconds ago? I'll take you left then.
All right, it's one towel for Mick.
Can you hear me, guys? Hello?
Yeah, man. Yeah, here you go.
What are you guys doing? Just chilling in here?
This is a no chilling panel.
What up, CB?
I believe we are live.
Yes, sir. The cook's in the kitchen. We got Big Bear in the house. He's got upgraded from sheepdog to Big Bear.
Nah, that's Little Bear. That's Little Bear.
Little Bear.
Why don't you come over here, CB, and I'll show you what Little Bear got.
Hey, yo.
Damn.
Pause.
Just like barely gonna be 6, it's already like dark over here. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. That's why the Earth can't be flat. The daylight savings.
How do time zones work?
I'm still trying to figure out how there's 19 time zones in the north and 33 in the south.
Wait, 33?
Yeah. In an area where there's less land, there's more time zones.
That's got to be
more ocean.
And if you think about it, it's as big as like the figure of 8 from the solar analemma. The top ring is smaller than the bottom ring. It's crazy, right?
Nothing to see there.
Yeah, exactly.
Most sources say 33, but there's a few of them that say 37 time zones in the south.
Yeah, I've
What
heard
is that?
31 or
Double.
32, depending on how you count.
What's like the baller explanation for that?
Yeah, explain why Australia has 2 major time zones.
It's not a perfect sphere. It's a wobbly, potato or so.
Potato.
I think we got the quote of the week last night. Some guy said, if 1 plus 5 or 1 plus 5 could potentially equal 17 if a mathematician said it. But you gotta be kidding me, bro. Because he started off with the usual, what are your credentials? I can't just trust your YouTube videos. You need to be credentialed. And I said, well, do you have to be a mathematician to say 2 plus 2 is 4? And he's like, well, no. And then Indio kind of trapped him by saying, like, well, if NASA showed you, dragons or something, I don't even remember exactly how it went. But he's like, if NASA showed you something, would you believe it? And he said, well, if they had proof. So it's like, well, then it wasn't about the credentials then. And somehow he ended up saying, like, I forget what he said. He's like, yeah, but like if you say 2 plus 2 is 7, like there's going to be mathematicians that are correct I don't exactly remember how it went, but he ended up saying that, like, if a mathematician says 1 plus 5 is 17, like he might actually go with that because of his credentials if he has proof or whatever. Like, come on, man. What are we talking about here? That's my clip of the week.
That's a pretty good one.
Play the dumbest stuff. Stuff they would never say, but just because they're talking to a flat earther, they're gonna try to go against you, even if you say 2 + 2 is 4. Like, it's that bad.
That's the clip of the week this week.
Yeah, this happened. Yesterday?
Okay. It doesn't even come close to the clip of the week last week that I had.
What's that?
Oh man, I'm trying to remember how it went, dude.
Is that the one with
This
throwing
guy was like in
barometer
complete
off
denial.
the roof of a building?
What's up?
Is that the one of throwing a barometer off the roof of a building?
Oh my god, that was great.
I didn't hear that one.
For that, but I was laughing my ass off when I heard about it.
I did get one guy on Sunday. Was it Sunday or yesterday? He conceded that religion is bad, and like all religions are bad, and they're all man-made. And then I asked him about what about science? Do you consider science a religion? Since there's a lot of faith-based information in it. What do you mean? Well, I mean, like if you believe what they say science is saying and you don't verify it, then that's kind of a religion, right? Yeah. And then we brought up flat Earth, and then like his whole entire attitude, it can't be flat. It can't be. Indio laid into him pretty good. That was pretty fun. What was last week? There was one last week that just threw me through a loop. I was asking him about the horizon. He kept asking, why does that matter? I kept asking him about the distance to the horizon. Why does that matter? It's going behind the curve. I want to know how far away it is, man. That was a pretty good one for me.
There was this one this morning. Homeboy was like, I'm not sure about this flat earth stuff. I'm gonna go read some more books. And I think OnlyFans is in the chat said it perfectly. They were like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go read more government books to tell me what to think. It's like, yeah, I forget who told him. It's like, no, if you want to have, you want to learn more, you're here. Just ask more questions. You're not gonna go. It's not gonna be in the books, dude. That was funny.
No, for sure. Clip of the month for me is clip of the month for October. When Matthew Learns agreed that if the Earth is flat, then whatever is going on in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth. He's like, yeah, I agree with that. That logic follows. Like, I didn't repeat it back to him, but I was like, in my mind, I'm like, you realize what you just said, right? So now I just bring it up every time he comes in.
Apparently, he went to a flat Earth meetup on Sunday. I've actually yet to do one of those.
I need to do one. I mean, honestly, what I really need to do is I need to go visit Travis. He lives 2 hours from me. Just need to go and say hi to him. He lives out in the middle of nowhere. He needs a friend. Morbus?
Oh yeah, hell yeah, that'd be fire. What I want to
Go
do
say hi to him.
is drive up to friggin' Santa Barbara and go like take pictures of those oil rigs or whatever. Do my own Black Swan. I need that in the.
If you're in San Diego, it's like 5 hours.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a drive, to be honest.
Right up, all the way up PCH. So it's such a. You got to do it at least once, man. Since you're out
Oh
there,
yeah,
you
I
might as well
will.
do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it eventually. It's just gonna
And
be
just keep
fun.
on driving. Just keep driving north. Like make a weekend of it.
Yeah.
Really
You
pretty.
need crowdfunding
pretty
to pay
view.
for the gasoline.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said there. Crowdfund the what?
Did you need crowdfunding to pay for the gasoline? $5 a gallon.
Dude, it's literally like $5.50. It's stupid.
$5.50 over there.
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting a good deal if it's $5. Yeah.
Jeez,
Gasoline's
Louise,
cheaper in Canada than in California.
It's the closer you are to downtown as well. You might even see it for like $5.80, $6.
Hey, send me some. Hey, send me, dude. You know what? Every month I should send you like 10-gallon tanks of gasoline. Arbitrage it all from here to there.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
That's crazy, dude.
And you know why that is?
Gavin Newsom? Yeah.
Yeah. California won't allow you to buy gasoline that was made outside of California.
We don't want that. I don't even know.
Dude, CB, you should have seen what's going on the interwebs. Dude, I can't say it in here. I can't say it in here. It's pretty spicy, but yeah, something happened in your state.
Oh, really? Okay.
Having to deal with locker room incident at one of the workout places.
Interesting. Wait.
Yeah. I can't say much more than that because it'll tip our hand here.
I think I might have heard
Did
about
it involve somebody getting kicked out of the locker room?
Yeah.
I think I saw that. I think I saw something like that. There was a girl singing.
But the story itself is wild, bro. It's wild.
Okay. Wow.
Might be an episode for FU.
Yeah.
Morva said gas is $2.40, $2.60 a gallon. That is crazy. And I have to put premium in my car too. So like,
Yeah, it keeps fluctuating between 238 and 268.
damn, bro, what the hell?
Yep.
It's dumb expensive here. That's crazy.
Yeah, we got the $2 and some over here in the Midwest, dude, in the Corn Belt.
Wow, what? Damn,
Yeah,
I haven't seen that.
Imagine paying that, man. You'd be saving all kinds of money.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's like $80 to fill up the tank. Sometimes like 88.
Oof. That's not even,
Do you bring lube when you go to the gas station?
What?
You bring lube when you go to the gas station?
Yeah,
Or what?
dude.
Yeah, I got to, man.
Gavin Newsom's got that. You know that song we play in here. You know the one with that sexy song. You know the soundbite?
Is the crack converted 550 US a gallon to Canadian dollars per liter? And that's $2.05 Canadian a liter. I've never even paid close to $2.05 a liter.
Wow.
Current prices are about $1.20 a liter.
If I see like $4.99, I'm putting the full tank in, dude. If I see it like even a penny under $5, I just fill her up.
That's insane, dude.
Good deal. It's like, you're getting a good deal if it's under $5.
But then again, like the jobs over there, they should be like paying pretty good. I mean, If you're paying
Yeah.
that much.
Minimum wage is like $18 an hour.
Yeah.
Damn.
It has to be because it sounds like a lot, but it's not really if you live over there. It's
18 is not a lot. Yeah.
Damn. Really? Did you say $1.20 a liter? Really? Did you say $1.20 a liter?
Yes, $1.20 a liter is the typical price this last couple days.
In Canadian or in American?
In Canadian. In
You're
American,
kidding.
that would be the equivalent of about $3.58 US a gallon.
Holy shit, dude! Around here, it's like $1.48, $1.50, almost $1.60
Wait,
a liter.
TV, check this out. You want to see some 2020 prices? Look at this 2020 prices. It's the old picture I took.
What? No way.
That's what it was in 2020 out here.
Dude, during the cocoa, it hit like $1.80, $1.90 per liter.
The cocoa.
Eh.
And isn't that like because people think that fuel is like dinosaur juice or whatever? Like that's another whole other can of worms.
Yeah, we're talking about that this morning, actually.
Yeah, you know what? That doesn't come up that often. Where they're like, and so do you think dinosaurs are fake too? It's like, yeah,
yeah.
So B.O.B. was saying that that song,
It
science.
must have been a hell of them Stegosauruses.
Stegosaurus, yeah, it must have been a hell of Stegosaurus.
Over a century burning fossil fuels. Still ain't no shortages.
Yeah, exactly. Damn, look at Big Bear over there.
It's a dope ass song, man.
It is, dude.
Fucking science, bro.
I love science.
No, I know it's not fossil fuels. I know it's made from shale.
Had a kid this morning. Cryptic was like, he was kind of like stumped by it. He's like, "What?" Like, dude, oil replenishes itself. It does like, obviously, on the reservoir that you're tapping into, if somebody's like extracting it, it'll run dry, but then it'll refill back up again over time.
Yep, it will. And they won't tap it dry. They'll get roughly like 3/4 of it or a little bit more. And then they'll come back like 30, 40, 50 years later. It'll be filled back up.
Yep.
That's why the Saudi Arabia got so wealthy. America was like, oh, we'll just use Saudi Arabia. When they run out, then we'll use ours. But they never ran out.
Yeah. Got them billionaires over there with. Isn't that what Dubai is built on? Oil money?
A lot of it. Some of those like southern Russian old Federation countries like Kazakhstan and
Driving gold-plated
Turkmenistan.
Lambos and whatnot.
Seriously.
It's one of the crypto capitals, man.
Oh, where's the 99-cent gas at?
In the past, bro. Let's forget about it.
It way far in the past.
Never coming back.
Add a $5 to that.
I didn't see the date. Sorry.
Are we talking politics? This is the English Hub, right? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's called clickbait, man. As soon as somebody jumps in that's not part of the group, oh, you're not
It's
one of
like-
us? Oh.
No, it's like they come in here like, hey, so welcome to the chat. Let's talk about the topic. Oh, I'm just here to spectate. And then you just put yourself on self-mute, and then just like nothing happens.
Yeah.
Nothing happens, and then we don't we're doing what we're doing now. We're just talking to each other. It's kind of crazy. And then they wind up leaving, because there's no action. It was like, bro, you're not saying anything. And they're like, well, I want somebody else to talk. I want to just listen.
Where's the 24/7 Globe Earth Discord at? Let's go jump in there.
Anywhere outside of this place.
Exactly.
Follow the money.
I found a clip recently. Tucker Carlson. He didn't openly say he didn't believe in the moon landing, but he was like, when I was young, when they did the moon landing, whatever. I don't know if I believe that. It was a pretty cool clip. It went by very quick. I can play it in a little bit, but I like finding stuff like that, and it reminds me that we're definitely not the only ones that know this stuff. It's just we're the ones that are openly saying things about it.
Anybody notice the moon tonight? Like, wow, bro.
Oh, the moon tonight?
Is it a full moon?
Full moon right now.
I can feel myself moving.
Almost there.
I'm gonna go take a picture for you guys. Hold on.
Yeah, it's beautiful, man.
Is it full moon?
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm driving home, and it's like a beautiful, clear shot of it. Like,
I'm feeling something.
CB, AV. I sent y'all DMs. Check your DMs. I have a new conspiracy theory.
what?
It's pretty legit, man. I think so.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that when I get home. I'm driving right now. Gotta stay hands-free, man.
No, you're good.
What's up, party people?
This is a no party panel.
Fuck.
Oh, this is Josh. What did I say about your mom, dude? I don't recall that.
Yeah? Huh? The fucking poll you put up yesterday?
Damn.
That wasn't about your mom in particular, was it?
Oh, sure. Okay.
Wait, the poll was just if you were rich, would you have your mom be on food stamps or no? Is your mom on food stamps?
And hypothetically, you heard me say that exactly, both of those things are current to my situation.
I had no idea. I just was like, somebody in the chat was like, how many people in here would, if you were rich, like, what would you do? And I just made a poll.
Okay. I'll buy it.
I have no idea that was like relation to your mom.
No, we were talking yesterday about me having to figure out an alternative food delivery service for her because she's not able to get to the grocery store.
Yeah. All right. Well, hope she gets better or whatever.
That's not happening.
Sorry to hear that.
Say la vie, man. It's all good.
you think the sun is a star?
Yes.
I'm a star.
How come it doesn't like? It doesn't. It's not like a star though.
How so?
Well, I don't think the Earth is a planet, and then I don't think the sun is a star. It's because they're not alike. Like when I look up at stars, I see them twinkling and stuff, and then I look at the sun, and they're not really alike.
Okay.
Could you name some resemblances between the sun and the star?
Yeah, emission spectra, radiation, light.
Okay.
Is there any star in the universe that emits the same light that our sun emits?
Yeah, there's a few. It's the same class, right? So the same relative size, right? Because all stars are is a ton of hydrogen that has got hydrogen and helium that's gotten together, and the bigger it is, the more heavy elements get formed below the corona. So it's a function of size of the spectra. So there's it's actually one of the ways that we back out the size of stars is by the spectra that you see when you aim a telescope at them.
You got to have
So all that from looking at it with a telescope?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
no, you have.
do you know how spectroscopy works? Like when materials emit energy,
Yeah.
right?
Didn't they say that there's plasma between Earth and the sun? So if there's plasma between Earth and the sun, how do we know we're looking through a vacuum when we look at the sun? How do we know we're looking at hydrogen and helium and not some other thing because of the plasma that's in between?
Well, because it would be the plasma would have its own distinct spectra, right? And then if you and then if you pointed at not the sun, right, you would still see that spectra, right? The plasma, if the plasma really was there, it would not just be in the vector line between the Earth and the sun.
I'm just repeating what the satellite data has said when they launched the satellite into the sun's atmosphere. On its way there, they said that there's oceans of plasma.
Yeah, oceans is a strong word. It's there. It's just very rarefied. You're talking about Parker Solar Probe?
I don't remember the name of the probe at this point.
Okay.
Like, fake story is a fake story to me. They just keep making stuff up to fit their story.
So it's a fake story. I mean, I wouldn't put anything. I wouldn't put any weight on there being plasma. So then I would lean back on the spectra being identical between the sun and other stars that we can see that we purport to be similar sizes, right? Because if there was plasma between us and the sun, what's to say there's not plasma between us and those other stars?
Sorry, CB, you had some things you wanted to add in.
No, that's fine. The chat wants to know if you think the Earth is a planet.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then so basing off of observation, when we observe the Earth from the Earth, of course, because obviously can't leave the Earth. So when you look around the Earth, what do you see that resembles planets?
I don't really mess with terrestrial long distance observations. I concede the fact that from a human perspective, it appears flat.
That wasn't the question, though.
But I'm saying that when you look out, you don't see things that from a human terrestrial perspective that makes it look akin to other planets. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It's the only perspective that you have and can have.
Yeah, I know. From your perspective, if you're only going to rely on first-person observations of your five senses, right? Like you're limiting your understanding. At least that's my understanding.
What other perspectives do you have?
I mean, you get telescopes, you get spectrometers, you get high altitude platforms, you get rockets. Like there's ways to gather data from not the surface of the Earth to take a step back from the painting that we're standing on to understand the full context.
How far back are we talking?
I have no clue.
Well, we can't leave the Earth, so.
Well, I disagree with that.
So you disagree with like the second law of thermodynamics?
No, I don't disagree with the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy can't go down or be decreased.
And then, so would you say like for the globe perspective, is the Earth an open system or a closed system?
It's an open system.
Okay, so how do you have air with an open system?
The pressure differential is a continuous curve that goes from one atmosphere down to, essentially zero. There's no step function where it drops. And the sort of drop off point is where the equilibrium of gas pressure is equal to gravity on the individual molecules.
Where does that take place?
So that's I'm not sure of the exact altitude, but you just end up with you end up with rarefied gases where you switch over your understanding from a continuous medium to individual particles of gas. It's a weird aerodynamic area, but it is a continuous curve, and there's no need for a container.
Could you possibly demonstrate this on any scale?
Oh yeah, you can do a suborbital sounding rocket with a pressure sensor to get the curve, right? That's what we base the 1975 standard atmosphere off of.
I'm asking if you can provide an example of gas pressure without a container for us to then extrapolate that as a possibility.
Yeah.
To be happening on it.
I mean, you can once again we can do spectroscopy of the other planets, right? So you can see if you point your spectral analyzer at the edge of, like, zoom way in, right? And you point at the edge of Mars, right, the outside circle, where you're not actually pointing at the rock. You're pointing at, and you're not getting the the silica and the iron spectra anymore, and you actually get a ton of carbon dioxide back, and you can see that's what the atmosphere of Mars is made out of using this technique. And so you can see that it's CO2, but it's also slightly transparent because we can tell as the moons pass behind Mars, Phobos and Deimos, you can still see them through this thin film of CO2. So you understand that it's gaseous. And so we can see, CO2 on the edge of Mars that's not contained by a solid container. We know it's gaseous CO2 and it's transparent. So this is stuff you can do with a telescope and a spectrometer.
Maybe this can be
I was really hoping for the Mario song. It's okay.
yeah. You know what? I got you on the next one. Okay. Well, do you think this can be demonstrated in reality, like Earth?
Yeah. Oh, what do you mean reality? You mean you're looking up is not reality? CO2 we see in the sky is not CO2?
I don't think you're actually able to confirm. I also don't think that Mars is a rock or there's gas up there anyway. So I don't.
What do you purport it to be, and how did you come to that conclusion?
I'm pretty sure that we've covered this. Like, no one knows. You don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. No one in history is ever gonna know. I don't think it's possible to know.
Disagree.
That's fine, but so I'm just when we're asking for examples of gas pressure without a container, you could potentially.
I just gave you one.
Well, what you're saying is look up in the sky. There's an example there. Therefore, it's happening here. That's not really a demonstration of here's gas pressure.
I'm not. I didn't. That was not what I said. I didn't say that it's happening here. It's not proof. It's not proof of it happening here. It's proof that it can happen.
I don't think it's proof at all. It's just more of a story. It's cute. That's why we heard the dream sound effect.
Oh, is that whose soundboard is that?
It's the legendary C.
Oh yeah. Totally not a different tab of Discord open.
What?
Who? Where?
No, it's integrated within Discord.
No. I appreciate you. It's all good. Yeah, no. I mean, you ask for evidence. I'm gonna give you what I understand to be evidence, and we can go from there. It's all good.
I guess then, could you provide an example here on Earth? Is that possible?
No, I mean, you need a celestial scale for this to work. I mean, what we could do, right? The one thing I've been thinking about doing is, like, if I was going to design an experiment, I would want some sort of like a vacuum tube, not tap vacuum tube. Basically, like, I would want some sort of like capsule that I can get a vacuum inside of, and then put a tiny amount of oxygen or just air, whatever. And then what I would do is I would take that tube and drop it in that capsule and drop it in a drop tower or accelerate it in some way, and then have a pressure sensor on one side of the tube and one on the other side. So what would happen is, like, gas is a fluid, right? And so under acceleration, you would see like a pressure gradient inside of the capsule while it's falling. So like if you're dropping it, the pressure sensor on the top of the capsule would hypothetically read a higher pressure than the one at the bottom, and that would show that acceleration can cause a pressure gradient with gas, right? And that would show that if we had a large volume of gas, we could get a pressure gradient. Go ahead.
That example had 2 containers in it.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm saying that acceleration on a volume of gas could create a pressure differential.
No, but
hypothetically, if we accelerated it high enough, you could see 0 pressure on the bottom of the the container.
What we're trying to prove is that you can have gas pressure without a container. You started off by saying, "I'll take a chamber and then a tube."
Yeah.
It's 2 containers.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's not. I concede the point that there's no experiment we could do on a not celestial scale. We can't get the masses high enough to create a gravitational field big enough to get that equilibrium that we see, right? That's why I said look at the other lights in the sky. But if we could find some way to get a volume of gas to accelerate to demonstrate a pressure gradient, like we could see how that could be applied to our current atmosphere.
We're not having any issue with there being a gradient. We're saying that the issue is you have to have a container to even have a gradient, which you just kind of demonstrated in your example.
No, I mean, the gradient, like, it just keeps going down and down. It just asymptotically approaches 0, right? It never actually gets to 0. Like, vacuum is not 0. Like, it's close to 0. It just the curve approaches 0. It never actually gets there. Therefore, there actually is no
we're not again,
right.
Just
it's a continuous curve.
We don't have an issue with there being a gradient. We have an issue with there being a lack of container, which in your example, you just demonstrated you have to have a container.
Yeah, the container is gravity, and at least at the celestial scale, right? It's
that's not being demonstrated. That's the problem here.
Oh, that's what I just told you. Look at Mars, right?
No, but
can I get here quickly? I wanted to circle back. Sorry about that. I just wanted to, it's funny that you're just going to bring the Mars thing back up. I wanted to get in quickly before it got too far out there. But Josh, just a question about the whole Mars thing, right? So the statement is you look up at Mars, you measure a wavelength, and then you infer some sort of chemical composition from the wavelength, right?
Correct. Because you've calibrated your sensor using the same chemicals here in a lab.
Okay. So if you get a wavelength of, say, X, okay, and X, let's say it's the color red, okay, or whatever, be non-specific for the sake of argument, right? So you look up at something, you measure wavelength X, and then you infer from that a chemical composition. The thing I would ask about that is, are all things with that or that reflect or emit that particular wavelength X, are they made up of that chemical composition?
To my knowledge, yes. There's these are it's like a fingerprint. It's a 1-to-1 unique per chemical compound.
Okay.
And
So
the wavelength you get, real quick, the wavelength that you would get would not just be X. It would be XYZ127, right?
Yeah.
It's a combination of all those, but you decompose it into integers, and you get the stoichiometric ratio of the compound.
Right, it's like a continuous gradient of sorts, right? So, for example, if I have a apple, a tomato, and a raspberry on my table, and I go really, really far out, and I zoom in on the table, and I see 3 little red specks, and I measure pretty much the same color red, right? Can I infer, or is there a risk that I would infer that all those are made of the same thing, or are the same thing?
They are the same thing. From a chemical compound point of view, it's carbon and water.
Not the same thing. They're not the same thing. Like, for example, if you really want to dig into it, if you dig into the chemical composition of the peel of an apple and of a tomato and of a raspberry, they're not going to be the same thing. At least not the exact same mixture. But the color and the spectrum is awfully the same, right?
But we're talking about the icing on top of it, right? This is like different colored sprinkles, but the cake is the exact same, right? It's the vast majority of the chemical spectrum between them.
But that's all. But that's all you see, right? If you look up at Mars, all you really see, right, is what it would express on its outer perimeter, right?
Correct.
Okay. So would you acknowledge that it's not exactly 100% foolproof to infer that, oh, I see this color, therefore it is this chemical composition, when not all things that emit this color are made of that same composition?
The same exact composition, but they do determine, they're like iron is iron, silicon is silicon, H2O, like the compounds are, like there might be a slightly different, ratio of those things, but I can definitively say if I see X spectrum present, that there is Y compound there.
Are you sure about that?
Like that it's a fingerprint. Yes, it's a 1-to-1.
100%.
Based off of my knowledge, yeah. If there's something I don't know about it, that's fine.
All right. Well, here's another good example. If I take a piece of silver, right, a little ounce of silver, and I take an ounce of platinum, right? They have the same proximate emit or reflectivity. Let's say I put them far away, and I measure the wavelength emitting off of them. Right? Could you really tell the difference between the two?
Well, 100%.
Even though
they're two pure elements, yeah. Really, it doesn't even matter what they look like.
Okay.
The spectra is unique to the chemical compound.
Yeah, I'm smelling horse shit, dude. I'd like you to provide the data for this. How they actually determine this, and what they're
okay, that's fine.
And not I understand spectrometry, but what they're actually doing to infer this from a planet in the sky, right? And what they're comparing it to also. So if there's like a table out there, that has different compounds, known compounds and everything, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. It's a encyclopedia basically. Like every, it's also how we actually like decompose things here on Earth, like food science, right? Like how how many calories are in something. They do something very similar. They break down the food, and then they figure out what actual chemicals it's made out of to figure out like the ratio of fat, protein, and carbs. Like this is used like in tons of different industries.
I understand that down here, but when you're looking up in the sky to things allegedly hundreds of thousands, if not millions, if not more, miles away, right? To make the same inferences, it takes a giant leap of faith to do that, dude. Because number one, you down here you can actually verify by other means, right? Up there you can't. Like down here, you can probably dry this fluid out or some shit and like filter it out and actually weigh, you know, what you might have predicted. You know, these little things that you uncovered from these methods or whatever, and they say, oh, well, this thing must contain, you know, X grams of carbs or X grams of this compound. Oh, well, let's see. Okay, let's filter it down, do some other thing, boom, 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 and isolate it down to, okay, here's this pile of this thing, and yeah, it's more or less what we predicted. You can do that down here. Right,
so I would posit that JPL asked the very same question, 10, 15 years ago. And that's the whole reason that they ended up sending up the Perseverance rover, is that's exactly the science like payload that's on that rover, is that exact type of lab. Because they said the same thing, like, hey, we would love to be able to confirm this, right? We want to actually go there, take a sample, and like do some decomposition to figure out if the regolith on Mars is made out of what we claim it's made out of. And so they actually went and did it, right? So that is a valid question, and I would posit that saying that, just drawing a line in the sand and saying, well, too bad we can't actually go there to confirm these things, is I don't think that's valid.
I'm not completely throwing out the window. That's why I'm asking you, like, what was done to confirm the suspicion? Right. So if you're saying they set the rover up and everything,
oh, go ahead.
right?
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was just gonna say, like, yeah, if you meet the claim that they actually sent something there, I mean, that could be interesting to look at too.
Well, then if your sort of issue with celestial spectroscopy is, okay, well, what's in between the light and my sensor, right? Is that augmenting the spectra that I'm seeing? That would mean that I can't have that claim doesn't hold true, that it's a 1-to-1 fingerprint of XYZ compound emits XYZ spectra. Like, I get that. So, but once you have the ability to get that data of like having a physical lab, like, go take that information, like, the Soviets did a bunch of probes. They sent a bunch of probes into the atmosphere of Venus in the 70s and 80s to do the same thing. Like, they needed that data, that decomposition in situ to confirm that. I mean, hell, we did the same thing with all the regolith from the moon and the Apollo missions, right? Doing chemical decomposition. But then once you're able to like, say, hey, okay, well, we actually went there and we saw this. We weighed and measured and tested the samples, and they're getting, we're getting the same readings as what we're getting in the lab. Then you're able to say, okay, well, that means that our celestial spectroscopy holds, and we can start looking at what's this made out of, what's that made out of, et cetera, et cetera. But no, I agree, that's a good question to ask, and you do want to go verify in person.
Well, that's it. So I'm asking, has it been?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm driving right now. I'm happy. I mean, if anybody's interested in spectroscopy, you can go look at the Encyclopedia of Spectra, basically how they match, like, that is caffeine, and that is water, and that is serotonin. Like,
beer, you forgot beer. That's the most important ingredient.
Oh, alcohol, man, right? Ethanol, or exactly, right?
Don't forget chemistry, man.
Yeah, but basically, yeah. I mean, we have like an encyclopedia of like fingerprints of chemical compounds.
I'm all for that. When it comes to shit that we do down here, man, like, yeah, no problem. But to say that we know for sure what's going on up there, unless we can verify it, is where I think a lot of us are on edge about. That's all.
Well, it's the chain of custody too, right? Like the question that I was asked earlier by CB is like, is there some way that we can measure it locally? Like, I see the fact that, like, from everyday human experience, just looking around, like, yeah, the shit looks flat. Like, you can get into long distance observations, and like, globe heads will come in here and say refraction, and like, the medium fucks with our horizon. Like, this doesn't make any sense, or there's enough obscurity there that we can have a discussion about it. But the rocket tech, like, it just works. Like, I'm very, very, very confident in the underlying physics and engineering design work that goes into these systems. And you take a step back from the painting and look at the greater context of our existence, and we're out there doing that. Like NASA fucks up sometimes. Like they just nominated Jared Isaacman to be admin like today. So like there's going to be some radical changes to the agency, but I would posit that today the quote unquote space industry is more decentralized than ever. It's not government agencies running the show. It's like commercial companies, startups, etc., that are independent of any government overreach or marching orders. We're going on doing these things. Like the data's there.
Okay. Anyway, when you're available to get some of the stuff, maybe we can look at it. That could be cool.
Yeah, spectroscopy is fun. It's a good time. A buddy of mine at MIT he was the principal investigator of one of the payloads on Perseverance, and it's called MOXIE. And basically what they did was they proved using similar tech that they were able to create oxygen on the surface of Mars. They take the CO2 in and they basically carbon scrub it. But yeah, he's literally sitting at the Deep Space Network antenna farm and getting data down and doing all that firsthand. So yeah, there's people out there that are doing the shit.
Yeah, like how can it be full moon and half moon, man?
Geometry, dude.
Yeah, bro, geometry, man.
Hey, CB, that's all I got. So if you wanted to continue where you left off there, feel free.
النشرة الإخبارية.
Yeah, man.
Dude, you got some third tones over here. That's some Eastern music, dude.
Eastern music. Be more specific. East is vast when you're at the center of attention. Shouldn't put them all in one pot, right? East. Where's East? Where does it end? Where does it stop? And eventually gonna bite you in the own ass. Globe. At least.
I didn't mean to kill the conversation. I apologize, y'all.
Bro, what you apologizing for?
Not a problem, dude. Not a problem, dude. I was passing it back to CB if you wanted. That's all I had.
Appreciate the AI images in the chat. Y'all are great.
Do not apologize for being able to uphold the conversation and stating your own claim. How can you apologize for something like that?
Oh, there's folks in this community that think I talk too much. So I was trying to cede the floor so that I could satiate them and hope that the conversation continued without me.
Yeah, that would be nice. But not because you're not there, but maybe, I don't know. Sometimes people like to take center stage, but on the other side, very few people like to do. So I guess it evens out. Sometimes you have to talk, sometimes you have to shut up. But I don't think you should shut up, man. You seem like a really intelligent person. You should enlighten us. What do you think about EVs? Can I ask this in Flat Discord?
Electric cars?
Yeah. What do you think about that?
I have my two cars. I drive a Prius, and then I have a Kia EV9, which is the big Kia electric SUV, which is wunderbar. I love it a lot.
Wunderbar, ja.
Das ist sehr gut.
Sehr gut, ja. Do you think Trump would go Venezuela?
Me taking my UN hat off, but
A little bit of cheeky
no, I
oil.
mean,
It's irrelevant.
How so?
Yeah, but just a little bit of cheeky oil on the side never hurt nobody.
Zeke Harris just trying to create controversy. What he does.
No, I'm
comes in and
not. I'm
stirs
just
shit up.
asking a question. Because
Well,
I
this isn't a
feel like
politics
I've got an intelligent person here who I can talk to. If you
You
want
should
to
invite him
gatekeep, that's
somewhere else
fine.
to go
I'll
talk
shut
about
up.
it then.
All right.
So anyway, yeah, no, I mean, like that's my big concern. How do we know what's between us and everything else that's out there?
Yeah, I definitely see that. Right, like there could be some disconnect between terrestrial spectroscopy and celestial. Like you have to go out and confirm for yourself.
I mean, I would just expect to see like telemetry data every step of the way.
It's just stupid Americans. That's what it is.
I mean, honestly, the Americans can get blamed for most things, and I say that as an American.
I don't think Americans are stupid. They're just kind of their scientific approach. They're so good, but sometimes it's kind of creating these autism islands.
Sheepdog, if you want telemetry data, you can get it yourself. Like it's all public. Like for there's like certain classes. Like sometimes satellites have their telemetry encrypted. But if y'all want me to do a presentation at some point, there's a database called Celestrak that publishes like the location data for almost every single space object. And then there's basically you take that location data and then you go look up the FCC license of that satellite, and it'll tell you exactly what frequencies they're using for their telemetry. And then you tune your antenna. Like you get an you go to your electronics store, buy an azimuth motor, an elevation motor, and basically get like a copper rod. And you tune that antenna to the frequency that you look up in the FCC license, and you point it in the sky where the Celestrak database says the satellite is, and you can downlink data. Like you can get all of like the health data, the solar panel, orientation, the battery charge status, like the how much propellant's left in the fuel tank. Like for a lot of these, for a lot of government, like science satellites, all that data is unencrypted because it's just it's like a science laboratory. People ask like why I think that the Earth is a globe, and that's one of the first experiments I did myself was in grad school doing exactly that, like building my own antenna ground station, looking up satellite locations and frequencies to tune to, and downlinking imagery and weather data and telemetry, and did all that first year of my first master's program.
Yeah, right on, man. Sorry, I'm a little distracted right now. I'm working on a bit.
No, you're good. The data is all public as far as like where shit is and what frequencies it's using. Like the office at the United Nations that is like sort of the collation of all of this. Like the FCC is just the US, right? But almost every single country has an FCC. And they all report their data up to the ITU, which is the UN Special Agency for Tech Policy. and they're the ones that do all like the international coordination. Because like if I'm using XYZ megahertz and somebody else wants to use XYZ megahertz, like right next to me, you can like cause interference with each other. So there's like a whole coordination process of these spectrum filings that occurs at that office within the UN. That I'm, that's what that's the office that my political appointment's through. So like I see all the time, like the Chinese working with the Koreans, or like Ethiopia made this filing that pissed off Greece, and they're working on how they're not going to interfere with each other. But all of the data of the spectrum they want to use and the orbits they want to operate in is all public. Like you just have to look it up.
Dude.
Yeah, though Snowden is in Russia. I don't know. In the EU right now we have a law. They can look your data up. They want to pass a law where they can just read your data, and I'm like, really? Now? We already know that it exists, right? But no, now they want to pass it in public. Kind of interesting. But now everybody's focused on something else. Data policy doesn't mean anything. So it should be open source. Why not? Everything is open source. Just look for it. You just have to find it. Everything's there.
Kara, there's actually something I deal with pretty regularly that I find hilarious, is that the current Russian Federation does not claim ownership of space objects that were launched by the former Soviet Union. But they still like the Soviet Union, even though it doesn't exist, still technically has liability for those objects under the Outer Space Treaty from 1967. So there's an office at Roscosmos in Moscow, where it's two offices that are right across the hall from each other. That one of them is in charge of the Russian objects, and the other one is in charge of the Soviet Union objects. And so when I send letters out, like it's I know it's probably the same person looking at both of them, but for political reasons, they're bifurcated.
So interesting, the legacy of the past.
Funny as hell.
Everywhere, the
I'm
people
personally
and the government
looking,
agencies,
trying to learn more about signals and things like that. It's just something that is it's not that it's new to me. I'm just still trying to get a base understanding of it, so that way I can grasp a little bit more about like radio waves, things like that.
There's
Yoder told me I need to go and just get my ham license and learn that shit, and I'm like, yeah, it's about that time. I've known about ham now for about 7 or 8 years now at least.
Yeah, shortwave radio is awesome. There's a good book that a colleague of mine who was she was the chief technologist at the FCC under the Biden administration, but she wrote she wrote a book that's like at like a high school level, or high school or near undergrad level, that explains free space RF propagation and how like RF interference works, and like path loss and all that jazz. Let me go grab the link. I'll put it in the chat. It's also like a really good like opening explainer on how orbital dynamics works as well. Like it's a good. Like it's not pretentious. It doesn't think that you're like preconceived notions of anything.
It's a good primer. Like whenever I'm that's pretentious.
How so?
I think.
Wait, what do you mean?
I think that
it kind of sounds like you're saying that we're only able to comprehend things at a high school level, and I mean,
no.
I'll take a look at it.
It's accessible.
I'll take a look at it, but there's a little bit of a bias there when baked in with that as well. Like trying to tie it into other things. I find that kind of feels like a little bit of propaganda in its own. But I mean, I'll look into whatever, and I'm just more interested in radio waves and just radio wave propagation, learning how signals works and all that.
I think this is a really.
Oh damn! Y'all aren't gonna like the cover.
To have, if I might interject, Really, if I may interject, I thought about this for a long time because my father was into rockets and stuff like that. And I thought like, oh, I can tell him something, but he has his own bias, right? And he focus on maybe the basics. So now the younger generation is bombarded with these endless opportunities of ciphering through data and coming to analytic consensus, and then maybe it doesn't work. So I think back to basics, but combining it with the efficiency and global know-how that the world was